Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem, part 4. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Do you know who I am? The room fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. The villain's voice was cold and menacing, his grip around Midorya like a vice. Everyone froze. The classmates' faces were filled with horror, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even 13 and Aizawa stood rooted in place, their faces painted with shock, disbelief, and fear, emotions rushing over them like an unstoppable tidal wave. No. You can't be. Aizawa whispered. To survive those injuries, 13 added in a strained voice. Midorya struggled, gasping as the metallic fingers tightened around him. His captor was monstrous, his body a twisted combination of flesh and machine. One arm looked normal, muscular, but his fingers were made of cold, robotic metal. The other arm was a bulkier mess of cybernetic parts, strapped together haphazardly, the most menacing feature being the massive claw crackling with an electric hue. Bakugo's eyes flared in fury as he shot forward. Let him go, damn it. Don't you dare touch him. Kendo's voice rang out, her fists growing enormous in her rage. Pretty stupid to drop your guard. Kirishima and Tetsu charged in behind them, their bodies turning into solid steel and stone. They all attacked simultaneously, Bakugo's explosions roaring, Kendo's fist swinging, Tetsu and Kirishima striking with all their might. No. You idiots, Aizawa's shout rang through the chaos, but it was too late. The attacks hit, but instead of landing, the entire group was violently thrown back. Kendo slammed into the floor, coughing hard as Setsuna rushed to help her up. Cough, what the hell just happened? Bakugo and Kirishima groaned as Ziro and the others helped them to their feet, bewildered and shocked. They turned toward the villain, expecting him to at least have a scratch. But there wasn't a single mark on him. Nothing. Instead, a faint electric shimmer buzzed around him, humming like static in the air. Force field, Todoroki muttered, his eyes narrowing as he pieced it together. Monoma echoed the thought, his voice tight. He's protecting himself with a force field. The class stood in tense silence, realizing just how dangerous their opponent was. This was no ordinary villain, and Midorya was still in his grip, the electric aura crackling menacingly around them both. Oh no, Dekiru. Ururaka's voice trembled with worry as she watched Midorya struggle in the villain's unrelenting grip. Hey. The villain growled, his voice dripping with menace. His eyes swept across the group, and a chilling wave of murderous intent filled the air. The sheer force of his bloodlust was suffocating. Kanoko Komori collapsed to her knees, gagging before vomiting onto the ground, unable to withstand the oppressive aura. Ururaka, Mineta, Kaminari, and Yaarosu weren't faring much better. Their faces were pale, hands trembling as they fought the overwhelming urge to retch. They could barely keep it together under the weight of the villain's presence. Even Todoroki, normally calm and composed, took a cautious step back. His stoic expression wavered as instincts screamed at him to retreat. Every student felt it, the primal fear coursing through them like a venom. Tsuyu's heart pounded in her chest, her muscles stiff as she felt like cornered prey trapped beneath the gaze of a ravenous predator. Wait a second, these are real villains? Kirishima's voice cracked as he spoke, his body frozen in place, fear rooting him to the ground. There's no way. How did they even get into a hero school? Damn it, not again. Move. Damn it. I can't let Midorya die. A chorus of panicked whispers followed as several students echoed the same haunting thought. We have to run. I can't fight him. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was pure terror, unlike anything they had ever felt before. Death lingered in the air. Yui Kodai, normally silent and unshakable, had an expression of fear on her face for the first time. Her eyes were locked on Midorya, her mind racing. Midorya. I have to save him. The way he saved me. I can't. I won't let him go. The thought pulsed through her mind as she began to move toward him, her legs shaking but determined. Before she could take another step, a firm hand grabbed her arm. Jiro leaned in, her voice a soft whisper. I know how you feel about him, Yui. But don't do anything reckless. But, Kodai began, her voice strained. Jiro's eyes burned with determination as she clenched her fists. Green's tough, but he's trapped in that force field. Even if we wanted to save him right now, there's nothing we can do. Trust me, I want nothing more than to save him, too. Kodai blinked, realization dawning on her. She glanced at Jiro, her expression softening as something clicked. You care about him too, don't you? This is not the time for distractions. We just need to be ready to help him, Jiro said firmly, though a faint blush dusted her cheeks, contrasting with the serious expression she wore. The villain turned his attention to the students who had tried to attack him. Hey, don't you kids have any manners? He mocked, his voice carrying a twisted sense of amusement. Shota, I thought you'd at least teach them some. How? Chuckles irrational of you. Though his tone was light, almost playful, the atmosphere was anything but. Sweat dripped down the faces of the students as they stood frozen, each of them struggling to control the fear gnawing at their insides. Me and Izuku here, the villain continued, glancing at Midorya with a sickening grin, were just about to have a long-awaited conversation. His voice was laced with joy and unnatural, eerie happiness that sent shivers down their spines. But in an instant, that joy twisted into rage. His expression darkened, and his voice boomed with anger. And you had the nerve to disturb us? The sheer force of his shout made everyone flinch, their nerves rattled by the intensity of his voice. Aizawa took a step forward, his hands raised in a calm, placating manner. Cain, let the kid go, Aizawa said firmly, though there was an edge of desperation in his tone. He has nothing to do with. He has everything to do with it, Cain roared, his metal claw tightening its grip around Midorya. The jagged metal fingers pressed into his skin, and the boy screamed in agony as a sickening cracking sound filled the air. Ah! Midoriya's voice rang out in pain, echoing across the battlefield. The horrific sound of bones creaking under pressure caused several students to wince, their hearts pounding in their chests as they watched helplessly. The villain's mechanical arm, jagged and cruel, flexed as he tightened his hold on Midorya, threatening to crush him completely. Green, Dekiru, Midorya, Midori. The urgent cries echoed through the air as worry mounted among the students, each shout laced with dread. The pained scream that tore from Midoriya's throat only heightened their anxiety, sending ripples of fear through the group. Some students instinctively moved forward, desperate to help, but their attempts were stifled by others who sensed the danger. The villain before them radiated a chilling fury, his face contorted with anger and resentment that seemed to pulse like a storm ready to unleash its wrath. As he panted heavily, his eyes glinted with the promise of violence, a palpable tension hanging in the air like thick smoke. Kaminari T tried contacting the main campus, Momo said, her voice trembling as she sank to her knees, nausea threatening to overwhelm her. She fought to keep her lunch down, her anxiety evident in every quiver of her form. Shaken from his shock, Kaminari attempted to gather himself. Don't even try it, the villain growled, his voice low and menacing. The mere sound sent chills through Kaminari, causing him to recoil under the villain's piercing gaze. A villain made sure you won't be able to anyway. Kaminari, his confidence shaken, nodded slowly. He's right. I can't reach the main campus. That's why the T-Trespasser sensors aren't going off, Momo added, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with fear. So were T-trapped here? With all these villains? Sato exclaimed, his voice cracking as panic washed over him. The ominous army of villains began to pour through the swirling purple portal, their silhouettes menacing against the backdrop of chaos. Each step they took echoed ominously, fueling the students' dread. Midorya, still gripped by the villain, felt a flicker of confusion wash over him. He quickly glanced at Jiro, a silent communication passing between them. He gestured subtly towards her Jax, hoping she understood the urgency of the moment. With a swift nod, Jiro readied herself, jamming the Jax into the ground with a determined resolve. Keep him talking, Midorya whispered, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on his shoulders. Despite the overwhelming fear clawing at her instincts, Jiro steeled herself. It felt wrong to protect someone who was supposed to be her friend, but she couldn't let Midorya down. "You seem pretty tense, dude," Kyoka said, her voice shaky but resolute as she tried to divert the villain's attention. The moment she spoke, the villain turned towards her, his glare sharp enough to cut through the tension in the air, a promise of brutality etched across his features. "What?" he growled, his tone a low rumble filled with barely restrained fury. All I'm saying is you could take a chill pill or, I don't know, jerk off or something to ease the tension. I mean, whatever happened to you, it couldn't have been that bad," Kyoka blurted out, her words hanging in the air like a slap. Silence fell as everyone stared at her, wide-eyed, as if she had grown a second head. The villain's attention snapped completely to her, his expression a mix of incredulity and simmering rage. Kyoka was trembling, sweat beading on her forehead, her heart racing as she questioned her own recklessness. Todoroki's gaze shifted to Midorya, who was quietly dialing up the Omnitrix. So she was keeping him talking, he noted, a mix of admiration and concern in his voice. The villain let out a low chuckle, a dark sound that sent shivers down everyone's spines. "I can't feel. I can't eat. I can't even enjoy the warmth of the sun or the coolness of a breeze," he said, his hand gripping Kyoka's face tightly, but she held her ground. Everyone looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend the depth of his torment. Finally, Kaminari broke the silence with a bewildered, "What? I said I can't feel a damn thing. I'm trapped in this body. This mechanical prison." The villain's voice erupted in a furious shout, echoing around them. "He let me live. He left me broken, barely breathing. All of this could have been avoided if it wasn't for him. But now, I'm left with no choice. I can't kill the man himself, so I'll focus all my hatred, all my rage that I've carried for years toward his son." Everyone's eyes widened in horror as Midorya halted, the dial ceasing its spin. The villain's eyes locked onto Midorya's, filled with relentless hatred and fury. "I'm going to make you bleed. I need to see you suffer. You will watch as your classmates are murdered bloody, broken bodies haunting your every dream. And for the girls who've seemingly stolen your heart, I'll make you choose. You will decide who lives and who dies, condemning the others to their fate. One person will live with the guilt of having sent 7 others to their deaths." Midorya and the entire class quaked in fear as the villain's menacing tone cut through the air. It was clear he wasn't joking. He would kill everyone, leaving only one person alive to torment Midorya. "But don't worry," the villain sneered, a twisted smile spreading across his face. "I'm not going to kill you. I was sent to bring you to someone." His laughter echoed ominously, a sound devoid of warmth. "I can't imagine what he plans for you. They say Vilgax isn't a forgiving person. Oh well, I guess you'll have to pay for the sins of the father." He fixed his gaze on Midorya, a cold rage igniting in his eyes, sending a shiver down the spines of those present. "Any last words before your torture begins?" The villain leaned closer, claws glistening ominously as they reached for Midorya, a predator savoring the fear of its prey. Midorya met his gaze, an inferno of furious rage igniting within him. His eyes seemed to glow, a fierce light cutting through the darkness of despair that had enveloped his classmates. The frozen fear that had gripped them slowly began to melt away, replaced by the warmth of determination. Actually, Midorya's voice rang out, strong and unwavering. The same flames that flickered in the villain's heart were mirrored in Midorya's eyes, fueled by the relentless passion of a hero. He stood tall, a blazing inferno ready to be unleashed upon the threat before him. Aizawa and 13 exchanged solemn glances, the sight of Midorya igniting memories of a fallen friend, a haunting reminder of the past that threatened to consume them all. The villain's presence stirred dark thoughts, conjuring images of the one who had left them in this state. "It's hero time," Midorya shouted, slamming his hand down on the Omnitrix. Energy surged through him, a dazzling transformation overtaking his body as he became enveloped in a radiant glow. Just as the villain lunged forward, claws poised to crush him, he found his grip met not with flesh, but with goop. The villain's claws clamped down with a sickening crunch, but instead of Midorya, they shattered through the vibrant green goo, splattering it across his arm. The impact sent shockwaves through the room, horror etched across the faces of Midorya's classmates as they watched helplessly. "Midori," Ashido breathed, her voice trembling as tears brimmed in her eyes, heart aching at the sight of her friend in danger. As wisps of green steam began to hiss from the goo, the villain's confidence turned to fury. He glanced at his claw, horrified to see it beginning to melt away, corroded by the very substance he had underestimated. "What?" he bellowed, disbelief twisting his features. The goo, now animated, began to emit a thick green steam, swirling around as it morphed into a more defined humanoid form. Goop drew back his arms, channeling one for all before launching himself at the villain with explosive force. His fist connected with the villain's midsection, the impact sending him staggering back, crashing against the staircase with a resounding thud. The force field that had held them captive shattered like glass, scattering shards of energy across the room. Seizing the moment, Aizawa sprang into action alongside Vlad King. Aizawa landed a powerful roundhouse kick squarely on the villain's jaw, the impact echoing through the chaos. In one fluid motion, he wrapped his scarf around Cain, binding him tightly, then spun him around to crash into a group of other villains. Attacking his son, how low have you sunk, Cain? Aizawa spat, his voice laced with contempt. Cain snarled in response, his eyes glinting with fury. Shut up, you bastard. I can't kill a dead man, but his son will pay for the sins of the father. His voice was a guttural growl, filled with rage and desperation. As the battle erupted between the two, Vlad King charged into the fray, engaging the other villains with ruthless efficiency. Aizawa used his quirk to erase their powers intermittently, giving Vlad King the upper hand against their attackers. The tide of the fight seemed to shift in their favor, but the chaos of the skirmish only intensified. Meanwhile, Goop was still in the process of morphing, the gooey substance splattering as he coughed and tried to regain his form. He instinctively reached for the Omnitrix dial, and Iida rushed to his side, worry evident on his face. Midorya, are you all right? Cough. Yeah, I'm okay. My ribs are broken, but I think I'll be fine, Midorya managed to reply, though the pain radiated through his body. Understood. Will you still be able to transform and get the pros? Iida pressed, urgency in his tone. If the villains are anything like him, then we're in serious trouble, a boy from Class 1B said, his inky skin shimmering ominously as he scanned the scene. Yeah, just give me, Izuku started, but his words were abruptly cut off by a sharp, stabbing pain in his head. Suddenly, a thick purple mist coalesced in front of them, swirling ominously as it expanded and loomed large. I won't let you, a deep, menacing voice resonated from within the mist, chilling everyone to the bone. Damn it, I just blinked once, and the guy who looks like the most trouble got away. Aizawa thought, his heart racing as he narrowly dodged a massive laser beam that sliced through the pavement, leaving a smoldering scar in its wake. He and Vlad King barely evaded the blast, which detonated behind them, sending a shockwave that knocked several villains off their feet, their bodies tumbling like ragdolls in the chaos. Aizawa quickly turned to face Cain, whose cyborg arm had transformed into a cannon, steam hissing ominously from the barrel. The villain glared at Aizawa with fierce intensity, eyes blazing with a mix of hatred and determination. The air crackled with tension, each moment stretched thin as they braced for the inevitable clash. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes, Ua High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath, Kurogiri declared, his voice smooth and menacing, the shadows swirling around him like a living cloak. Izuku's heart raced as realization dawned on him. They want to kill All Might, he thought, narrowing his eyes with a fierce determination. He instinctively clutched his midsection, a jolt of pain shooting through him. The weight of his classmates' safety rested heavily on his shoulders, he couldn't allow them to suffer. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part one I'm to play, Kurogiri continued, his demeanor exuding a sinister calm as he prepared to unleash chaos on 13 and the students. 13 was poised to activate her black hole quirk, ready to defend her students, but before she could act, a surge of energy swept through the air as Kirishima, Bakugo, and Tetsu charged forward, determination etched on their faces. Bakugo unleashed a deafening explosion, a brilliant flash of light and sound that rocked the surroundings as it struck Kurogiri squarely in the face. What are those three doing? Izuku exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief as he wiped the smoke from his eyes, anxiety creeping in. Did you consider that you got beaten by us before you tried it? Kirishima taunted, confidence radiating from him. Yet, beneath that bravado, a sense of guilt gnawed at him. He had left Midorya to fend for himself during the last encounter, and that thought haunted him. Midorya saved himself. I couldn't do anything. No, I will not hesitate again. Hiroshimi's resolve surged as he believed they were turning the tide, but Kurogiri's chilling response shattered that hope. Oh dear, that's dangerous, Kurogiri said, a sly smirk curling on his lips. That's right, even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs, Kurogiri praised, his voice resonating across the massive dome-like structure. No, move away, you three. 13's warning rang out, but Kirishima, Bakugo, and Tetsu remained frozen near the towering water slides and artificial cliffs. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. Kurogiri's sinister laugh echoed as his dark purple mist engulfed the area, swirling around the towering water features and the expansive lake that shimmered below. Midorya's vision began to blur as the mist surrounded him. Just before panic could set in, he felt two arms wrapped tightly around his chest. He looked down, wide-eyed, to find Kodai clinging to him. Her grip was secure, and the two of them were free-falling, headed straight for the lake below. Midorya's heart raced, not only from the dangerous plunge but from the closeness of Kodai's hug. Without wasting a second, Midorya pressed down on the button of his device. The faceplate popped up, and a holographic image of Stinkfly materialized. He slammed his hand onto it, activating the transformation. Kodai, cover your nose, he yelled, just as the familiar green flash enveloped them. In an instant, Midorya transformed into Stinkfly, his insect-like wings buzzing to life. The transformation happened mid-air, and Kodai quickly shifted to his back, gripping onto his insectoid form as they steadied just above the water's surface. With his 360-degree vision, Midorya, now Stinkfly, hovered over the lake, feeling the misty spray of water beneath him as his wings flapped rapidly. Kodai tightened her hold, her arms wrapped securely around his back, while the dome's water slide and steel framework loomed in the distance. You okay? Came Kodai's concerned voice, her arms still wrapped tightly around Stinkfly's back. Stinkfly's large compound eyes shifted, one set turning back to glance at her while the other scanned their surroundings. The bug-like alien form Izuku had taken was still foreign to him, but he shook off the distraction. HMPH, don't worry about me. I'm fine, Kodai replied calmly, though her gaze swept the area with wary focus. She tilted her head upward, noting that the swirling purple portal Kurogiri had used to drop them had now vanished. Seems the mist villain dropped us somewhere in the USJ, she murmured, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings of the massive facility. Yeah, I think we're in the flood zone, Stinkfly buzzed, his wings cutting the air like vibrating blades as they hovered over the shimmering water below. The dome's curved ceiling glinted with artificial sunlight as faint ripples moved across the water. Kodai's eyes narrowed, her sharp hearing picking up something in the distance. Her finger shot out, pointing toward the faint sound of crying. Over there, she said urgently. Stinkfly banked hard, flying toward the direction she indicated, the wind from his wings sending ripples across the water as they neared the source of the noise. His keen vision zeroed in, and there, on the shoreline, was Mineta, desperately trying to fend off a swarm of grotesque fish villains. The small purple-haired boy was practically buried under the sea creatures, their sharp teeth gnashing as they closed in. Without hesitation, Stinkfly accelerated, his body twisting upside down to give Kodai a better angle. Kodai reached down, her arm snapping out like a whip. Got him, she grunted, grabbing Mineta by the scruff and yanking him out of the swarm of villains. As they ascended, Tsuyu's voice rang out from across the water. Midorya. Stinkfly's multifaceted eyes scanned the area, locking onto Tsuyu as she leapt in front of Unagi, defending her from another group of leering fishmen. The villains circled the two girls like predators, their eyes gleaming with lust as one of them stepped forward, licking his lips. I'm gonna enjoy my time with you too, he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Don't worry, it'll only hurt for a bit, another villain growled, his hand reaching out toward Tsuyu. Get away from her, Kodai shouted, pulling a handful of objects from her pocket. Stinkfly's multiple eyes widened as he recognized them nuts and bolts, but Kodai had a plan. With a swift motion, she tossed them, and before they could hit the water, they enlarged into massive steel projectiles. The bolts slammed into the surface, causing huge waves that sent the villains crashing backward, their bodies flailing as the water surged over them. Seizing the moment, Stinkfly dove toward the water. Tsuyu, quick to react, wrapped her tongue around Yanagi and launched herself into the air, soaring up to meet Stinkfly. In one fluid motion, she landed squarely on his back, Yanagi clinging to her. But the extra weight was too much. Stinkfly's wings sputtered as he struggled to keep them all airborne. "You guys are heavy," he groaned, his insectoid voice buzzing with strain. All three girls shot him a glare, their expressions unreadable, but the tension in the air was palpable. "Are you calling us fat?" Tsuyu asked, her voice deadpan but her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. "And no, I'm just not used to flying with so many passengers," Midorya stammered, trying to maintain altitude as the surface of the water loomed dangerously close. "Stinkfly isn't at his best when it comes to water. There's a boat over there," Tsuyu shouted, spotting a small vessel anchored near one of the towering structures in the flood zone. As Stinkfly veered toward the boat, Yanagi's strained voice cut through the air. "Stop." Her tone was emotionless, but her stiff posture betrayed discomfort. Midorya turned to see Mineta's hand grasping Yanagi's chest, his fingers pressing against her breast through her clothing. The fabric seemed thin and inadequate, offering no protection from Mineta's invasive touch. "Let go," Yanagi repeated, her voice barely above a monotone. Mineta ignored her, his grip tightening. "Pretty nice," he chuckled, his fingers tracing the curve of her breast. Yanagi's skin crawled beneath her clothes. The sensation of his hand on her body made her feel trapped and vulnerable. "Let go," she demanded again, her voice trembling with rage and disgust. Mineta's hand lingered, squeezing and exploring. Yanagi's face contorted in disgust and disbelief. Tears welled in her eyes as her rigid posture struggled to maintain composure. "Get your hands off me," Yanagi snapped, her voice rising to a desperate cry. Anger and shame boiled over. Stinkfly shouted, concern etched on his face. Hey. What's going on back there?" Feeling Yanagi struggled as she tried to get the pervert of him. ... Before anyone could react further, a villain's voice shouted from below. "Up there! Get that bug down to our level!" In an instant, massive water claws sprouted from the lake, each one aimed at Stinkfly. The claws lashed out, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Stinkfly swerved, his wings buzzing furiously as he weaved through the incoming attacks, barely avoiding the strikes. "Hold on tight," Stinkfly yelled as he dove toward the boat, his speed increasing with every second. The boat rushed up to meet them, and with a loud crash, Stinkfly slammed onto the deck. Everyone tumbled onto the boat, rolling across the surface from the impact. Stinkfly shook his head, dazed from the rough landing. "Not my best landing," he muttered, rubbing his temple as the girls scrambled to their feet. "Sorry, guys. Midorya, you shouldn't be the one apologizing," Tsuyu said, her voice steady as she extended her tongue and slapped Mineta hard across the face, the sound echoing in the chaos. Yanagi and Kodai shook off the remnants of the crash landing, their expressions a mix of irritation and disbelief. "We should focus on what's happening right now. There's a whole school of fish villains out there," Tsuyu continued, glancing at the glaring girls, who nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on Mineta with barely concealed disdain. Hey, we wouldn't be in this situation if it weren't for Midorya." Mineta shot back, pointing an accusing finger at him while rubbing his sore cheek, his bravado barely masking the embarrassment. All three girls turned their attention to Midorya, who leaned over the railing, his gaze locked onto the approaching villains as he began to formulate a plan. "Hey, I'm talking to you," Mineta pressed, his voice rising in urgency. "I think we deserve an explanation. Why is that guy after you?" Midorya continued to ignore him, his focus unwavering, but Mineta's relentless questioning broke through his concentration. "He said he's after your dad. What does?" He was cut off by another swift slap from Tsuyu, her expression fierce. "Either you're really insensitive or stupid, probably both if I'm being honest," she snapped. "You know Midorya's father passed away. We're in the middle of a villain attack. Don't bring up old wounds right now." The other two girls nodded in agreement. "And that one villain has a vendetta against Midorya," Kodai added, her brow furrowed. "The rest are here to kill All Might." Kodai's voice hung heavy in the air, underscoring the gravity of their situation. And you heard that mist villain say he plans on torturing us before killing us, she finished, glancing nervously at the horizon where danger loomed. Midorya, gripping the railing tightly, was jolted from his thoughts by their words. Dad, what was that villain talking about? He muttered, his mind racing. It doesn't matter if he plans on killing my friends and classmates. This is all my fault. Everyone's in danger because of me. I have to do this on my own. I put their lives in danger. I have to make sure everyone is safe. With that declaration, he pulled off his hoodie with urgency, the fabric slipping from his shoulders. Hagakure said she felt warm when she put on my hoodie. It must have a heating system or something, he explained, determination setting his jaw. Here, he thrust the hoodie toward Tsuyu, who looked at it in confusion, while Kodai tilted her head, unsure of what to make of the sudden change. Put that on. If it doesn't work, find some blankets, Midorya instructed, his voice firm but rushed. Without giving anyone a moment to react, he ran towards the edge of the boat, leaping over the railing. Tsuyu's tongue shot out in a desperate attempt to stop him, but he was already in free fall. Oi, looks like we've got some suicidal kids. One of the fishmen shouted, his voice dripping with cruel anticipation. The rest of the villains erupted into laughter and cheers. I'm gonna chew you up and spit you out. A larger one bellowed. As Midorya plummeted towards the water, he reached for the Omnitrix on his wrist. His heart raced, but his mind was clear. The faceplate was already set, and with a quick motion, he slammed it down. A bright green flash engulfed him. Big Chill, the alien declared as his new form materialized, his body now cold and ghostly. Hovering just above the surface, Big Chill's icy presence caused the water beneath him to frost over instantly. The villains, sensing the drastic drop in temperature, stopped dead in their tracks, their earlier bravado replaced by a creeping sense of dread. One of them gulped, visibly shivering. What the hell is that thing? Big Chill hovered higher into the air, his glowing green eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. Then, with a deep inhale, he unleashed a massive breath of cold air. The villains screamed as the freezing wind swept over them, turning the once rolling waves into solid sheets of ice. Even the students on the boat huddled closer, their breath visible in the icy air. Tsuyu blinked in surprise as she realized she wasn't as cold as the others. Yanagi and Kodai huddled together, shivering uncontrollably, their bodies seeking warmth. The villains, now panicking, tried to swim to safety, but the water around them solidified too quickly. One by one, they found themselves trapped, encased in a prison of ice. A few moments later, the entire area was frozen over. The once turbulent waters were now eerily still, encased in a thick layer of ice that stretched far and wide. The students stared in disbelief, their breaths caught in their throats. Tsuyu tested the surface with one tentative step and was surprised to find it sturdy enough to hold her weight. Yanagi and Kodai followed, their eyes wide with amazement. The entire lake had become a battlefield of ice, and Big Chill hovered above it all, his frozen wings glistening in the cold sunlight. Big Chill touched down softly, his icy breath visible in the cold air as he pressed the Omnitrix dial. With a flash of green, Midorya returned to his human form, shivering almost instantly as the chill hit him. "UGG guys, oh okay?" he asked, his teeth chattering. Kodai gave a thumbs up, though her face was red from the cold. Yanagi just nodded, hugging herself tightly to stay warm, while Tsuyu kept her calm composure, giving a simple nod. Around them, the ice stretched out in all directions, and frozen figures of villains were scattered across the surface, their bodies half submerged in ice as if they had tried to escape. Some were mid-swim when the water had frozen solid, their faces locked in expressions of panic, hands outstretched in futile attempts to reach safety. The eerie silence that hung over the frozen lake made the scene feel almost surreal. Mineta, huddled and shivering uncontrollably, muttered, "Hey, we should cuddle F for warmth." "I second that," Kodai suddenly said, wrapping her arms around Midorya, causing his face to flush red from more than just the cold. Mineta, sensing his chance, crept toward them, but Kodai quickly cut him off. "Not you, pervert. I have AAN name, you know," Mineta stammered. I know, and I don't care, she replied, her tone firm. Yanagi, still hugging herself for warmth, gave her friend a curious look. Pretty forward, Kodai, don't you think? Kodai shrugged, holding Midorya a little tighter. I don't like beating around the bush. Midorya, still a blushing mess, turned his attention to Suyu. Why you're not as sleepy, so I guess it worked. Suyu shook her head slightly. Ribbit, I'm cold, but I'm not tired. Your hoodie is helping. Good, Midorya said, trying to steady his voice. We should hurry and check on Mr. Aizawa and Vlad King. I want to make sure they're okay. Is that a good idea? Suyu asked, her tone blunt as always. That guy who wants to kill you is probably still there. If he sees you, he's going to go after you. Midorya looked down at the frozen ground, his fists clenching. Look, I just need to make sure they're safe, he said, his voice almost cracking. Everyone nodded in agreement. As they walked carefully over the icy terrain, the thick ice held beneath their feet, solid and unyielding, with the villains trapped like statues around them. Main Plaza. Ah, black hole, Kurogiri's voice oozed with malice, the dark mist swirling ominously around him. The quirk that reduces matter to dust, such a terrifying power. But you're a rescue hero, 13, trained for saving lives, not fighting. Unfortunately for you, that leaves you without the awareness needed on the battlefield. As he spoke, a portal of dark mist expanded, redirecting the gravitational pull of 13's black hole into it. Another portal opened behind her, and in an instant, the force of her own quirk began tearing into her. 13 gasped, her body straining under the devastating pressure. She let out a sharp scream of pain, the sound piercing through the chaos. Kurogiri's cold eyes gleamed as a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. How unfortunate. It seems you've turned yourself to dust. The students watched in stunned horror from the stairs, frozen as their teacher's body struggled against her own quirk. The unbearable pull finally ceased, leaving 13 crumbling forward, her voice weak and trembling. I'm sorry, he got me. 13 wheezed, each word strained with pain. 13. Ochako's cry broke the silence, her voice shaking with fear and disbelief as her idol, her teacher, lay before them. Iida, you have to go. Get help, now, Sato shouted, urgency in his voice as the situation grew more desperate. Midoriya's not here, we need someone to get the pros. Iida stood frozen, his body stiff with indecision. His mind raced with doubt, feeling the crushing weight of responsibility. The engines in his legs roared to life, kicking into gear as he summoned the resolve to act. This is it, I have to do this. Without a moment's hesitation, Iida shot forward at top speed, his legs carrying him past Kurogiri's swirling mist. A fleeing lamb from the slaughter. Kurogiri's voice dripped with malice as dark tendrils of mist reached out toward Iida, trying to ensnare him. I won't allow it. Iida's heart pounded in his chest as he dodged the swirling mist, every step filled with urgency. Damn it, if only I were faster, if I could just get everyone out of here. Kurogiri's voice echoed behind him, calm but threatening. If more heroes arrive, it will only complicate our plan. We can't allow All Might to interfere. Iida felt the mist closing in, seconds away from enveloping him, when suddenly Shoji leapt into action. His massive arms stretched out, blocking Kurogiri's advance. With a quick, powerful motion, Shoji grabbed hold of the villain, pulling him back before he could capture Iida. Breathing heavily, Iida skidded to a halt, his mind reeling from the close call. This mission, it's not just mine. My friends and classmates are counting on me. I can't let them down. Run, I got him. Just go. Shoji's powerful voice echoed, as he wrestled with Kurogiri's dark mist. Iida clenched his jaw and sprinted away, his legs roaring to life once more. I'll be back. Just hold on, everyone. Iida thought, his heart pounding as he raced toward the entrance. You stubborn child, Kurogiri snarled, his voice thick with frustration as his mist swirled in pursuit. Iida's mind raced along with his feet, his eyes fixed on the massive metal doors in the distance. I'm close, but what if it's locked? Could I pry them open in time? The thought gripped him just as Kurogiri hovered closer, his glowing yellow eyes filled with menace. I don't have time for this. Be gone, Kurogiri roared, extending his warp quirk, the same move that had scattered the students before. Iida could feel the villain's mist creeping up on him, the gate within his grasp, yet so far. As the warp began to surround him, a shift in weight suddenly disrupted Kurogiri's movements. He floated upward unexpectedly, his form rising as if lighter than before. What the? Kurogiri muttered, confused, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the source of his problem. Ururaka, her hands outstretched, had latched onto the metal components inside his mist. He's lighter now, she called out. At the same time, Kendo appeared beside her, enlarging her hand and grabbing the misty villain by the metallic core inside his cloud. I don't know what his quirk is exactly, but there's metal in here. That means he's got a physical body somewhere in this mist. Kendo finished, her enlarged hand gripping tightly as she swung him into the air. Zero. Now, Kendo shouted, and Zero fired his tape, wrapping it around the villain's form to slow him down even further. Iida, run, get help. Iida didn't need to be told twice. He bolted forward, his engines at maximum output. As he neared the gates, he noticed a large, steaming hole burned into the metal. Parts of the door were melted away, glowing red from the intense heat. His heart skipped a beat. Someone had already started opening the way. Just a little more. Iida pushed himself harder, determination fueling every step. Go. Iida whipped around and saw Mina kneeling, her hands smoking, their darker pink shade betraying how badly they were burned. Her chest heaved with each labored breath. Run, Iida, get help, Mina yelled, her voice strained, as she fell to her knees, hissing in pain from the burns covering her hands. Thank you, Iida thought, forcing himself to look away from her as he sprinted toward the melted hole in the gate. I've got you now, Kurogiri's voice bellowed, his misty form rushing toward Iida. Not so fast, Zero shouted, firing a line of tape that latched onto the metallic armor hidden within Kurogiri's mist. He gritted his teeth as he tugged hard, pulling the villain back. Sato, Kendo, let's toss this guy, Zero called out. Kendo nodded, her hand enlarging as she grabbed the tape. Sato gripped the other side, and together, they spun the villain, building up momentum. Now go, they shouted in unison, releasing the tape. Kurogiri was hurled through the air, giving Iida the opening he needed. With a final leap, Iida dove through the hole Mina had melted into the gate. His engines roared as he hit the ground running, speeding toward the main campus. It's over, Zero exhaled, the tension in the air finally seeming to lift. Relief began to wash over the group. But then, a low, eerie chuckle filled the air, sending a chill down their spines. Hey, Kurogiri's misty form reassembled itself, his sinister laughter growing louder. He, ha ha ha. Why are you laughing? Zero demanded, his eyes wide with fear. Kurogiri's yellow eyes gleamed with malice. Did you really think we wouldn't have a countermeasure in place? Something to prevent any student from informing the main campus? He taunted. The realization hit them all like a ton of bricks, a sinking feeling of dread settling in their stomachs. Then, a piercing scream shattered the air. Ah, Iida's voice echoed from outside. Iida, Kendo whispered, horror in her voice. Iida, who had been sprinting toward safety, was suddenly struck by a searing red beam of energy. It sent him flying, crashing hard into the ground. Groaning, he lifted his head to see 4 women approaching, all clad in sleek, high-tech armor. One of them, with fiery red hair and a menacing grin, held a gun that looked nothing like anything Iida had ever seen. Rojo, looks like we got someone who managed to slip through, one of the women remarked, her voice dripping with amusement. The red-haired woman, Rojo, cocked her head and smirked. Ah, were you hoping to reach the pros for help? She mocked, pointing her gun toward Iida. No, Iida gasped, struggling to push himself up. Shishida and Kamakiri charged out of the gate, eyes locked on the villains. Shishida roared, shifting into his massive beast form as he barreled toward the group. But Rojo merely smiled, cocking her fist back. With a sickening crunch, her punch landed squarely in Shishida's gut, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed into a nearby wall, coughing up blood as he clutched his stomach. Let's have some fun, girls, Rojo purred, licking her lips as she eyed the boys. Such cute little heroes. Back with Izuku, the 5 students stood frozen, eyes wide in horror as they watched their teachers fall one by one. Vlad King was tossed aside like garbage, while Aizawa's head was repeatedly smashed into the ground, blood pooling beneath him. This is my fault," Izuku muttered, trembling as his eyes darted to the Omnitrix. His mind raced, and his heart pounded in his chest. "I have to save them. That thing, it's what they're planning to use to kill All Might." Mineta, shaking, grabbed onto his arm. "Are you insane? We can't go out there. That thing's meant to kill All Might. You'd get slaughtered." His voice was barely a whisper, but the fear was undeniable. Izuku's frustration boiled over. His expression darkened as he turned on Mineta. "Mineta, I'll apologize for this later, but for now." His gaze shifted toward Tsuyu and Yui, his voice tight with urgency. Switch places with me. Yui, let me go for a second." Yui gave a silent nod, her face emotionless but understanding the severity of the moment. Tsuyu moved aside, making space for him. Without hesitation, Izuku raised his hand and slapped Mineta across the face, hard. The sharp sound echoed in the misty atmosphere, and Mineta stumbled, clutching his cheek, wide-eyed and stunned. Everyone froze. They had never seen Izuku react this way. The normally calm and collected boy now glared at Mineta with an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. "Listen to me, and listen well," Izuku growled, grabbing Mineta by the collar. "I don't care how scared you are or what excuse you've got. You're a UA student hero course. We signed up for this. Fighting villains and saving people is the job. If Aizawa dies today, the headlines will read, 'Helpless students watch as pro-hero Eraserhead dies.' But we'll know the truth. Here lie a bunch of pathetic excuses for heroes who couldn't even lift a finger to save their teacher." Tsuyu blinked, shock flashing across her normally stoic face. Yui remained silent, but her eyes reflected an understanding of his fury. Mineta was visibly trembling, tears welling up as Izuku's words hit him hard. "We're all scared, Mineta," Izuku continued, voice rising with intensity. "Villains just showed up, threatening to kill the #1 hero, and that thing beating Aizawa to death can make it happen. But running and hiding isn't going to save anyone. Instead of crying and being a pervert, do something that matters for once." Mineta, unable to look Izuku in the eye, let his tears fall silently, staring at the ground in shame. The others stayed silent, their faces solemn. "You've got two choices, Mineta," Izuku said, his voice cold now. "Run away to safety while Sue and I try to save Aizawa. Be the coward who couldn't help when it mattered, or grow up, dig deep, and help save our teacher." Mineta's breath hitched as Izuku finally let go of his collar. His legs shook, but he stood still, no longer running or cowering. His teary gaze found Tsuyu's, and even in her blank expression, the disappointment was clear. Izuku turned away from him, focusing on the task at hand. Tsuyu stepped closer. "Midorya," she said, voice as calm as she could manage despite the tension in the air. "What's your plan?" Izuku activated the Omnitrix, his expression hardening. "You guys get our teachers out of there. And you?" Yui asked softly. Before he could respond, Kurogiri's voice interrupted from across the clearing, cold and dispassionate. "Tamura Shigaraki," Kurogiri called, grabbing Shigaraki's attention. "What's the plan?" Shigaraki growled, eyes narrowing toward the group. "What now, Kurogiri?" "I've taken care of 13, Kurogiri said evenly, his form barely shifting in the mist. "However, I was unable to deal with all of the students. One managed to slip away, but our friends will ensure they do not escape. We have plenty time to leave piles of the children's corpses for the #1 hero." The teens stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. "Huh," Shigaraki let out a small chuckle. "Which means we get to kill more kids. We can take our precious time tormenting them." Izuku felt a sharp pain surge through his skull, and before he even realized it, green electricity sparked around him. Acting on instinct, he grabbed Tsuyu, holding her bridle style, and shot to the side at incredible speed. Everyone stood still, horror-stricken as they processed what had just happened. Shigaraki's outstretched hand hovered in the air, inches away from where Tsuyu's head had been. He had planned to reduce her to dust. A cold, mirthless chuckle escaped Shigaraki's lips. "Your speed is impressive, and your reaction time. It's almost like you knew what I was going to do before I even did it." His gaze turned to Izuku, who held Tsuyu tightly, his chest heaving from the adrenaline. Tsuyu, still in his arms, felt her heart pounding wildly. Her hands gripped his shirt, and despite the danger surrounding them, a strange sense of safety washed over her. Izuku's eyes moved from Shigaraki to the massive, towering Nomu. Its grotesque form loomed ominously over Aizawa. "Yu, Kodai, and Yanagi, get Vlad King to safety," he whispered to her, his voice tense with urgency. Tsuyu's eyes widened. "What are you going to do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He set her down gently, his expression hardening. "It's hero time." Tsuyu felt a pang in her chest as Izuku turned to face Shigaraki. There was something different about him now, an unwavering resolve in his eyes, and even in the midst of chaos, she couldn't help but notice how sure of himself he looked. Izuku's thoughts raced. "I need to get that Nomu off Aizawa fast." His fingers slammed down on the Omnitrix, spinning the dial urgently. The faceplate popped up, casting a faint green glow as he narrowed his focus. "They call you Shigaraki, right?" Izuku asked, his voice steady as he stared the villain down. He was a bit scared, but he couldn't show it. "The last name you'll ever hear," Shigaraki sneered, a twisted grin spreading across his face. "But don't worry, I won't kill you right away. I'll make sure you get a front row seat as I kill your friends one by one." Izuku's jaw clenched as he glanced toward the Nomu, its grotesque muscles twitching and flexing, the exposed brain pulsating as if in anticipation. Shigaraki's grin widened. "Ah, I see, you're worried about my pet, aren't you? Scared of what it did to your teachers? You want to run and hide, don't you?" His voice dripped with malicious glee. But Izuku's focus never wavered. The hologram of 4 arms flashed on the Omnitrix. He turned back toward Shigaraki, eyes burning with determination. "Actually, I was hoping you'd send that sorry excuse for a dog at me." The air grew thick with tension. Yui's normally calm expression turned pale, and Tsuyu's heart skipped a beat. Did he just challenge the thing that had brutalized their teachers? Shigaraki's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Nomu," he called, his voice low and commanding. The beast turned its grotesque head toward its master. "Kill." In a blur of monstrous speed, the Nomu shot forward, its massive frame moving with terrifying precision. The ground quaked beneath its weight as it barreled toward Izuku. Izuku's hand slammed down on the Omnitrix, and in an instant, a blinding green light erupted, enveloping him. Just as Nomu's colossal arms swung down with the force to shatter concrete, it was met with a shockwave that boomed across the battlefield. The dust cleared to reveal 4 arms standing tall, his crimson skin gleaming in the fading green light of the Omnitrix. His 4 massive arms flexed, muscles rippling as he planted his feet into the cracked pavement. The ground beneath him buckled under the sheer weight of his new form. 4 arms stood like an immovable mountain. Nomu, flung back from the impact, let out a haunting screech, claws digging deep into the ground to stop its momentum. The creature's beady eyes locked onto 4 arms, and for a moment, the battlefield fell silent. Without missing a beat, 4 arms shot forward with incredible speed for his size, each step shaking the earth beneath him. He closed the distance in the blink of an eye and threw a thunderous punch aimed straight at Nomu's chest. The impact was catastrophic. Nomu's body was lifted off the ground, its torso caving in under the force of the blow. The shockwave sent cracks spiraling through the pavement beneath them. Nomu crashed into the ground several meters away, but it quickly scrambled to its feet, its body regenerating rapidly as it let out another inhuman screech. Tsuyu's heart was in her throat as she watched the battle unfold. 4 arms cracked his knuckles, each joint popping like gunfire. "I told you," he growled, his deep voice rumbling through the battlefield. "Send your pet at me, and I'll send it back in pieces." 4 arms stood towering above the others, his muscular red frame radiating with raw energy as red electricity crackled and danced over his skin. His 4 massive arms flexed, knuckles cracking loudly like thunderclaps, as the Nomu lumbered back to its feet, a dark, grotesque figure of muscle and bone. A deep growl echoed from the Nomu's throat, its eyes empty of any thought or reason except the instinct to kill. "Oh, a mob boss. Doesn't matter," Shigaraki sneered, his voice dripping with casual indifference. 4 arms' gaze locked onto Tsuyu, who had frozen, concern clear in her large, expressive eyes. "Get Mr. Aizawa and Vlad King to safety." His deep, commanding voice shook with urgency. "Ribbit, what about you?" Suyu croaked, her heart pounding in her chest. She hesitated, torn between following the command and staying to fight alongside him. Kodai, standing nearby, gave a curt nod. "We can help you." Four Arms' hulking form turned slightly, the faintest crack of a smile showing his confidence. "I'll be fine." His words, though brave, held a weight that made the girls hesitate. Then, red electricity exploded from his body, violently arcing around him like a living storm, the air humming with raw power. "Nomu, kill these kids," Shigaraki barked, his twisted grin growing wider as the monstrous creature charged forward with unnatural speed, leaping toward the group. But Four Arms was faster. He lunged at the Nomu with a thunderous leap, their fists colliding midair with an earth-shattering crash. A shockwave exploded from the impact, the sheer force of the collision sending debris flying and cracking the ground beneath them. "Go, go," Four Arms roared, turning his head toward the others. "I'll hold them off. Save our teachers. Be heroes, god damn it." With every punch Four Arms delivered, the air quaked, shockwaves rippling out from each blow as if a bomb had gone off. His fists slammed into the Nomu's midsection repeatedly, each hit causing the ground beneath them to crater further, cracks spider webbing across the pavement. The sound of flesh striking flesh was deafening, as if the entire world was bearing witness to this clash of titans. What the hell is this? Where is all this power coming from?" Tamura stammered, scratching furiously at his neck in frustration, his voice rising in pitch with each word. "A student, strong enough to fight Nomu. This is unfair. He's using a cheat code. No fair. He's cheating." As Suyu grabbed Aizawa with her tongue and started pulling him to safety, she couldn't help but steal a glance back at the battle. "Sue, take care of my hoodie. I'm gonna need it back after I take care of this villain." Four Arms shouted, his voice booming across the battlefield. She felt her heart skip, not from fear, but from something else entirely. Despite the chaos, she felt safe, knowing he was fighting for them. The Nomu raised both arms and brought them down in a crushing blow on Four Arms' back. A grunt of pain escaped Izuku's lips, the sheer force making his legs tremble. But he gritted his teeth, fighting through the agony. With a primal roar, he reared back, both sets of arms raised high like sledgehammers, before bringing them down with full force onto the Nomu. Boom! The ground beneath them exploded, a massive shockwave tearing through the air, sending Suyu, Mineta, Yui, and Yanagi skidding backward. Dust and debris swirled around them as a crater formed at the epicenter of the impact. Suyu's heart raced, her breath catching in her throat as she watched the scene unfold. Her hands clenched into fists, wanting to help but knowing she needed to get Aizawa to safety. But when the dust cleared, the Nomu remained standing, unfazed, as if Four Arms' powerful attack had done nothing. The beast screeched, lunging forward with terrifying speed. Four Arms caught its arm mid-swing, and with a roar, he hurled the Nomu into the sky, the sheer force creating a massive sonic boom that echoed throughout the plaza. Izuku leapt after the Nomu, his muscles coiling with power as he soared through the air. The two collided again, fists slamming into each other with enough force to split the air. They struggled, locked in a brutal contest of strength until the Nomu grabbed Four Arms' arm and violently hurled him back toward the ground. The impact was catastrophic, Four Arms crashing into the plaza with the force of a meteor, smashing violently into the stairway. "Midorya," several students shouted as they rushed toward the crater. Inside, Four Arms pulled himself from the rubble, blood dripping from his mouth. His eyes burned with determination. Spitting out the blood, he wiped his lips and stood tall. He didn't hesitate, launching himself back toward the Nomu, fists raised and ready for another round. The Nomu roared in return, charging at Four Arms as the two titanic forces clashed once more, their blows shaking the very earth beneath them. Each punch, each collision was felt by everyone watching. The sheer power behind every blow felt like they were going to be blown away. Back to Izuku. The ground trembled violently as waves of shock and force rippled through the battlefield. "What the hell is going on over there?" Sato shouted, his wide eyes betraying the fear that settled into his bones. "Midoriya's fighting," Shoji replied, his tone filled with both shock and awe, as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. The shockwaves, The rumbling, you're telling me that's Midorya? Kendo's heart clenched as she tried to grasp the magnitude of what was happening. Her fists tightened, powerless to offer any assistance. Shoji nodded grimly. Yeah, he's fighting the villains who took down Eraserhead and Vlad King. Mineta, Sue, and 2 others from Class B are headed this way with them now, but Midorya's still down there. Shouldn't we help him? Ochako's voice trembled, her gaze fixed in the direction of the thunderous impacts shaking the ground. Shoji shook his head, his expression serious. If we tried to interfere right now, we'd only be in the way. Those shockwaves would blow us apart. For now, we can only hope Midorya can handle this or that Iida gets through to get help. Or we're screwed, Setsuna added bluntly, though the worry in her voice was impossible to miss. Kendo gritted her teeth, frustration and helplessness washing over her. Watching the tremors rattle through the earth made it clear, this wasn't something she could intervene in. Any attempt to help would make her a liability. Back at the battlefield, the sky seemed to tremble under the pressure of Four Arms and Nomu's relentless barrage of blows. Each punch felt like a sledgehammer hitting the earth, shockwaves cracking the ground beneath them. Both titans were locked in an unrelenting rhythm, fists moving so fast they were nearly a blur. The ground beneath them quaked with every strike, dust and debris dancing from the impact. Four Arms breathed heavily, his massive fists still clenched as he sent another series of punishing punches into the Nomu's chest. Sweat dripped down his face as he paused for just a moment, his chest heaving, only to see much to his growing despair that the Nomu stood tall, completely unscathed. The monstrous figure loomed over him, utterly unaffected by the onslaught it had endured. What the hell? Four Arms gasped, staring up at the Nomu in disbelief. How are you not hurt? What are you? Shigaraki's voice cut through the chaos, slow claps echoing mockingly through the air as he strolled toward the fray. Impressive show, kid, but that thing you're up against. That's Nomu, a bio-engineered weapon made to kill All Might. Shigaraki's grin widened, his quirk, shock absorption. He was designed to take all of All Might's punches so you didn't stand a chance from the start. Shock absorption. Four Arms grunted, struggling against the Nomu's iron grip that now closed around his head. Crush him, Nomu, Shigaraki ordered with a wicked smirk. Before the Nomu could follow through, a sudden surge of ice shot forward, freezing its arm and stopping its crushing blow. Four Arms blinked, eyes wide as he saw Todoroki sliding in on a sheet of ice. Midorya, Todoroki said, his calm voice a welcome relief amidst the chaos, looks like you could use some help. Todoroki. Four Arms gasped, relief clear in his voice. Moments later, a series of explosions rocked the air as Kurogiri was pinned under Bakugo, the explosive hero sporting a wicked grin. Move, and I'll blow you to bits. Kachan, Four Arms muttered. Bakugo glanced over, snarling. What the hell are you doing, you damn nerd? Get the hell out of there. Four Arms took a deep breath, his massive body straining, and with a mighty roar, he wrenched free from the Nomu's grip, tossing the bio-engineered beast aside with surprising strength. He took a step forward, stretching out his arms. Thanks for the assist, Four Arms said to Todoroki, his eyes hardening as he turned to face the villains. You're beaten, surrender. But Shigaraki's laugh echoed through the battlefield, mocking and filled with malice. Beaten. Oh, you're mistaken, Nomu, free Kurogiri. The Nomu, with horrifying strength, began tearing through the ice coating its body, ripping its own limbs apart in the process. Four Arms, Todoroki, and Bakugo watched in growing horror as the Nomu's torn limbs began to regenerate, new flesh rapidly growing in place of what was lost. It's healing. Todoroki's voice wavered in disbelief. Wait, you said its quirk was shock absorption. Four Arms turned to Shigaraki, alarmed. Shigaraki merely shrugged, a lazy smirk curling his lips. Yeah, I did, but I never said that was its only quirk. Regeneration's a nice bonus, don't you think? In an instant, Nomu surged forward with blinding speed, its target now on Bakugo. Bakugo's eyes widened as the monstrous figure closed the distance in a blink of an eye, the sheer of the force of the shockwave throwing debris and students alike. As the dust settled, all eyes turned to Bakugo, who had stumbled back with scratches and bruises, but otherwise seemed fine. Whoa, you dodged that? Tetsu asked, his voice filled with awe. No, you idiot, Bakugo snarled, glaring as the dust cleared. The sight left everyone speechless. 4 arms stood in front of Bakugo, his massive arms in a shielded position, red electricity crackling around him. His chest heaved as he took shallow breaths, clearly exhausted but still standing. He took on that punch. Tetsu's voice cracked in astonishment, unable to comprehend the sheer strength it took to block that kind of power. Bakugo, still panting from the shock, stared in disbelief. That punch, it would have killed me. His fists clenched, teeth grinding as he fought to understand. How the hell can Deku fight something like that? When the hell did he get so strong? Suddenly, Todoroki's voice cut through the haze of awe and disbelief. Midorya, behind you. 4 arms glanced over his shoulder, just in time to see a portal open behind him. Shigaraki's hand lunged forward, grazing his midsection. The fabric of 4 arms' green shirt disintegrated instantly, revealing the raw muscle beneath. Blood spilled to the ground as pain filled him. Letting his guard down, 4 arms' eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Nomu's massive hands grabbed him, lifting him off the ground. With a sickening crack, Nomu slammed 4 arms into the earth, sending tremors across the battlefield. The ground beneath him shattered like glass, and 4 arms grunted in pain, trying to gather his strength. Nomu loomed over him, raising his fist high in the air. Without hesitation, the bioengineered monster began raining down blows with terrifying speed and precision. Each strike was like a sledgehammer against stone, sending shockwaves through the earth. 4 arms did his best to guard, but with each hit, his defenses crumbled more. Midorya, Todoroki shouted, firing a stream of ice toward the Nomu, but before it could connect, Kurogiri's portal intercepted it, swallowing the attack whole. Hiroshima and Tetsu sprinted forward, desperation etched into their faces as they tried to reach their friend. We gotta help him, Hiroshima cried out, but the moment they got close, a single punch from Nomu sent them flying backward like ragdolls. They hit the ground with a thud, groaning in pain. Bakugo launched himself into the air with an explosion, trying to reach Midorya, but another portal caught him mid-flight, redirecting him just close enough that he could hear every sickening punch land on his classmate's body. Each impact echoed like thunder across the battlefield, sending dust and debris into the air. Bakugo struggled to get back up, fury building in his eyes. Damn it, let go of the damn nerd, he roared, trying again to launch himself toward Midorya. The others could only watch in horror. Shoji's normally calm face was twisted with fear, his many arms twitching as though he wanted to do anything to help. Ashido's eyes shimmered with tears, her lips trembling as she looked on helplessly. Ururaka made a break for it, her hands outstretched toward the battlefield, but Zero wrapped his tape around her waist, pulling her back before she could get hurt. No, don't, Midorya. No, Kendo whispered, her voice breaking as she tried to move forward. I have to save him. Her hands balled into fists as her heart raced with panic, but she knew, she wasn't fast enough. She wasn't strong enough. Regardless, she ran towards in a feeble attempts to reach him. Each bone-shattering punch from the Nomu sent fresh waves of despair through the watching students. It seemed endless, the relentless assault pushing 4 arms to his limit. Then, with a crackling green flash, the towering figure of 4 arms shrunk back into Izuku's frail, human form. His battered body lay motionless beneath the Nomu, his uniform tattered, blood smeared across his skin. Kendo's heart sank further, her breath catching in her throat as tears brimmed in her eyes. No, he's turned back, he won't survive another hit. Her voice trembled, barely a whisper. He's going to die. Deku. Bakugo's voice broke through the chaos as he struggled against the portal. His eyes widened in terror as the Nomu raised its massive fist one last time, preparing for the final, fatal blow. Bakugo's explosions roared as he desperately tried to get to the nerd, his face contorted with frustration and fury. Damn it, let go of the damn nerd. But it was too late. The Nomu raised its massive fists, ready to bring them down for the final blow. Nomu's fists came crashing down, ready to flatten Izuku's bloodied body. But then jagged green crystals exploded from the earth. The sharp edges impaled the monster's arms, splattering black, inky blood across the ground. The Nomu roared in pain, a low, guttural sound that reverberated through the air as it writhed, trying to break free. Blood oozed from the puncture wounds, dripping from its shredded muscles, yet its grotesque face remained expressionless, no emotion, only rage. Kendo's eyes lit up with desperate hope. Did he manage to transform into Diamond Head? But her relief was short-lived. Nomu thrashed in pain, the crystals keeping it at bay for only a moment. Out of nowhere, a figure on what seemed to be a hovering board swooped down through the chaos. In a blur of speed, the mysterious figure grabbed Izuku's limp body and shot into the sky, bursting through the skyline with incredible force. Izuku's unconscious form slumped over the stranger's shoulder. "Hey, give back the damn nerd!" Bakugo roared, his hands exploding with fury as he launched himself toward the hovering figure. But before he could reach them, a swift strike from the Nomu knocked him to the side, sending him crashing into the rubble below. "Crap, they're taking him!" Hiroshima shouted in horror, watching helplessly as the stranger sped away with Izuku. Midorya, Dekiru, Ashido and Ururaka both cried out in unison, their voices breaking with fear and desperation. The sky seemed to darken as they watched their classmate their friend being whisked away into the unknown. The figure disappeared over the horizon, and a chilling silence settled over the battlefield. Ururaka fell to her knees, her eyes wide with horror, clutching her chest as if her heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Her hands shook uncontrollably. "No, Dekiru," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Ashido's hands were trembling, tears welling in her eyes. The helplessness was suffocating. The quiet was broken by Shigaraki's eerie, mocking voice. "Well, that was unexpected. I really wanted to kill him." He shrugged lazily, a twisted smile curling on his lips. "Oh well, Nomu, kill the rest of them. I want to see some dead kids." The students snapped back to reality as Shigaraki's command echoed in their ears. Their eyes darted to the Nomu, who, despite its injuries, was already regenerating. Its arms regrew with a grotesque crackling sound, its body pulsating with power once again. The students' hearts sank as they realized the severity of the situation. Nomu's lifeless eyes locked onto them, and they understood all too well just how outmatched they were. Shoji's face tightened, his multiple arms twitching with anxious energy. Hiroshima gritted his teeth, fists clenched, while Bakugo, bruised and furious, cursed under his breath, trying to pull himself together. "Mountain Zone. Ah!" Kaminari screamed as he narrowly ducked under a villain's strike, his eyes wide with terror. "These dudes are terrifying. My whole life flashed before my eyes. I think I met the Grim Reaper." He continued to wail, sprinting as fast as he could. His panicked voice echoed as a vine shot out and ensnared the villain chasing him. "Could you maybe take it down a few notches?" Jiro asked, thoroughly annoyed by the blonde's over-the-top reaction. "Cowardice has no place among heroes," Shiozaki said firmly, her vine-like hair whipping two villains across their faces with precision, knocking them back. "Right now, we need to focus on getting away from these villains," Momo reminded them, eyes scanning their surroundings. They suddenly found themselves surrounded by even more villains, their faces twisted into leering grins. One by one, they licked their lips, gazes crawling over the group like vultures circling prey. Do they seem happy to see us, or is it just me?" Pony asked nervously, inching closer to the group. The five huddled together, tension thick in the air. Momo's eyes flicked toward Shiozaki's hair, a thought clicking into place. "Shiozaki, how does your hair handle electricity?" "It's not very conductive," Shiozaki responded immediately, her tone calm. "Can you wrap all of us in it?" Momo asked. Shiozaki nodded, already preparing to act. Kaminari's eyes lit up with understanding, even his usually dense brain catching on to Momo's plan. He grinned. "Just give the word." Before they could execute, the villains began taunting. Now, no need to fight," the leader of the group said smugly. "I'm sure we can come to an agreement." The lewd smirks and whistles from the villains made their intentions obvious. "Agreement?" Pony asked, her voice trembling as the reality of the situation sank in. The scowls from everyone in the group reflected their shared disgust. "Let my boys have their fun, and we'll send you back to your families, mostly unharmed. Resist, and well, we'll still have our fun. Those are your options," the villain said with a cruel grin. Jiro's face twisted in anger. How about a third option? You get nothing, we beat your ass, and your sorry selves get hauled off to prison. She spat. So, option 2 then. Oh well, I like it when they struggle. Get 'em, boys. The villains charged forward with sinister smiles. Now, Kaminari, Momo shouted as Shiozaki quickly wrapped the group in her vines. Kaminari's smirk widened as he charged up, electricity dancing along his skin like a brewing storm. Indiscriminate shock, he roared. His body erupted with violent bolts of electricity, the air crackling with power. The electricity surged through Shiozaki's vines, transforming them into conduits that spread his attack in all directions. The surrounding villains were hit with full force, their bodies convulsing as the electricity surged through them. Sparks leapt between them, their limbs seizing up before they collapsed to the ground, smoking and unconscious. As the last villain dropped, Shiozaki unwound her vines, releasing the group. Kaminari, meanwhile, stumbled in a daze, thumbs up, walking in small circles as he muttered incoherently. Pony and Jiro couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Suddenly, the ground beneath Kaminari shook, and cracks spread outward. Shiozaki acted fast, her vines shooting out to pull him back just as the ground erupted beneath him. Surprise attacks. Such foul tactics shall not go unpunished, Shiozaki declared. A massive golden figure, resembling a crab, emerged from the ground, towering over them. You sure this plan will work? The crab-like villain grunted, his voice rumbling. Dodi Jada Kumanadadia, a figure clad in purple armor, responded in an unfamiliar language. Yeah, I know he's been studying our target, but will this actually work? He'd have to be an idiot, the crab villain replied, exasperated. Mahan, the purple figure said. More importantly, he's his son, a voice rang out from behind them, Cain's voice dripping with malice as he and more villains surrounded the group. Jiro scowled. You're after Midorya, aren't you? The villains, expressions darkened at the mention of his name. Momo's eyes narrowed as she observed the tech integrated into their bodies. She quickly began creating something from her chest, her focus sharp. The crab villain moved to intervene, but Cain raised a hand. No, let's see what they're planning. It'll be more fun to toy with them first. Then, that bastard Midorya will really suffer, Cain sneered. Momo finished her creation and let it thump to the ground a large EMP device. This is an EMP pulse. Judging by your bodies, you rely on technology, she said with a smirk before slamming her palm on the button. Main campus. All Might's brow furrowed with concern, especially since neither 13 nor Aizawa had answered their phones. Just then, Nezu entered, clutching a steaming cup of tea, ready to launch into one of his lectures. You know, Toshinori, Nezu began, taking a measured sip, I truly believe you can be a wonderful teacher. However, there is one significant issue you need to address. Oh, and what might that be? Toshinori replied, his tone playful, hoping to hasten the conversation. You are trying to be unbiased with your successor in the classroom when, frankly, you shouldn't, Nezu stated, his gaze steady. Caught off guard, Toshinori frowned in confusion. But isn't that a good thing? I treat him and the others the same, I don't give him special treatment. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be commendable. But these are not normal circumstances, Nezu said, his voice firm. Midorya is meant to replace you. He wields the Omnitrix, the most powerful device in the universe, and he needs every advantage he can get to survive what lies ahead. All Might nodded, the weight of Nezu's words settling heavily in his chest. One for All and the Omnitrix will undoubtedly attract challenges and unwanted attention. It may seem unfair, but life is inherently unfair. If he is to become the next #1 hero in Japan, he must learn to navigate that reality. He'll have to confront villains like Vilgax and whatever else the universe throws at him, Nezu asserted, his expression grave. So, I'm supposed to secretly train him and neglect the other students. That doesn't sit right with me, Toshinori said, concern etched on his face for his students. No, you still help the others, Nezu clarified. But you need to carve out time after school to focus on Midorya's training. Remember, Gran Torino did the same for you. He did, Toshinori mused, lost in thought as memories flooded back. He recalled the countless afternoons spent in the gym, enduring Gran Torino's relentless training, often pushed to the brink of exhaustion. I had forgotten about that. I must have repressed those memories. He had a way of making you feel like you were going to hurl. Toshinori shivered at the recollection, a nervous laugh escaping him. He did tend to go overboard, Nezu chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. I suggest you avoid pushing him that far. But what if the other teachers notice my extra attention on Midorya? They'll think I'm showing favoritism, Toshinori worried, anxiety creeping into his voice. I think you should be honest with them, Nezu advised, his tone turning serious. Not about one for all. Many of the plumbers aren't aware of your secret. You don't have to disclose that if you choose not to. Instead, simply explain that you've chosen Midorya to be your successor. What, is that really appropriate? Toshinori exclaimed, slamming his hands on the coffee table in surprise, sending a small spray of blood from his mouth. Not if you frame it correctly. They're already aware of your true form and the limitations you face as a hero. They know your time is running out. It would only make sense for you to seek a successor and actively train them. Midorya needs this guidance now more than ever, especially considering what's coming for him, Nezu warned, his voice laced with foreboding. That does make sense, Toshinori conceded, taking a deep breath as he sat back down, the tension easing slightly. All right, I'll step up my training with Midorya. But I need to think carefully about how to approach the other teachers about this. Suddenly, an explosion shattered the air, drawing both their attention outside. Meteor-like projectiles hurtled toward the campus, sending dust and debris swirling. Emerging from the cloud was a sight that filled them with dread. Vilgax's drones and robotic minions crashed onto the grounds, a chaotic wave of metal and malice descending upon Ua. No, All Might muttered. Midorya felt the rushing wind on his face and slowly opened his eyes. Pain shot through his midsection, and his body ached all over. Memories of the day's events flooded back. USJ. Everyone. Wait, everyone. He looked up to see a man he didn't recognize carrying him on his shoulder. Panic surged within him as he began to struggle. Let go of me. His voice trembled, and he winced as a searing pain radiated from his side. He glanced down to see a small portion of his flesh decayed, exposing some of his muscle. The man showed no sign of acknowledging Izuku's struggles, which only made him fight harder. Midorya soon realized they were very high in the air. What do you want from me? He shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. The masked man remained silent as he approached the ground. Are you with that guy? Cain, Izuku demanded, searching for answers. Still no response. Hey, I'm talking to you. He could feel his heart racing, each beat echoing his fear. The man finally landed, roughly tossing Izuku to the ground. Pain shot through him, causing him to groan. Ow, what was? Before he could finish, he was grabbed by the shirt and slammed against a wall. To his shock, a diamond-head crystal hand sharpened to his throat as the masked man removed his helmet, revealing a familiar face. Billions of beings on this planet, and the Omnitrix falls on the wrist of an overeager fanboy, so desperate to emulate All Might that his blind admiration clouds his judgment, the mystery man said coldly. Izuku struggled against the grip, his eyes wide with confusion. All Might, Omnitrix. How do you know about the Omnitrix? It's the most powerful device in the universe, and yet both the Omnitrix and One for All ended up in the hands of a boy whose admiration for All Might blinds him to his own potential and self-worth. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. The most powerful. His breath caught in his throat as he processed the implications. How do you know about One for All? You've been watching me, you and your friends. His voice was a mix of anger and disbelief. Astute observation, Tetrax replied, his tone unwavering. What the hell do you want from me? Let go, Midorya shouted, his voice cracking with frustration. Why, so you can get yourself killed. I've never seen someone so blinded by admiration for another that it clouds their judgment and pushes them to try to be something they're not, nearly costing them their life. What are you talking about? Let go, Izuku shouted again, desperation leaking into his tone. In a burst of resolve, he attempted to activate his quirk, but Tetrax slammed him into the wall again, cutting him off. You have an arsenal of powerful forms at your disposal, the speed to shatter the sound barrier, and abilities that could incinerate an entire forest. With the power of All Might within you, you should have been able to handle those villains with ease. Let go. That thing was meant to fight All Might. Of course I didn't stand a chance. I have to go help my classmates anyway. I can't just sit here. Izuku pleaded, his voice rising in panic. What are the Nomu's abilities? Tetrax asked, his voice low and commanding. Let go. What are his abilities? He pressed, his grip tightening. Midorya winced from the blade approaching his neck. Shock absorption and regeneration. Realization dawned on him, and he stopped struggling, sinking to his knees and clutching his head in despair. I'm an idiot. Yes, you are a fool, Tetrax said bluntly. You have impressive analytical skills, capable of breaking down quirks from a distance, yet you chose Tetraman after the villains boasted about how their Nomu was designed to kill All Might, who, I should remind you, has strength and abilities similar to a Tetraman. This foolish choice only highlights how your admiration for him clouds your judgment. His tone was cold and unforgiving. Izuku remained silent, unable to look him in the eyes, shame washing over him. You are not All Might, Tetrax stated bluntly. The words hit Izuku like a dagger, leaving him gasping. The boy winced, feeling as though he'd been stabbed. You will never be All Might. Izuku closed his eyes, biting back tears as he fought against the overwhelming emotion. Tetrax crouched to meet his gaze, his eyes piercing. Will you remain a fool, stubbornly chasing after a man you can never become, or will you finally step up and become the hero you were meant to be? Izuku's heart raced as he processed Tetrax's words. All Might didn't choose you to merely replicate his greatness, he chose you because he genuinely believed you had the potential to surpass him and carve your own path as a hero. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes as he considered the weight of Tetrax's statement. All Might has more faith in you than anyone else, confident that you will rise above him. Just as he surpassed his own master, he expects you to surpass him, but only if you can let go of your idolization. He envisioned you as a hero who would not only match him but exceed him, someone everyone could look up to for protection. He believed you could become Izuku Midorya, the true you, not a mere imitation of him. Izuku clenched his fists, a sense of understanding washing over him. The shame and despair he felt morphed into determination. Tetrax's words had broken through the fog of idolization, forcing him to confront the uncomfortable truth he had been avoiding. That All Might wasn't some untouchable god. He had faith that you would become your own hero, the one who would rise above All Might. Yet, it's clear he was mistaken. All I see before me is a boy who is too afraid to break free from the shadows of his admiration, squandering his own potential by trying to emulate a hero instead of becoming one in his own right. As Tetrax's words echoed in his mind, a flood of memories washed over Izuku, his fanboy moments, each one now feeling like chains. He stared at the ground, Gran Torino's words ringing in his ears, your admiration for All Might are shackles. Seeing the shift in Izuku, Tetrax stood up, his presence looming large. The main campus is under attack right now, and the pros are unlikely to arrive in time. By the time they get there, most of your friends will be lost. They need hope, Tetrax said bluntly, watching as Izuku's heart sank further. They're counting on All Might. But he isn't coming. So, what will you do, Izuku Midorya? Will you remain that pathetic boy who clings to his admiration for All Might, or will you finally become Izuku Midorya? 1. Midorya stood up, wiping the tears from his face. His head hung low, his hair falling like a curtain around him. After a moment, he raised his head, determination igniting within him. He brought his arm to his face and firmly pressed the button on the Omnitrix. The faceplate popped up, and Tetrax could see the intensity in the boy's eyes. It was a fire he recognized, reminiscent of someone he had seen before. The Nomu is a bio-engineered creation, it's neither human nor truly alive. Izuku widened his eyes, still looking at the Omnitrix, a newfound resolve washing over him. Use that information as you see fit. Iida lay helpless on the ground, every muscle in his body straining beneath the crushing weight of Rojo's boot. The cold metal of her blaster pressed harshly against his head, its barrel glowing with deadly intent. Rojo, a woman with wild crimson hair and eyes glinting with malice, sneered down at him. Ah, poor Tenya, she cooed mockingly. Ingenium's little brother, huh? Damn, my lucky day. Your bastard of a brother shut down one of my operations years ago. Iida's face twisted in rage as he struggled beneath her. "Let go, you heathen. And keep my brother's name out of your mouth." Rojo's grin widened, her voice dripping with sadistic glee. "Ah, come on, Tenya. We were just getting to know each other. That bastard's gonna lose his mind when he sees his little brother's corpse." Iida's heart pounded in his chest as the blaster began to glow a searing red. His pulse thundered in his ears, and time seemed to slow down. His life flashed before his eyes, memories of his family, his friends, his brother who he idolized. Kamakiri, watching nearby, clenched his fists, his jaw tight with helplessness as he turned his face away, unable to witness the impending execution. Then, without warning, smash! A deafening crack filled the air, and before Rojo could pull the trigger, FasTrack shot onto the scene like a bullet, his fist slamming into her midsection with enough force to shatter her armor. The impact sent her hurtling backward, gasping in shock as she hit the ground hard. Not stopping for even a second, FasTrack twisted with lightning speed, landing a brutal kick to her face. The sound of bone crunching filled the air as her head snapped back, her body slamming into the dirt. Before anyone could react, FasTrack became a blur once more, darting toward the other three villains. They had barely enough time to register his presence before he tore through them, his fists and feet a whirlwind of blows that left them crumpled on the ground in a matter of seconds. The three students stood frozen, their expressions wide with disbelief. FasTrack's speed was inhuman, his body crackling with blue electricity as he darted away, leaving them momentarily stunned. He reappeared with explosive force, tearing toward the massive doors of the USJ. His fist reeled back, the wind around him warping with the velocity. Boom! Supersonic smash! FasTrack roared as his fist collided with the towering metal doors. The sheer power of the punch sent the doors flying off their hinges with a thunderous crash. They shot across the room, tearing through the air like missiles as the entrance to the USJ was blown open. The sound reverberated like an earthquake, dust and debris swirling in a thick cloud that cloaked the battlefield. The entire room fell into an eerie silence, all eyes drawn to the entrance as the dust settled. What was that?" Ashido stammered, her voice trembling with shock. "Only one thing can move that fast." Bakugo muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. As the dust cleared, FasTrack's eyes took in the scene, and horror twisted his features. Everything seemed to slow as he absorbed the devastation around him. Hiroshima and Tetsu lay in bloody heaps, their bodies battered and broken. Todoroki was slumped against the wall, his breath ragged, frost clinging to his skin as the effects of his own ice quirk threatened to push him into unconsciousness. Shoji, Shiro, and Sato were strewn about, blood seeping from deep gashes on their heads, their forms barely stirring. His gaze snapped to Kanoko Komori, pinned beneath a sneering villain, her face contorted with fear as she struggled against her attacker. All around, villains had regrouped and were now pressing their advantage against the weakened young heroes, locking them in desperate combat. Bakugo stood defiantly, blood pouring from his mouth and his left hand hanging limp and broken at his side. His breath came in furious pants, yet even in this state, his eyes still burned with defiance. Tokiyami had Dark Shadow fully unleashed, but it wavered, barely holding its shape as exhaustion bore down on its wielder. Ojiro lay motionless on the ground, his tail twitching weakly. Monoma, blood dripping from a wound on his forehead, was leaning heavily on Tsuburaba, who was desperately dragging him away from the carnage, both trying to stay conscious. And amidst the chaos, the sickening sound of Shigaraki's laughter echoed across the battlefield, his voice twisted with manic glee. He stood at the center of the destruction, watching the suffering unfold like it was a personal symphony. As time resumed, Kanoko Komori began to sob uncontrollably, her voice trembling as the snake-like villain loomed over her. "And no, please don't," she whimpered, her brown bobbed hair shaking with fear as she felt the villain's scaly hand creep under her skirt. His cold, twisted fingers found her panties, and with a sharp yank, he tore them away. Kanoko gasped in horror, tears streaming down her cheeks, her entire body trembling. She squeezed her eyes shut, praying for it to stop, her friends powerless to help. The villain leaned in closer, a wicked grin spreading across his reptilian features. "Don't worry, Missy, it'll all be." Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, Something moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to catch. The villain was violently wrenched away, his body folding in on itself as a knee slammed into his gut with incredible force. The impact was so devastating that he was sent flying, crashing into the ground with a bone-shattering thud, blood pouring from his shattered nose. Kanoko, still lying on the ground, found herself back in her original spot before she could even process what had happened. She blinked, disoriented, her mind reeling as the world around her spun. In that same instant, chaos erupted across the battlefield. The villains, who moments ago had been terrorizing the young heroes, were now being struck down one after another. It was impossible to tell what was happening. 1 second a villain stood ready to attack, and the next they were sent hurtling through the air, their bodies contorted from unseen punches and kicks. Thud, crack, bam. The sounds of bones breaking and bodies slamming into the ground filled the air, but none of the students could keep up with the speed of the attacks. It was as if the villains were being jerked around like ragdolls, assaulted by an invisible force. From his spot, Shigaraki's grin only grew wider as he watched the carnage unfold. "Ah, seems the boss has finally made his entrance," he mused, scratching at his neck with manic delight. His eyes shifted toward the plaza, where the students were suddenly vanishing, whisked away in the blink of an eye. One moment, the battlefield was filled with struggling heroes, the next, they were simply gone. Todoroki blinked in confusion, his breath still coming in cold, visible puffs as he fought against his quirk's dangerous effects. 1 second he was surrounded by chaos, and the next, he was at the main plaza. "Whoa, how did we get here?" Jiro exclaimed, his head whipping around in shock. He gingerly touched the bandages wrapped around his head, still woozy from the blood loss. I don't know," Todoroki muttered, his eyes wide, scanning the area for answers. He was just as bewildered, his injured arm limp at his side, still recovering from the frost that had numbed his body. Students began to glance around, bewildered. One by one, they realized they had all been moved to the plaza. Tetsu, still battered and bloody, blinked slowly in confusion. Sato, his face covered in blood and sweat, groaned in pain as he stumbled to his feet, looking dazed. Shoji and Jiro exchanged looks of disbelief, while Rin and Kaibara, both injured, struggled to make sense of how they had been teleported. From their perspective, it was as if the world had flickered for a split second. One heartbeat, they were in the midst of battle, and the next, they found themselves safe, pulled from the chaos as though by an unseen hand. Did we just get teleported?" Rin rasped, clutching his side, his voice weak from his injuries. "All might," Todoroki muttered, realization dawning on him. "He moved us, all of us, he's the only who can move this fast." Bakugo glanced toward the gigantic doors that had been blown off their hinges, his vision blurred slightly from the blood seeping into his eyes. His voice rasped with frustration, and the only one who's strong enough to blow off those damn doors. The blur that tore through villain after villain felt almost unreal, a force of nature flinging them like ragdolls, each impact accompanied by a bone-crunching sound that echoed through the plaza. Tension filled the air, a glimmer of hope mingled with the fear they'd been trying to suppress. Mina's hands trembled as she wiped the tears from her eyes, her voice coming out shaky, "All might." She whispered, the uncertainty and desperation evident in her tone. She wanted so badly to believe that their savior had arrived, but fear gripped her heart. Beside her, Toru's form flickered faintly, her outline barely visible. Her voice was laced with fear as she whispered, "Midorya, where is he?" She wrung her hands, the anxiety building in her chest as the dust continued to obscure the figure. Mineta, clutching onto his head, echoed in disbelief, "All might." His small form shaking, caught between hope and the sinking dread that maybe it wasn't him after all. "Ribbit," Tsuyu murmured softly, her heart swelling with a fragile hope. She prayed the man who had saved them time and again would be the one to rescue Izuku too, the fear of what was happening to him gnawing at her heart. Ochako's chest heaved with emotion, the weight of her fear crashing down on her. She gripped her chest tightly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "All might. Dekiru. He was taken. I don't know where they took him," she cried out, her voice breaking as the thought of Izuku's suffering hit her like a punch to the gut. Mina wiped at her tears, struggling to hold herself together. "Please, stop these villains and save him," she begged, her voice barely above a whisper, clinging to the hope that someone could rescue Izuku. Damn nerd, Bakugo muttered bitterly, his voice low and raspy, frustration etched into every word. He hated feeling powerless, hated that they were in this situation. The tension was shattered by the sound of a slow, condescending clap. Shigaraki's hollow laughter echoed through the chaos. Well, if it isn't the final boss, All Might, he sneered, his voice laced with mockery. We tore through your little student raid party, left them in critical condition. There was a mini-boss here too, but he's probably dead. Shame we couldn't show him your corpse. But then, through the cloud of dust, a voice cut through the tension, strong and familiar. Sorry. Everyone froze, their hearts racing. As the dust cloud began to settle, the unmistakable figure of Izuku Midorya appeared, panting heavily, his body battered but still standing. The green glow around him flickered with determination. Bakugo's eyes widened in rage, while everyone else widened in relief. All Might isn't here, will I do instead? Izuku's voice, though strained, carried the resolve of someone who refused to give up. The weight of those words crashed over them, and the flood of relief finally hit. Mina's eyes widened in shock, tears spilling over uncontrollably. Midorya, her voice cracked as the overwhelming sense of relief washed over her, her body trembling with emotion. Toru, nearly invisible beside her, let out a sob of disbelief. Midorya, you're okay, she whispered, her body shaking as she tried to process the relief that he was still alive. Ochako's sobs finally broke free, her whole body shaking as the tears flowed uncontrollably. Dekiru, she choked out, unable to stop herself from crying at the sight of him, alive and still fighting. Tsuyu, who had been gripping onto the hoodie she wore, clung to it even tighter, the tears falling silently as she looked at Izuku, her usual calm shattered. Midorya, she whispered, her heart swelling as relief washed over her. Even Yui, who was usually so composed, felt her tears spill over. She blinked rapidly, her stoic expression cracking as she stared at Izuku in disbelief. You're alive, she whispered. Kirishima, too injured to open his swollen eyes, let out a faint chuckle, his voice weak but full of pride. That's class representative, he rasped, his unbreakable spirit flickering through the pain. Tetsu groaned beside him, equally bloodied, but a grin spread across his face. Now, that's manly, he muttered through labored breaths. The students' voices, all filled with relief, overlapped as they cried out for Izuku. Dekiru, Midorya, Deku, Bakugo growled out. Shigaraki, however, remained unimpressed, raising an eyebrow. The mini-boss returns. How boring, he muttered, though a flicker of curiosity crossed his face as he eyed Izuku. Izuku turned to his friends, offering a reassuring smile to let them know he was okay. But when he faced the villains, his expression shifted into something sharper, focused, dangerous. Full cowl crackled to life around him, arcs of green electricity flickering over his body as the air itself seemed to hum with his power. Wait, Midorya, Kendo shouted, noticing his injuries as she tried to grab him. But Izuku was already gone, rocketing forward toward the villains with an intensity that left his classmates stunned. Shigaraki, bored, waved a hand lazily at Nomu. Nomu, kill those brats. His brain pulsed from its exposed skull, throbbing with each beat like a living machine, and his beady eyes gleamed with animalistic rage, as its lifeless eyes shifted to Izuku. Izuku leapt into the air, pressing the button on his Omnitrix. The faceplate flipped up, and a bright green glow enveloped him. A holographic shot up to life. Izuku's voice rang out across the battlefield. If you want to kill my friends, you'll have to go through me. He slammed his hand down on the Omnitrix, and a blinding flash of green light erupted, engulfing his body. Shigaraki looked over, intrigued, just as the transformation completed. Amphibian, Izuku shouted, his voice charged with resolve as his body transformed, electricity snapping around him with an intensity that blistered the air. At 8% of one for all, Amphibian's alien body surged with raw, contained power. His dark, slick skin sparked with arcs of blue and green lightning, while translucent fins glowed, shimmering with energy. His tentacle-like limbs pulsed with electricity as he hovered above the ground, the energy scorching the earth beneath him. The Nomu lunged, an unnatural blur of muscle and metal, its hulking body a twisted collage of scarred tissue and exposed metal grafts. Its clawed arms flexed, preparing to tear through anything in its path. But Amphibian's glare was cold, his body charging like a coiled storm ready to unleash. With a thunderous snap, a bolt of combined green and blue lightning shot forward, slamming into the Nomu's chest with precision. Nomu's body seized, muscles locking in agony as the electric strike pulsed through its frame. Its limbs spasmed uncontrollably, the blackened skin around the impact site smoking as it fell to the ground, screeching in unfiltered pain. Amphibian's gaze hardened, and he intensified his power, unleashing an electrified maelstrom across the battlefield. Tendrils of lightning whipped through the air, searing the landscape with scorch marks, the very ground trembling from the force. Nearby, Shigaraki staggered backward, eyes wide as the lightning struck him too, his mouth contorting in a scream that echoed through the area. Beside him, Kurogiri's dark mist flickered, the edges of his form distorting and revealing the faint outline of pale skin beneath as he fought to maintain his shape. Several other villains, previously unconscious, writhed on the ground, their faces twisted in agony as the electrified shockwaves radiated out from Amphibian. "Keep pushing back," Amphibian's voice boomed, resonating with an electrifying determination. But the Nomu, defying all reason, began to push against the storm. Its exposed brain pulsed with strange resilience, and its heavy, clawed arms twitched and trembled as it struggled to rise, and its eyes darted wildy. Mineta, shielding his face, peeked through the electrified storm, eyes widening. "Man, this is insane," he muttered, barely able to tear his gaze away. Bakugo, though struggling to stay upright, growled, his voice rough with resentment. "Deku, you damn bastard." Even Todoroki, usually calm and collected, stood in awe, his focus unbroken as the electrified maelstrom raged around him, lighting up the darkness with each pulse. As the storm finally subsided, Amphibian's form hovered above the ground, electricity still crackling faintly along his tentacle-like arms and fins. The Nomu lay twitching, the exposed brain throbbing, with its hulking body struggling to recover, the residual electricity seizing its muscles with aftershocks. As the electric storm faded, Amphibian descended gracefully, arcs of residual energy crackling over his form, leaving scorch marks etched into the ground beneath him. The Nomu lay twitching in the aftermath, its massive body jerking as lingering spasms rippled through its limbs, struggling to recover from the sheer intensity of the attack. The creature's exposed brain pulsed erratically, clearly overwhelmed. Around them, scorch marks seared into the battlefield marked where nearby villains had been caught in the assault, their singed clothes and trembling forms showing the reach of Amphibian's power. Lowering himself to the ground, Amphibian touched the Omnitrix with a glowing tentacle, and in a flash of green light, Izuku returned. Though visibly exhausted, he stood tall, breathing heavily yet resolute. The battlefield was silent, save for the faint crackling of dissipating energy, as his classmates stared in amazement, all written across every face. Dekiru, Ochako whispered, clutching her chest tightly. Manga's head shifted, his speech bubble proudly displaying, incredible. Kanoko's eyes were wide, her face frozen as she watched Izuku's shroom. Manga's bubble morphed again, reading, "I can use my quirk to generate electricity, but nothing like that." His expression changed to awe. "My Volta sounds don't even come close to the power he just unleashed." "Stay focused," Shoji warned, his eyes still on the recovering Nomu. "That attack took out most of the villains, but that Nomu, it's still standing." The Nomu twitched erratically, muscles spasming and limbs trembling as it slowly pushed itself off the ground. Burnt, charred skin flaked off in pieces, revealing patches of fresh tissue beneath. Its eyes, unfocused for a moment, refocused on Izuku with an unyielding, hungry glare. Ochako took a step forward, her eyes wide with worry. "How's Dekiru supposed to beat that thing?" Monoma, leaning against a wall and breathing heavily, nodded with a grimace. "That thing's no joke. It took down Kirishima and Tetsu with a single punch." Nearby, both Tetsu and Kirishima lay crumpled, their hardened skin cracked and bloody. Dark bruises marred their bodies, and blood pooled beneath them from where their defenses had shattered on impact. "It could have killed any one of us whenever it wanted," Juzo muttered, his voice thick with anger. The hand villain's been toying with us. Todoroki's tone was cold, his eyes narrowed as frustration flickered in his expression. He's trying to break us before going for the kill. Damn bastard, I'm gonna teach him a lesson. No one fucking toys with me. Bakugo said. Then how's Midorya going to beat that thing? Toru asked, hugging Mina tightly, her invisible body trembling. Todoroki. Izuku's voice rang out sharply. The others turned to see him standing tall, despite the fierce glow radiating from his determined eyes. I need you to create a huge ice dome. Encircle me and the Nomu, quick. Izuku called out, eyes never leaving the towering figure of the Nomu. He raised his arm and pressed the button of the Omnitrix and twisted the dial. Todoroki paused, visibly confused, but nodded, readying himself. Without hesitation, Izuku slammed his hand onto the Omnitrix, and in an instant, a green flash erupted around him, and in the next, the towering form of Heatblast took his place. Shigaraki, his body still twitching and jerking uncontrollably, let out a furious, guttural scream. His limbs convulsed, his muscles seizing with residual energy as he staggered, fingers twitching wildly. As he looked at the alien in anger, disbelief and murderous intent, Nomu, kill that mini-boss, crush him, rip him apart. His voice rose into a shrill, trembling pitch, his expression filled with manic frustration. Who is this kid? He raged, his face twisting as if he were fighting to keep his limbs under control. He's cheating. He copied Master. How can he be like Master? This doesn't make any sense. Kurogiri, still flickering from the aftershocks, trembled at Shigaraki's side. Wisps of black mist sparked and dissipated erratically, his form unstable and his usual composure fractured. How can a human possess such quirks? This is unheard of. His yellow eyes stared at Heatblast. Heatblast took a single step forward, the ground beneath him hissing as his feet left faint scorch marks. His green flames flickered with an otherworldly brightness as he locked his fiery gaze on the twitching Nomu, the heat radiating from him causing the air to shimmer. Heatblast paused in midair, the green flames coursing across his body, crackling as they flared brighter, more intense. The air around him shimmered from the heat, distorting the space between him and his enemies. Slowly, he turned toward Shigaraki, his molten gaze narrowing beneath the burning green fire of his head. You said this thing was bioengineered, right? His voice was low, simmering with fury, as the flames around him pulsed with his anger. Kurogiri widened his eyes in realization. Wait, Tamura. Yeah, what of it? Shigaraki spat dismissively, unaware of the trap he'd just sprung. Heatblast's lips curled into a smirk, the heat from his form growing more oppressive by the second. Meaning it isn't human, right? Shigaraki's eyes flickered with confusion before the weight of his own words hit him. His expression shifted, dread crawling across his face as Heatblast launched forward, fist cocked back and blazing with fiery energy. The ground beneath him cracked and melted from the sheer heat as he shot into the air, the heat trailing behind him like a comet. Flash fire fist, Heatblast roared, his voice echoing with the fury of 1,000 flames. As he soared above, his flames condensed, burning white-hot at his fist's core. The intensity rivaled Endeavor's infamous technique, fire so hot it seared the air itself, warping it like a furnace. Todoroki could only stare in awe from below, his breath catching in his throat. He had heard rumors about Midorya's fire abilities, but witnessing them now, seeing Heatblast in action, was like staring into a living embodiment of his father's signature move. He's performing the flash fire fist. Todoroki muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. But how can he? Below, the Nomu screeched in agony, its grotesque body writhing as the ground beneath it liquefied, turning to molten asphalt under the pressure of Heatblast's scorching presence. The creature's skin blistered and burned, chunks of flesh sloughing off as it tried to drag itself free, but the molten pit only pulled it deeper, trapping it in its fiery grave. Kurogiri, kill that damn cheater, Shigaraki screamed, clawing at his own neck in frustration, his pale skin beginning to char just from standing too close to the heat. I still can't move, Tamura. Kurogiri groaned, still incapacitated from the earlier attack by Amphibian. Heatblast's flames roared as he ceased his attack, hovering above the molten pit, his body a living furnace of destructive heat. He extended his hands, and with a single motion, he began to absorb the surrounding heat, the molten pool below him cooling and hardening, trapping the Nomu in its scalding tomb. The Nomu, now immobilized, continued to shriek, but the sound grew weaker, the creature's body ravaged by the searing fire. Heat Blast descended slowly, landing in front of the creature, his glowing eyes locking onto its emotionless, hollow gaze. There was nothing behind those eyes, no soul, no remorse. Just a mindless beast engineered for destruction. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, his flames flickering down before bursting to life once more in a searing explosion of heat that radiated outwards. Todoroki. Now, Heat Blast's voice boomed across the battlefield. Todoroki snapped into action, feeling the oppressive heat closing in. He crouched low, his eyes focused, as he released a massive wave of ice. The frozen coiled around the area, forming towering spikes of frost in an attempt to contain the escalating heat, but even Todoroki's ice began to melt almost instantly under the sheer intensity of Heat Blast's flames. Heat Blast took to the skies again, flames exuding from every pore of his body. He spun rapidly in midair, his fiery form becoming a spiraling vortex of emerald flame. The blazing heat intensified, the ground below cracking and splitting under the pressure, turning to molten slag. A towering tornado of flame coiled upward, twisting and roaring like a vengeful serpent. The heat was unbearable, causing everyone nearby to sweat profusely, their skin tingling as if standing too close to a roaring bonfire. Midorya, Toru whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. He's amazing. Yui, typically stoic, murmured in awe, her usual indifferent expression softening as she gazed up at the emerald inferno above. Dekiru, Ochako muttered, her heart pounding as the sight of him filled her with admiration. That's the power of the guy who broke All Might's record. Juzo's eyes were glued to the spectacle, his voice a mix of disbelief and respect. How can someone use that much firepower and not burn themselves alive? Even Endeavor would be scorched using this much heat, Todoroki stammered, the edges of his ice already evaporating. Kendo, her gaze unwavering, turned to Todoroki. He isn't Endeavor, she said simply, watching as Heat Blast's flames roared higher. Monoma, watching from a distance, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Truly outstanding, someone with that kind of speed and power at his fingertips. I'm a little jealous. The Nomu's agonized screams echoed louder, its body disintegrating under the relentless onslaught of fire. What little remained of the hardened ground beneath it melted into a bubbling pool of lava, swallowing the creature whole. Shigaraki's frustration reached its breaking point as he clawed at his neck, stumbling back from the intense heat that lashed out at him. Cheating, cheating, you're cheating, Shigaraki howled, scratching furiously at his own skin as he was driven back by the unbearable heat. His voice was laced with desperation as he stared up at the inferno. No, no, damn it, you're cheating. But Heat Blast didn't respond. His only answer was the roar of the flames, consuming everything in their path. The green fire, wild and untamed, blazed higher, and for a moment, it seemed like nothing could stand in his way. The Nomu's agonized scream faded into an unsettling silence as the shadowy figure engulfed in flames disappeared. As the vibrant flames began to subside, Heat Blast stood confidently, channeling the remaining fire around him. With intense concentration, he molded the embers into a radiant orb of heat, its surface crackling and shimmering under the bright daylight. It took me 2 weeks to perfect this, he announced, determination echoing in his voice. But it should do the job. With a powerful thrust of his arm, he launched the fiery sphere high into the azure sky. It soared upward, trailing brilliant sparks that glinted in the sunlight. Upon reaching its peak, the orb collided with the USJ's structure, shattering the glass with a resonant crash. In a spectacular explosion, it erupted into a kaleidoscope of colors, filling the air with vivid bursts of light. The flames formed the urgent message, USJ under attack, help. In bold, fiery letters, flickering against the clear blue backdrop, a desperate plea for assistance ringing out across the campus. All Might, catching the fist of a giant red robot with sleek black accents, saw an explosion in the distance. His blue eyes widened as green fireworks lit up the sky with a message, USJ under attack, help. Young Midorya, All Might muttered, recognizing the familiar green flames. Fear gripped him. Before he could react further, another robotic arm lunged at him, but with blinding speed, he smashed through the robot's reinforced red plating, which was designed to shift between closed, transport mode and open attack form, legs and laser guns emerging. All Might darted between the drones, shattering one after another, their glowing red optics dimming as they fell apart. The campus still swarmed with these menacing droids, each about 15 meters away, their compact forms converting into humanoid attack mode. Their mechanical legs clanked with every step, and the attached laser cannons hummed ominously. Present Mike, nearly crushed by a hovering drone, let out a massive sonic scream, disrupting its balance, only for All Might to obliterate it with a single punch. Clutching his sides, All Might could feel his time running out. Damn it, I'm running out of time. I barely managed to beat when I was in my prime. His voice trembled with concern. And if he's here, he gritted his teeth in anger and fear. The robots continued their advance, their red and black designs reflecting in the flickering light. Is he using these machines to keep us here while he targets young Midorya? All Might's fists tightened as he stared down the approaching drones. No, All Might muttered to himself, shaking his head. He wouldn't resort to distractions. That monster would rather try to kill us all just to reach Midorya. From our last encounter, he fears no one. Smoke began to rise off All Might's body as he prepared to face the mechanical army head-on, his resolve hardening despite his weakening form. I'll be on my way, young Midorya, just hold on. Heat blast hovered in the air, his fiery body flickering, his breaths labored. The emerald flames that had engulfed the Nomu continued to blaze beneath him, their radiant heat bending the air around them. Below, the grotesque creature let out a final, guttural roar, its body convulsing in agony. The once impenetrable beast began to crumble, its flesh and bones reduced to ash, carried away by the swirling wind. The power of the flames was too much, and soon there was nothing left but smoldering embers. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the faint crackling of the dying flames. He did it, a voice broke the stillness. He won, Ururaka whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. She turned to Ishido, tears welling in both of their eyes. The tension of the day, the fear, and the relentless dread that had been weighing on them all suddenly lifted. Ochako turned her gaze to Heatblast was like beacon blistering in the air. Ururaka's breath hitched as she stared up at him. Her wide eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her chest rising and falling rapidly, not just from the aftermath of the battle but from something else. Her heart pounded against her ribs, wild, uncontrolled. She took a step forward, her gaze never leaving Heatblast. Dekiru, Ochako said, looking at the boy. She clutched her chest. I need to push down what I'm feeling. I can't. I was so worried about him. He's so focused on being a hero, I have to push these feelings down. Can't believe he won. Toru said she couldn't turn away from him. She felt her heart race faster than ever, and her feet shifted nervously in the dirt. She raised her hands, unseen but trembling slightly, as if wanting to reach out to him. He's so strong, so kind. She bit her lip, feeling heat rise to her cheeks, even though no one could see it. A smile spread across Ishido's face, tears rolling down her cheeks. Yeah, he really did. Her body slumped with exhaustion, her heart still pounding wildly in her chest. The entire day had been a whirlwind of emotions: fear, joy, despair, hope, and now, as she stood watching the remnants of the Nomu disappear into ash, she felt tears of pure relief spilling over. I don't think my heart can take any more, she admitted, placing a hand on her chest as she exhaled shakily. Tsuyu and Kodai, though outwardly composed, were visibly shaken. Tsuyu gripped the edge of Izuku's torn hoodie tightly, her fingers trembling. Even Kodai, always calm and stoic, couldn't hide the tension in her posture. Ururaka wiped her eyes quickly, her gaze locked on the floating alien form. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, each beat carrying a mixture of relief and something deeper. Ochako, no need to cry, Tsuyu said softly, patting her friend's shoulder. Ururaka smiled through her tears, her voice cracking. And no, I'm just happy he's okay, she whispered, a wave of relief washing over her. The tears fell freely now, but she quickly brushed them away. I need to check on him. I need to make sure he's all right, she said, placing a hand over her chest to calm the frantic beating of her heart. Her voice carried a quiet determination as she looked up at Heatblast, still hovering in the sky. Watching from a distance, Kendo stood quietly, her emotions swirling in her chest. I'm really happy you're okay, but I wish I could have done more. I want to stand by you, fight with you as an equal, she thought, her brows furrowing with a mix of frustration and relief. She bit her lip, her heart heavy with unspoken words. How can I tell you how I feel when I can't even help you like I want to? When I can't stand by you? Her thoughts were interrupted as she felt a hand rest gently on her shoulder. You okay? Setsuna asked, her voice gentle yet concerned. She, too, was covered in bruises, her exhaustion evident in her posture. Kendo forced a small smile, letting out a heavy sigh. Why yeah, I'm fine. She paused, searching for the right words. It's been a lot, but I'm okay. Setsuna chuckled softly, trying to lighten the mood. Your boyfriend is definitely something. Kendo blushed slightly, letting out a small, amused laugh. Yeah, he is, she admitted, her cheeks flushing. The tension eased just a little as the two girls shared a quiet moment. In the distance, an injured Iida limped toward the group, supported by Shishida and Kamakiri. His glasses were cracked, and he winced with each step, but there was a determined glint in his eyes. The pros probably saw Midorya's signal. Hopefully, they'll send help soon, he said, his voice strained but steady. Ururaka's gaze softened as she saw Iida approach. Iida. I'm fine, Iida assured her, though his face was pale from the effort of standing. I just wish I had been able to pass those women. It's my fault, he said, guilt weighing heavily on his voice. Ururaka shook her head firmly. No, Iida, the villains are to blame, not you. We did what we could. Iida nodded, though the self-blame still lingered. The pros should be on the way, but... His eyes turned toward Heatblast, the alien hero still floating in the air. The once brilliant flames that had engulfed him were now flickering out, the heat dying as exhaustion began to take its toll. Heatblast's vision blurred, dizziness overtaking him as the flames flickering around his body began to weaken. Everyone watched in horror as in a massive green flash revealing Izuku Midorya once more, midair and helpless. His body, now human again, plummeted toward the ground at terrifying speed. The plaza froze in shock. Izuku's body twisted as he fell, the world around him spinning. Shigaraki and Kurogiri, still recovering from the earlier electrical attack, twitched as they slowly regained control of their bodies. Kurogiri, Shigaraki rasped, his voice filled with anger. Without hesitation, Kurogiri followed his leader's command. He opened a portal midair, right where Izuku had been falling. The dark mist twisted and swirled, aiming to catch Midorya before he could hit the ground. Crap, Shiro yelled, shooting out tape from his elbows, but Izuku was too high up. The distance was too great for him to reach in time. Tsuyu sprang into the air with her powerful legs, her heart racing. Her long tongue lashed out, desperately trying to catch him, but even with her agility, Izuku was too far out of reach. Her fingers stretched toward him in vain as she watched helplessly. No, no, not like this. You ruined everything, you cheater, I'm going to kill you. Shigaraki screamed, his voice venomous as his eyes locked onto the falling boy. His rage boiled over, and he thrust his decaying hand through Kurogiri's portal, aiming straight for Izuku's falling form. Izuku's head throbbed, pain stabbing through his skull. His eyes shot open, and in a split second, he saw Shigaraki's outstretched hand reaching for him through the portal. Time seemed to slow as Izuku's instincts kicked in. With a sharp breath, he twisted his body midair, dodging Shigaraki's palm just in time. Izuku grabbed Shigaraki's wrist, making sure not to touch the villain's deadly palm. Shigaraki's eyes widened in shock, the unexpected contact throwing him off balance. Izuku gritted his teeth, adrenaline surging through his veins as he yanked himself through the portal. In one swift, fluid movement, Izuku maneuvered himself behind Shigaraki. With a powerful grip, he slammed the villain's head into the ground, pinning him down with a sharp thud. The ground cracked beneath the force, dust rising around them. Izuku's breath came in ragged gasps, his arms trembling as he kept Shigaraki restrained, making sure his deadly palms couldn't make contact. Kurogiri's eyes widened in disbelief, his misty form swirling in agitation. "You insolent boy," he shouted, the mist crackling with anger. Before Kurogiri could react, a deafening explosion rocked the plaza. Bakugo rocketed through the air, a trail of smoke and fire behind him, his expression fierce and determined. "I've got you now, you misty bastard," he growled, his palms glowing with the threat of another explosion. In a swift tackle, Bakugo slammed into Kurogiri, his explosions lighting up the dark mist as he restrained the villain with a fierce grip. Kurogiri hissed in frustration, struggling in vain. "We win," wheezed out, Bakugo growled. Bakugo staggered forward, catching his breath as he looked around at the aftermath. Villains lay defeated on the ground, many charred from Amphibian's attacks, while the Nomu had been reduced to ash. He held the portal villain pinned, and the heroes would arrive any second to take over. We won," Setsuna murmured, her eyes wide as the reality settled in. Todoroki let out a cold breath, briefly dropping to one knee before standing again, moving toward Midorya. "Yeah, he won," he said with a small, relieved smile. Kendo wiped away her tears, letting out a shaky laugh. "Why yeah, he won." And then, as the relief hit, they couldn't hold back anymore. Shouts and cheers erupted, a mix of tears and laughter filling the air. The girls embraced each other, faces streaked with tears, while the guys threw fists into the air, a victorious cry of hope. Todoroki finally reached Midorya, who was still restraining Shigaraki. "Midorya," he called softly, and Izuku turned, his face battered and weary, yet filled with determination. "Is everyone all right?" Izuku managed to ask, his voice rough but steady. "Relatively," Todoroki replied, folding his arms. "What happened to you? The villain grabbed you. Did you escape?" Izuku took a breath, still winded. "Not exactly. He kinda let me go," he replied, his brows furrowing. "I think he's actually a good guy." Todoroki raised an eyebrow, skepticism crossing his face. "He just let you go?" Izuku gave a small nod, almost to himself. "Yeah, we didn't even fight." But before either could say more, Shigaraki's frustrated, almost childlike voice rang out, loud and shrill. "No," he yelled, his body shaking with rage as he jerked against Izuku's hold. "No, no, no, no. This isn't fair. How did a bunch of stupid kids ruin everything? You're not even real heroes, just some NPCs in my way." His hands twitched, clawing at his own neck as he nearly shrieked. "You think you're some big hero? You burned my Nomu, wrecked all our plans. This was supposed to be my moment. The end of your so-called symbol of peace, and you cheated." Izuku felt Shigaraki's trembling fury but held his grip, listening as the villain's tantrum intensified. Shigaraki's voice cracked, his face contorted in rage. "Who the hell do you think you are, messing up everything? This was our win. You're just a nobody, some extra in the way of the real story. How did we lose to you?" Izuku took a steadying breath, his mind flashing back to what Tetrax had told him, that when All Might wasn't here, it would be Izuku's responsibility to take his place. His grip on Shigaraki tightened, and he raised his voice, unwavering. "I am Izuku Midorya, and I will be the next symbol of peace, the next #1 hero." The words resonated through the USJ, echoing in the silence that followed. This time, he wasn't just saying it for himself. He wanted everyone to hear, to understand his resolve. Some of the other students had just reached them in time to hear his declaration, stunned. Plenty of people claimed they'd be #1 heroes, but only a few ever dared to declare they'd carry on the legacy of the symbol of peace. Kendo, teary-eyed but smiling, ran forward with Ururaka, Awase, Tokiyami, Shoji, Rin, and Shota close behind. They all gathered, their expressions full of awe and pride as they looked at Izuku. Pinned to the ground, Shigaraki let out a dry, rasping chuckle, looking up with a twisted grin. "Oh, now I get it. I get it. You're not just some NPC we can brush off, huh? No, no, no. Should have seen it coming." "What are you talking about, villain?" Todoroki demanded, watching the crazed look in Shigaraki's eyes. Shigaraki's smile only widened, amusement flickering in his gaze as he stared at Izuku. "I should have seen it. You're like me. He. You're not an NPC, no. More like a mini-boss. No, 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 you're player 2. Izuku frowned, still holding Shigaraki's arms down, confused by his cryptic rambling. You're his successor. Shigaraki's voice turned almost giddy, his grin never faltering. And I can tell, you're not the only one. I'm his successor too. Izuku's confusion deepened. He echoed, uncertainty in his tone. Shigaraki's eyes glittered, a malicious smirk spreading across his face. Who do you think put a hole in your master's stomach? He taunted, voice low. Did your beloved master even bother to tell you what he did to mine? Izuku's eyes shot wide in pure horror. How do you know about? He froze, his mind reeling as he remembered All Might's confession about the villain who'd given him that debilitating injury. A harsh, mocking laugh escaped Shigaraki. Oh, he didn't tell you anything. Just what do you actually know about your master? Shigaraki taunted, letting out a dry chuckle. Not the stuff anyone could find in the news. What do you know? He's been keeping secrets, hasn't he? Izuku's grip tightened, his arms trembling slightly as he forced Shigaraki to the ground with renewed determination. Shigaraki's smile only grew wider, almost deranged, feeding off Izuku's visible shock. Yeah, I know that feeling, he sneered, sounding like a frustrated child. My master never tells me anything, either. It's so annoying, like when you're stuck on a glitched level and can't do anything about it. He paused, tilting his head with a dark, gleeful smirk. No wonder All Might wasn't here, huh? Did he know we were coming? Was this all some kind of test, sending you instead? You'd think they'd be more cautious, what with us breaking into your school and all. The students approaching chalked up Shigaraki's ramblings to the delusions of a defeated villain, though Izuku's unnerved expression didn't go unnoticed. Shigaraki chuckled softly, staring up at Izuku with a wicked gleam in his eye. Izuku Midorya, player 2. Oh, I'll remember that name. I'll remember it. All Might isn't my final boss. No, it's you. Todoroki moved closer, placing a steadying hand on Izuku's shoulder. Midorya, he said calmly, though his tone carried a note of urgency, don't listen to him. He's just trying to get in your head. Your injuries are obvious. Let someone else handle him. Izuku swallowed hard, nodding. Why yeah, you're right. But before he could move, a familiar voice cut through the tension. Izuku Midorya. Cain's voice boomed as he strode forward with a malicious smile, raising his arm like a showman savoring the grand finale. ... The tension was palpable as all the students stood ready to protect Midorya, their hearts racing with determination. Ururaka, positioned firmly at the front, raised her arms defiantly. You stay away from Dekiru, she shouted, her voice resolute and unwavering. We won't allow you to harm our classmates. Dark Shadow, Tokiyami commanded, his stance fierce as his shadowy companion surged forward, swelling with power. All right, boss. Dark Shadow boomed in response, ready to strike. Beside Midorya, Shoji stepped forward, his multiple arms spreading protectively. You protected us, Midorya. Now it's our turn to protect you, he stated firmly, his eyes steady despite the fear swirling around them. Weak and bloodied, Midorya could barely keep himself upright. His breaths were shallow, and his heavy-lidded eyes reflected just how far he had pushed himself. Shoji, he murmured, struggling to focus as exhaustion weighed heavily on him. Todoroki moved into position as well, ice beginning to spread from his feet, the ground crackling with frost as he prepared for combat. We already took down that Nomu. We'll take you down next, he declared coldly, his voice as icy as the air around him. But their opponent, a towering figure cloaked in a menacing cybernetic aura, seemed unfazed. Cain's glowing red cybernetic eye locked onto each of them, scanning and analyzing, while his mechanical arm clicked and shifted ominously as he took a step forward. His entire presence radiated a calm, deadly intent that made even the bravest students falter. I've been planning this for a long time, Cain growled, his metallic voice laced with bitterness and rage. Ever since I found out that bastard had a son. Midorya's eyes narrowed, confusion mixing with fatigue. Who's he talking about? He whispered, his voice barely audible. Todoroki frowned, piecing together Cain's words. So, you're not with these villains, are you? He asked, nodding toward Shigaraki and his group in the distance. Cain sneered, his metal mouth plate twisting into a mocking grin. That pathetic man-child, he scoffed, glancing briefly at Shigaraki. No, we're not with him. But his little USJ stunt created the perfect opportunity. My original plan was to hunt you down during your summer camp, but this. He chuckled darkly, flicking his gaze back to Shigaraki. This fool's attack made everything so much simpler. Stepping closer, his mechanical limbs whirring softly, Cain's red cybernetic eye zeroed in on Midorya. When I heard about this attack on the USJ, I couldn't resist. All Might and those heroes wouldn't make it here in time. But we had to make sure those damn heroes wouldn't come to your rescue, he continued, anger lacing his words. He decided to send his drones to the campus, keeping them busy while we secured the Omnitrix and you. I would love to say this was all my plan, but that coward orchestrated it all, and he did it. His voice rose with barely contained fury. Midoriya's brow furrowed in confusion and dread. Cain's gaze grew colder, more calculating. And now, here you are, battered, weakened, barely able to stand. You're the wounded creature in this hunt, Dekiru, just a breath away from your end. His metal arm transformed with a sharp click, morphing into a razor-sharp blade that pulsed with a sinister red glow. Midorya gasped, clutching his side, the deep wound from Shigaraki's decay throbbing with every heartbeat. His skin was pale, the Omnitrix weakly flickering between red and green, barely able to keep him on his feet. And Cain wasn't alone. From the shadows emerged his accomplices, 6'6" and Crab. 6'6", in his imposing purple armor, exuded a silent menace as he moved with precision, while Krog, a monstrous figure with a segmented insect-like body, clanked forward on his metallic legs, his claws snapping ominously. The sight of these two sent chills down the students' spines. We'll take him down together, Kendo shouted, her fists swelling as she prepared to face off. Tokiyami's eyes glinted with determination. You take one more step, and all you'll meet is darkness, he warned, dark shadow growing larger beside him, ready to attack. Cain's twisted smirk only grew. Oh, I'm so glad you asked, he spat, his voice dripping with malice. He gestured with his arm, and 6'6" and Krob dragged something behind them, 5 of their classmates, bound in thick metal restraints. Momo, Kyoka, Pony, Kaminari, and Abara were chained and bloodied, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and pain. The sight of their captured friends hit the students like a punch to the gut. Momo's tearful gaze found Midorya's, guilt and despair clear in her eyes. I'm sorry, Midorya, they were too strong. Flashback. This is an EMP pulse. She smirked, her finger hovering over the button. Judging by your bodies, you're all reliant on some kind of technology. With a decisive press, the EMP pulse was unleashed, sending a shockwave through the air. Dust kicked up violently around them as the blast rippled outward. Cain's scowl deepened as he advanced toward her, his previous confidence waning. Kyoka quickly realized that Yaarosu's plan had failed. She dashed in front of her friends, her earphone jacks connecting to her boots. With a determined shout, she unleashed a powerful sonic blast. The villain continued to walk toward her, unfazed, despite the intensity of her attack. Come on, increase the output, she urged herself, frustration and panic creeping into her thoughts as her breathing quickened. But Cain showed no sign of slowing down. Crap, Shiozaki, Pony, she shouted, desperately seeking help. In response, Shiozaki unleashed her vines, striking at Cain, but he effortlessly morphed his arms into chainsaws, cutting through the thick vegetation like it was nothing. Grabbing what remained, he dragged Shiozaki to her feet, his grip unyielding. He advanced toward Kyoka, and with a swift backhand, sent her flying across the ground, blood trickling from her forehead. Pony retaliated by launching her horns, but they shattered against the glass wall, rendering her attack ineffective. 6'6" appeared in an instant, delivering a crushing blow to Pony's stomach that left her gasping for breath. Yaarosu watched in horror as her friends fell, dread pooling in her stomach. Leave them alone. Take me, kill me, do whatever you want. Just leave them alone, she cried, desperation clawing at her heart. Cain's gaze was icy. You will all be used, he said, his voice dripping with disdain. Midorya has one weakness. His constant need to self-sacrifice for complete strangers, his friends, his classmates. You'll serve as leverage for him. Nothing more, nothing less. All this for Midorya. Why? He's done nothing to. She stammered, her protest cut short as he seized her by the throat. The only reason I'm not killing you right now is that I want to see the agony on his face as he watches his beaten and bloodied friends, he growled, then slammed his fist into her stomach, forcing the air from her lungs and causing her to cough up blood. Cain's rage was relentless. He took Kaminari and slammed him to the ground, the impact causing him to bleed. Next, he grabbed Kyoka by the collar. You're the one he shares a connection with, he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. You both have the same ideals of heroics, making people smile. Kyoka grunted defiantly, gathering her strength. She spat in his face, her defiance igniting a dark chuckle from him. And you have a strong will, he noted, wiping the spit away with disdain. With a cruel smile, he pulled out a pocket knife and slashed at her forehead. The blade bit into her skin, drawing blood but not deep enough to inflict permanent damage. Blood trickled down her face, marring her features. All right, boys. Suddenly, everyone was alerted to a massive heatwave that surged through the air. They turned in unison, eyes widening at the sight of a flaming emerald tornado spiraling through the sky. There he is, Cain hissed, his expression darkening as he recognized the impending threat. Flash back over. I'm sorry. Yaarosu's voice quivered as tears brimmed in her eyes, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Izuku, please don't risk your life for us. Pony pleaded, her tone urgent and filled with fear. She had grown accustomed to calling him by his first name, a small comfort amid the chaos, but it felt like a futile gesture now. Pony, Yaarosu, Jiro, no. Izuku's voice cracked as he looked at each of them, desperation pooling in his gaze. But then, a scowl twisted his features, anger igniting like wildfire within him. They have nothing to do with this. Leave them out of it, he shouted, his resolve hardening against the overwhelming threat surrounding them. As 6-6 forced the students to their knees, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Now be a good boy and surrender yourself, Krob taunted, his voice laced with sadistic pleasure. Izuku's expression darkened as he turned to Shigaraki, who remained pinned to the ground, a twisted smile spreading across the villain's face, reveling in the chaos around him. Midorya, don't fall for it. They're bluffing, Monoma shouted, his voice trembling with urgency. Cain raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Monoma's protest. 6-6, she commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, 6-6 drew his gun, the metallic click echoing ominously. The students watched in horror as he fired off a series of shots, each bullet finding its mark with brutal precision. With each pull of the trigger, the heads of 12 villains exploded in showers of crimson, sending fragments of flesh and bone scattering into the air. The sound was sickening, a wet pop that resonated in the eerie silence that followed. The students stood frozen, paralyzed by shock, their faces pale as they absorbed the gruesome reality of what they had just witnessed. A heavy silence hung in the air, thick with dread, as Izuku's eyes widened in horror. Krob's voice sliced through the stillness, sharp and menacing as he aimed the gun at the heads of the 5 students. His metallic arm pressed against Yaarosu's temple, his grip vice-like and unforgiving. Now, why don't you be a good little hero so we can collect the reward? He sneered, his breath hot with malice. Without a second thought, Izuku pushed himself up from Shigaraki, blood oozing from the wound on his side, leaving a gruesome trail behind him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he took a step forward, moving toward the villains. Think, Izuku, think. He urged himself, wrestling with the fear clawing at his chest. He couldn't let them win. As he approached, his mind raced back to Shigaraki's childish tantrums, and he swallowed hard. You know something? This whole attack, the symbol of peace at the USJ. It was really stupid. Shigaraki's attention sharpened, his scratching momentarily pausing as he focused intently on Izuku. I mean, if All Might had been here like he was supposed to be, you'd be so screwed right now. You're lucky he isn't. The students exchanged bewildered glances, shocked by Izuku's audacity, but Kurogiri recognized the strategy unfolding before him. Midorya, Todoroki began, but Zero raised a hand, silencing him. Hold on, Todoroki. Let him cook. I mean, What kind of dumbass thought it was a good idea to bring that black thing you call Nomu to fight All Might and erase her head? One look from him, and all those quirks meant to counter All Might become useless. Boom. All Might knocks him out in one punch, and you'd be just another group of idiots who thought they could take on the #1 hero and got thoroughly humiliated. Shigaraki's irritation swelled, and he began scratching himself more frantically, his face twisting in rage and embarrassment. I mean, what do I expect when the leader is a man-child who throws tantrums every minute? Oh well, Izuku continued, his confidence growing despite the imminent danger. Todoroki could only hope that Shigaraki would lose control, watching as the villain's scratching intensified. Hey, Shigaraki, I have to know, how does it feel? Being taken down by teenagers. First years, no less, who haven't even completed their first week of training. Can you imagine the headlines? Man-child gets thoroughly spanked by teenagers. That was the breaking point. Shigaraki let out a primal scream, a mix of rage and humiliation boiling over as he charged at Izuku, his arm outstretched like a weapon. I'm going to kill you. The cyborg villains steadied their weapons, taking aim at Shigaraki, who, with surprising agility, weaved through the chaos as he chased after Midorya. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the ground and walls, but amidst the turmoil, one shot found its target, striking Shigaraki squarely in the leg. A sharp scream escaped his lips, and he stumbled, his face contorting in rage. Blood pooled around the wound, but the man-child's fury only intensified as he glared at Midorya. Midorya, Monoma shouted, a warning ringing through the air. Ignoring the chaos around him, Midorya launched himself toward the controlled dial binding the 5 students. Adrenaline surged through his veins as he reached out and grasped it, yanking it free with all his strength. Cain, fueled by fury, quickly trained her pistol on Yaarosu, who was still dazed and vulnerable, struggling to process the mayhem unfolding. Time seemed to slow as Midorya instinctively moved in front of her. Just as the gun fired, he felt the bullet tear through his shoulder, the searing pain a jolt to his system. He grit his teeth, forcing himself to remain standing, a shield for his friends. Midorya, Yaarosu gasped, terror flooding her voice as she realized the sacrifice he had made. Stay behind me, he commanded, his tone unwavering despite the blood trickling down his arm. Todoroki, he shouted urgently, his eyes locked on the chaos ahead. Without hesitation, Todoroki sprang into action. As he summoned his ice quirk, a frigid mist escaped his lips with each breath, curling around him like smoke. The ground erupted as a massive glacier surged upward, forming a towering, jagged wall between them and the villains. The ice shimmered coldly, mirroring the chill of his breath and the intensity of the moment. Shigaraki, furious and frustrated at being cut off, turned his wrath toward Bakugo, who had Kurogiri pinned beneath him. The crazed villain stretched out his hand, fingers splayed, reaching menacingly toward Bakugo, the deadly threat clear in his gaze. Damn it, Bakugo snarled, releasing a powerful explosion to propel himself back, away from Shigaraki's touch. Shigaraki could only glare hatefully at Izuku. Kurogiri, open a portal. We're done here, he ordered, irritation simmering in his voice. Kurogiri gave a stiff nod. Shigaraki casted a final glare at Izuku as the portal swirled to life. Bakugo, furious, launched himself forward just as Kurogiri and Shigaraki were enveloped in the purple mist. But they vanished in an instant, leaving Bakugo grabbing at empty air. And no, he muttered, his fists trembling with rage. ... Izuku let out a shaky breath as Todoroki's ice wall settled, buying them a few seconds. He gripped the Omnitrix with trembling fingers, his body running on sheer willpower as he spun the dial, locking onto the right alien form. Summoning every ounce of strength, he slammed down on the button, and a flash of green light erupted around him. Brainstorm, he shouted, the word almost breaking as it left his lips. The cyborg villain crashed through the ice barrier, sending fragments flying through the air. Todoroki quickly created another shield of ice, while Juzo softened the ground under the villain to destabilize him. Yaarosu, I need specific components for an EMP, Brainstorm demanded, his insectoid eyes sparking with electrical energy. We're talking a high-voltage capacitor, 10,000 microfarads minimum, a superconducting magnetic coil, a Faraday-insulated casing, and a power regulator with oscillation control. Momo nodded, taking a steadying breath. Her body strained as she visualized each item. Piece by piece, she created the large capacitor, magnetic coil, and insulated casing, all painstakingly detailed to Brainstorm's specifications. Her breathing was labored as she finished the last component, the power regulator, and handed the parts over. Brainstorm's brain casing crackled with energy, and he began assembling the device with rapid precision. His mind worked at incredible speed, calculating electromagnetic frequencies and discharge timing. The capacitor will provide the burst, while the magnetic coil will amplify the pulse field, he muttered to himself. The power regulator will prevent overload. Perfect. As he added the final charge of one for all, the EMP began to emit a low hum, charged and ready. Just then, the Omnitrix beeped, signaling a reversion. The green light faded as Izuku transformed back, instantly dropping to one knee, his entire body shaking with exhaustion. His breaths came in ragged gasps, each inhale feeling like fire in his chest. His arms trembled as he tried to push himself up, only to collapse to his hands and knees, the weight of his exhaustion nearly crushing him. Izuku's vision blurred, the Omnitrix on his wrist pulsing a dim red. I'm completely out of energy, can barely hold myself up. His legs felt numb, and sweat dripped down his face, his body protesting every movement. Finally, he managed to stagger upright, using the EMP for support. His whole body was screaming in pain, but his gaze was fixed, his will unshakable. His hands tightened into fists, the determination burning brighter than ever. You think that device will stop me? Krob sneered. Your friend already tried this, it didn't work. The girl beside him shook her head. He's right, Greenie, we tried, it failed, Jiro said. Izuku clenched his jaw, ignoring their words as he forced himself to press the activation button on the EMP. A powerful shockwave rippled out, catching Krob off guard as his mechanical limbs seized up. His systems overloaded under the electromagnetic pulse, and with a heavy thud, he fell to the ground, immobilized. Izuku managed a weak smile, though his whole body felt like it would collapse at any second. With Brainstorm's intelligence, I tuned the EMP just for your circuits, he said, voice barely above a whisper. You're not moving, for 2 days. Minimum. Yaarosu watched, a blend of pride and worry in her eyes as she saw him barely standing. He succeeded where I couldn't, she thought, both in awe of his strength and silently vowing to match it someday. Cain's entire body convulsed, sparks flashing from every joint as he forced himself upright, his systems crackling with defiance. His damaged circuitry sputtered to life, and with a hiss, his arm transformed into a massive, menacing cannon. The metal pulsed, glowing an intense red, and the air around it warped with the heat radiating from the barrel. Izuku felt that stabbing pain in his skull. Move! Izuku's voice rang out. The cannon discharged, unleashing a searing beam of energy that tore forward, splitting the air with a thunderous crack. The beam collided with Todoroki's ice shield, shattering it into shards that exploded outward, glinting like glass in the blazing light. The shockwave blasted across the battlefield, driving everyone back. Izuku stumbled, fighting to stay on his feet as a stabbing pain ignited in his head, the force reverberating through his entire body. The ground trembled beneath them as Cain's arm shifted once more, reconfiguring into a massive, spiked mace. Veins of power crackled along its length as he raised it high, the weapon charged with lethal energy. With a roar, Cain launched himself at Izuku, the mace ready to crush him. Izuku's instincts flared, adrenaline flooding his veins. He activated full cowl, lightning sparking around him, and flipped backward just as the mace came crashing down. The ground exploded beneath the impact, the earth shattering as Cain's weapon left a crater in its wake. The shockwave sent debris spiraling, the air thick with dust. Izuku hit the ground hard, his body jolting from the landing, but there was no time to recover. Cain closed in like a storm, his speed brutal and merciless. Izuku's hand shot toward the Omnitrix, desperate to transform, but Cain was faster. In a blur, he drove a powerful kick into Izuku's side, hitting the weakened spot where Shigaraki's decay had left its mark. Pain erupted through Izuku, the force of the kick lifting him off his feet and sending him sprawling across the ground. He clutched his side, his vision swimming as he struggled to pull himself up. Midorya. Todoroki's voice cut through the haze of pain, but Izuku could barely process it. Cain was already upon him, relentless, and cold fury burning in his eyes. Without hesitation, he slammed his foot down, pinning Izuku's hand to the ground. Izuku's heart pounded, terror freezing him in place as he watched Cain's heel lift, poised to crush his hand. No, Todoroki shouted, ice racing toward them, but it couldn't reach in time. With merciless force, Cain drove his boot down, and the sickening crunch of shattered bones filled the air. Pain surged through Izuku, a blinding, agonizing bolt that made him scream, the sound raw and desperate. Ah! His hand twisted beneath Cain's weight, fingers crushed at unnatural angles, bones jutting through torn skin. Tenya burst forward in a blur, his engines roaring as he launched an engine-powered kick with the force to shatter steel. Cain dodged with eerie agility, his movements a flicker in the air. But Tenya's reflexes were quicker, his leg twisting mid-strike to deliver a crushing blow to Cain's head. The impact sent a sharp crack echoing, the force rippling outward as Cain's grip slipped, granting Izuku a fleeting moment of freedom. Izuku wasted no time, flipping back with a gasp of relief. His trembling fingers reached for the Omnitrix, but pain flared through his shattered hand, every movement igniting fresh agony. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to push past the torment in his desperation. Cain's eyes flared a dangerous red, twin embers of pure malice, as his hands morphed into sleek, razor-sharp blades. With lethal precision, he raised them, advancing on Izuku with the silent promise of death gleaming off the metallic edges. Time slowed as Cain's blade-like hands hovered mere inches from Izuku's face, every instinct screaming danger. Then, out of nowhere, thick vines burst forward, tearing up from the ground and wrapping around Cain's arms and torso with an iron grip. These weren't just ordinary vines but tendrils of Abara's own hair. They snaked around Cain, immobilizing him as they squeezed with unyielding strength, his movements slowing under their crushing hold. Izuku's gaze darted across the battlefield, locking onto Abara. She stood firm, hands raised, her hair tendrils stretched across the distance like living chains. Midorya needs time to transform. Momo yelled, her voice piercing the chaos. The most we can do is hold the villain and give him time to transform. The class nodded in unison, their determination palpable. Juzo anchored his hands to the ground, as he softened the ground. The floor beneath Cain turned into a churning, pool-like surface, sucking him down. Abara's vines ensnared Cain, pulling him deeper into the liquid earth. The villain's struggles grew more frantic as he was slowly submerged, drowning in the solidifying goo. Meanwhile, Izuku summoned every last shred of strength. His broken hand throbbed with agony, but he gritted his teeth. With a Herculean effort, he forced his shattered fingers to close around the Omnitrix. He managed to press the button as the faceplate popped as he had turned the dial. Midorya needs time to transform. Momo shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. We have to hold the villain and give him that time. Her words ignited a collective determination among the class, their resolve solidifying into a unified front. Juzo planted his hands firmly against the ground, channeling his quirk to soften the earth beneath them. The solid floor shifted into a churning, viscous pool, the ground warping as it sucked Cain down, pulling him into its depths. Abara's vine-like hair lashed out, entwining around Cain and dragging him deeper into the liquid earth. The villain's struggles became more frantic as he fought against the constricting tendrils, his body slowly submerged in the solidifying goo, like a nightmare unfolding in slow motion. Meanwhile, Izuku gathered every ounce of strength within him. His broken hand throbbed with relentless pain, but he gritted his teeth against the agony, pushing through the haze. With a Herculean effort, he forced his shattered fingers to close around the Omnitrix, the device pulsing with a familiar energy in his grasp. Suddenly, the battlefield shook with a series of deafening explosions as Bakugo rocketed forward, propelled by a mix of fury and determination. I don't need stupid Deku's help, he bellowed, his voice reverberating against the crumbling structures around them. With a fierce roar, Bakugo unleashed a barrage of explosive blasts toward Cain, each explosion detonating with the power of a miniature grenade. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught, debris raining down as shockwaves rippled outward, scattering dust and rubble. "No, you fool," Abara cried out, desperation lacing her voice. The force of Bakugo's relentless assault sent her hair tendrils whipping back, some singed by the blast. But Bakugo, driven by his need to prove himself, pressed on, seemingly unaware of the chaos he was unleashing. "There's no way I'm relying on that damn nerd. I'll show these extras who's really the best," Bakugo snarled inwardly, the fury twisting his expression. As Izuku turned the Omnitrix's dial, each movement sent a fresh wave of pain through his fractured hand, but he didn't falter. As he turned the dial, he turned again. Then, without warning, a guttural growl cut through the thick smoke. Cain emerged, a living shadow, and with a single, devastating punch, Bakugo was launched across the battlefield. His ribs shattered under the impact, and he crashed into the dirt, body tumbling like a ragdoll. He came to a stop, blood sputtering from his mouth as he fought to breathe, broken and bruised. The class watched, frozen in shock. "What an idiot," Monoma muttered, disgust in his voice. "He scorched Shiozaki's vines for nothing." As the black smoke began to dissipate, Cain's arm transformed into a massive cannon-like projection, humming with raw power. Izuku was still dialing the Omnitrix, his heart racing, when Cain shot forward, unleashing a blast that tore through the ground with explosive force. Gasps echoed from the onlookers as they widened their eyes in shock. Momo felt her heart drop at the sight, while Jiro instinctively dashed forward, desperate to reach Izuku. Just then, a vibrant green flash illuminated the chaos, momentarily blinding everyone. The brightness dimmed, but the beam continued to surge forward, relentless in its trajectory. Suddenly, massive spikes of pale green crystals erupted from the ground, rising up like jagged teeth. The beam struck these crystals, deflecting its path as if rebounding off a shield. Another jet of crystals shot up from the earth, and with a violent twist, the redirected beam slammed into Cain. His eyes widened in shock as the piercing beam sliced through the air with unyielding force, striking him head-on. The impact sent him hurtling backward, a massive shockwave erupting from the collision. The beam's power was so immense that it vaporized the ground in its path, leaving behind a scorched and smoldering scar where once solid earth had stood. Cain shot to the side, tumbling across the ground as a dust cloud erupted around him. Emerging from the haze was Diamond Head, his crystalline form gleaming ominously in the dim light. Cain glared at him, fury igniting within his eyes as the two warriors surged forward to clash in a whirlwind of power and resolve. Diamond Head's arms morphed into blade-like appendages, sharp and deadly, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh as he swung them with lethal precision. Cain, lightning quick, dodged the crystalline blade by a hair's breadth, avoiding the razor-sharp edge that threatened to bisect him. His cybernetic reflexes allowed him to react in milliseconds. Seizing the opening, Cain transformed his arm into a colossal fist, its metal surface etched with glowing red circuits. Unleashing a battle cry that shook the air, he launched a devastating sonic punch. The sonic wave punch tore through the atmosphere, generating a shockwave that sent Diamond Head flying backward. The force of the blow propelled him like a projectile, his crystalline body slicing through the air. Diamond Head jammed his blade-like arms into the ground, arresting his momentum mere inches from catastrophic impact. The ground shuddered beneath him as he skidded to a stop. "Green, look out," Jiro shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos like a knife. The piercing sound of a blast resonated through the air as Cain shot up from below, launching himself onto Diamond Head's body. In an instant, he morphed his form into a drill, digging into Diamond Head with brutal force. Diamond Head's body convulsed violently as Cain unleashed a devastating sonic wave through the drill, ravaging his crystalline structure like a tempest. The agonizing pain coursed through his being, threatening to shatter his very essence. His crystalline skin began to fracture, spiderweb cracks propagating across his body like shattered glass. The sonic blast resonated within him, amplifying the torment. Diamond Head's knees buckled, his body crumbling beneath the onslaught. He collapsed, his crystalline form splintering further with each passing moment. His crystalline body still cracked and weakened, Diamond Head summoned every last shred of strength. With a fierce thrust, he shot the jagged projectile toward Cain. The crystal bounced off a nearby wall, ricocheting with a sharp clang before stabbing straight into Cain's eye. Cain's scream filled the air, a sound laced with agony as he reeled back, clutching his face, blood oozing from the wound. At that moment, Abara's vines surged forward, slashing through the air with a rustling whisper as they wrapped around Cain to pull him off Diamond Head's battered form. Diamond Head quickly distanced himself, trying to shake off the lingering pain that coursed through his almost shattered body. "I'll deliver the Omnitrix along with your lifeless body to Vilgax," Cain bellowed, his voice a grating metallic roar. His arm reconfigured itself, plates shifting with a series of sharp clicks until his entire forearm became a massive energy cannon. Energy surged through it, heating the air with a crackling hum, like a storm barely held at bay. "Not gonna happen," Diamond Head shot back, his voice unwavering despite his nearly shattered form. As the beam seared toward him, Diamond Head braced himself, slamming his hands together to form a thick crystal cone. Light glinted off the crystal's jagged surface, and as the beam struck, the impact sent tremors through the ground, pushing Diamond Head back, his feet grinding deep grooves into the earth. But with expert control, he angled his crystal cone, redirecting the beam's path. The beam reflected, bouncing off the crystal in a dazzling arc that flashed through the air. Cain's eye widened, the gleam of his single functioning optic locking onto the redirected blast heading straight toward him. "No," he snarled, but the beam collided with his cannon arm, detonating on impact. The blast rippled through the metal, the intense heat causing Cain's entire forearm to glow white-hot as the metal warped, twisted, and buckled. Steam hissed from the damaged limb, rising in thick, swirling clouds as the molten metal dripped from his arm like hot wax. Cain staggered, his steps unsteady as he realized the ground beneath him was turning to liquid. He looked down, wide-eyed, as Juzo crouched nearby, using his quirk to soften the ground, sucking Cain in just enough to trap him. Before Cain could react, the ground hardened around his feet, anchoring him in place. Diamond Head took advantage of Cain's momentary vulnerability, angling the reflective crystal cone once more to send the blast ricocheting back toward him. The energy struck Cain's arm directly, a burst of molten metal exploding from the barrel as it gave way under the impact. The metal liquefied, dripping onto the ground, steam hissing as it met the cool earth. Exhausted, Diamond Head dropped to one knee, the Omnitrix blinking red as he reverted back to Izuku. He gasped, his voice laced with weariness. "I'm done." Cain sneered, undeterred. "That all you've got?" he taunted, metal limbs still smoldering, hot rivulets of molten metal tracing lines down his arm as it continued to ooze and hiss. Izuku steadied his breath, managing a faint smile. "Time for a lesson," he panted. "What happens when you cool molten metal too fast?" Todoroki, catching Izuku's plan, immediately unleashed a wave of ice. Frost surged forward, wrapping around Cain in a flash, ice crystals racing across his superheated metal frame. The hiss was deafening as molten metal rapidly cooled, locking his cyborg body in place. Steam billowed in thick, swirling clouds around him as the cold forced the heated metal to solidify, immobilizing him entirely. The battlefield stilled, the only sound a faint sizzle of steam escaping from Cain's frozen form. His once imposing frame now stood frozen and powerless, encased in a cocoon of jagged frost and cooled metal, a testament to the relentless fight he'd lost. Izuku's legs wobbled, his breaths shallow and labored, as if every movement risked shattering his body like fragile glass. His vision blurred, and he nearly collapsed before Jiro quickly caught him. "Green, are you okay?" she asked, her eyes filled with worry. My body feels like it's on the verge of breaking," Izuku whispered, his voice trembling as he struggled to stand. "Can you walk?" Jiro asked, her arm steadying him, though she could feel the weight of his exhaustion. Izuku tried to take a step, but his knees buckled, and he shook his head weakly. And no. Suddenly, he felt a pair of warm arms wrap around him. Startled, he looked up to find Itsuka holding him tightly. Her hands pressed gently into his back, as if trying to shield him from everything around them, her shoulders trembling with suppressed emotion. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, feeling her soft warmth as she leaned into him, her voice barely a whisper. I'm so happy you're okay," she choked out, her words shaking with relief. For a moment, everything else faded. Izuku's breath caught as he realized no one, aside from his mother, had ever shown him this much genuine care. His own arms lifted slowly, almost hesitantly, as he returned the embrace, pulling Itsuka closer. She blushed, her head nuzzling into his shoulder, yet she didn't pull away. It felt safe, warm, unlike anything he'd ever felt before. Her embrace enveloped him, making him feel whole, even just for a moment. "I'm sorry for worrying you," Izuku murmured, his voice softer now, touched with gratitude. Itsuka took a steadying breath, her face still pressed against his. "We're heroes, worrying is part of the job," she replied gently. They stayed close for a moment, absorbing the warmth and comfort of each other's presence. From a distance, Yui noticed how much Izuku seemed to need that kind of connection. Ahem. Izuku and Itsuka jolted at the sound, faces instantly flushing red as they released each other, stepping back quickly. We should focus on restraining the villains," Shoto said, though a faint smile hinted at his amusement. Izuku attempted a nod, but as he tried to step forward, his body gave out, and he collapsed, unable to move another inch. Green. Jiro's voice was filled with alarm as she and Itsuka rushed to his side, each slipping an arm around him to support him upright. "Deku, are you okay?" Ochako asked, worry filling her voice. Izuku shook his head slowly, his voice weak. "No, whatever that guy did to Diamond Head, it's messed me up. My body, it feels like mush." Tenya assessed the situation and gave a quick nod. "You and the injured should head to the plaza. We'll secure the villains before they regain consciousness." With support on either side, Izuku took slow, heavy steps, his body sagging between Jiro and Itsuka. As they moved, he couldn't help but feel a flush creep up his face, recalling the warmth and care in Itsuka's embrace. Izuku's mind replayed the warmth of the hug, and he glanced at Itsuka, who noticed his gaze. She quickly looked away, a bright blush spreading across her face. Suddenly, something dawned on him. Hug day AAG girl, best day ever." He stammered, his face blazing red. He assumed he'd kept that thought to himself, but the shocked silence around him quickly proved otherwise. Dude, you totally said that out loud," Jiro chimed in, a small irritated blush creeping onto her cheeks. Izuku stammered, turning to see Itsuka, who was hiding behind her hand, her face a deep shade of red. "You dork," she mumbled in embarrassment, especially when Setsuna chuckled from nearby. Sorry," Izuku said sheepishly, scratching the back of his neck. As they started walking, Tsuyu, who was helping carry Momo, spoke up bluntly. "So, you experience a villain attack, nearly die who knows how many times, get kidnapped, but today's the best day ever because a girl hugged you." "Yes," Izuku nodded seriously, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Itsuka's eyes widened, her face turning even redder, her heart pounding. What?" she stammered in shock. Izuku's face flushed. I didn't mean it like that. That was an accident. That's not what I meant, obviously." "Would you shut up, you dork?" Jiro teased, a playful smirk on her lips. Her jacks twirled as she added, "Honestly, it's ridiculous. You can face down villains without breaking a sweat, but the moment a girl is near you, you turn into a total mushball." She leaned in slightly, her teasing laced with a hint of jealousy. Izuku's blush deepened. I do not," he protested, trying to defend himself. "Really? Because your face is brighter than a tomato, and you can't even look me in the eye." Jiro shot back, rolling her eyes but unable to hide the warmth spreading across her cheeks. She flicked one of her jacks, the playful gesture betraying her own fluttering heart. Izuku turned his gaze away, flustered, while Jiro smirked, clearly enjoying her little victory, though she couldn't quite hide her own blush. Izuku blushed, unable to argue as they continued walking. The girl found herself staring at him, her gaze lingering. Tsuyu's heart skipped a beat at the sight of his flushed face, and her mind drifted back to when he had saved her life. Warmth crept into her cheeks, unfamiliar and startling. She quickly averted her eyes, a small frown forming as she tried to shake off the feeling. Momo walked alongside Tsuyu, her chest rising and falling with exhaustion, dust from their recent battle clinging to her clothes. She gripped her creation staff tightly, frustration bubbling inside her as her mind replayed the last few minutes of the fight. Despite all her planning and preparation, she felt like she hadn't contributed enough. Her gaze drifted to Izuku, who had fought with unwavering determination. His costume was stained with blood, supported by Kendo and Jiro, both of whom were doing their best to keep him on his feet. When he initially failed to subdue Cain, he had immediately adapted to the situation, never faltering. Momo's heart sank at the realization. He did so much, and what did I do? She thought, her stomach knotting painfully. A soft blush crept across her cheeks before she even realized it. Her chest tightened as she watched Izuku, awe and admiration washing over her. He never lets failure hold him back. He always pushes himself, even when the odds are impossible. He just finds a way, always finding a solution. Suddenly, Izuku turned, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Momo gasped, quickly looking away as her heartbeat quickened, a strange knot in her stomach transforming into butterflies. As Jiro walked beside him, she felt her own heart racing. Her arm wrapped securely around Izuku's waist to keep him steady, their bodies pressed closely together. She stole a glance at his face. He was panting and looked ready to collapse. If he weren't so injured, he might have noticed how close they were. Jiro quickly averted her gaze, biting her lip as warmth flooded her cheeks. Why am I getting all worked up? It's just green, she chided herself, trying to ignore the rhythmic thump of her heart. Why am I feeling this way? Jiro wondered, and just then, without warning, Izuku spoke. Thanks, Jiro, he said, his voice shaky. Jiro's breath caught in her throat, her chest tightening as she quickly looked away, her cheeks flushing deeper. She mumbled under her breath, trying to shake off the feeling. Why yeah, no problem. Meanwhile, Ochako felt her own blush creeping in, her heart pounding so loudly that she was sure everyone could hear it. Each thump echoed in her ears, thump, 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 B-A-D-U-M-P, B-A-D-U-M-P. Desperately, she tried to repress the overwhelming feelings, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of red. Seeing Dekiru never give up, watching him give it his all, driving toward his goal, how he fought those villains, never stopping or backing down, it's just so cool. Ochako thought, her expression shifting to one of determination as she focused on calming her racing heart. But I know I've got to give it my best just like he does. I have to push these feelings down. As Itsuka carried the battered form of Izuku, her mind replayed the events of the day, how he had fought desperately to win, never once giving up. Despite being outnumbered and facing opponents with more experience, he had somehow managed to stand tall and prevail, a beacon of determination amidst the chaos. Watching you fight, not giving up, even when we first faced those guys, you never backed down. You always pushed forward, Itsuka thought, pressing herself closer to him, feeling the warmth radiating from his body. She marveled at his resilience, a quality that seemed almost superhuman. I can't ignore it, the way you refuse to give up, no matter the odds, is so awesome, she mused, a blush creeping across her cheeks. The fluttering in her stomach was both exhilarating and terrifying, igniting a spark of courage within her. I want to do it with you. I want to face impossible odds by your side. I want to stand alongside you, shoulder to shoulder, she silently vowed before closing her eyes, inhaling deeply to steady herself. Let me grow a little stronger. Enough so I won't be a burden to you, so I don't hold you back. I want to grow stronger with you, until I can stand as your equal, she thought. It's not going to be like today. I'm not going to let you go. I want to be with you, no matter the challenges we face. Itsuka's blush deepened at her admission, her heart pounding as if trying to break free from her chest. Meanwhile, Toru couldn't tear her gaze away from Izuku as they continued walking, her heart doing somersaults. Quietly, she counted his adorable freckles, giggling at their diamond shapes. With each beat, her heart raced faster, the rhythm becoming an exhilarating symphony of emotions. How his cute smile seemed unwavering, his cute hair fluttering in the air, made her heart just beat a little faster. How noticing how muscular he was making the girl rub her legs as he began to rise. Wait a minute, suddenly, realization washed over her. She stopped in her tracks, her face burning red as Izuku turned to her, confusion flickering in his emerald eyes. And no, don't tell me, single quote. The warmth spread across her entire body, igniting a blush that made her feel giddy and confused. She shook her head, desperately trying to dispel the thought. I've had crushes before, but none felt this intense. I can't be falling for him, he's just Midorya. I mean he's cool, and sure the way he always runs into danger without thinking. It's not like he's the Prince Charming type, I mean he's cute but not my type, she reasoned, panic rising as she tried to suppress her feelings, when her face felt even more hotter and the beating in her chest seemed to get louder. She just froze. Nearby, Mina found herself stealing glances at Izuku, her crush on him intensifying with each passing moment. Her thoughts spun wildly, her heart racing like a drum, nearly drowning out everything else in her mind. She glanced back at Izuku, and her grin faltered, the beat in her chest becoming erratic and overwhelming, almost suffocating in its intensity. Yui walked silently beside Izuku, her gaze drifting to him, feeling a warmth growing in her chest. Despite the bottle's toll, he wore a smile that lit up his face, a testament to his indomitable spirit. As she looked at him, a strange, fluttery feeling bubbled up inside her, catching her off guard. She let out a barely audible, under her breath, her cheeks flushing as warmth flooded her face. She struggled to maintain her usual stoic expression, but the slight tint of red was a clear indication of the whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. Time seemed to slow as they each took in Izuku. His features seemed to shine brighter, his green, messy hair danced with the breeze, and his green eyes sparkled like emeralds, radiating sincerity and kindness. Momo struggled to maintain her composure, heat rising in her cheeks as she gazed at Izuku. Her heart raced, and she felt a fluttering sensation deep within her. Yui's heartbeat quickened, her breath hitching as she took in Izuku's battered form. She leaned slightly closer, warmth spreading across her face. Mina's gaze roved over Izuku's frame, a soft blush spreading across her cheeks. Her thighs tingled, and she rubbed them together, her eyes never leaving his. As they each looked at him, their individual attractions became undeniable, each girl lost in her own thoughts and feelings for the boy before them. The student's relief was abruptly shattered by a powerful shockwave at the entrance. Heads turned, catching sight of All Might as he burst onto the scene with remarkable speed, immediately taking in the battered, battle-worn surroundings. Villains lay scattered and restrained, most already unconscious. A quick scan revealed their teachers were injured but in the care of students. All Might's gaze darted frantically around the scene, searching for threats, until his eyes found Midorya. In a flash, he appeared in front of him, the sheer speed of his arrival making Izuku flinch. "Eep!" Izuku yelped, startled by the pro-hero's sudden presence. "Young Midorya, are you all right? We received your distress signal. Is everyone safe? Where are the villains?" All Might's voice was urgent, his concern palpable. Izuku glanced around, taking in the sight of Cain encased nearby, Krob and Six sprawled on the ground, and the flood zone villains trapped in ice. "Oh, well," he began, scratching the back of his head. Jiro, grinning, jumped in. "If you're looking for the villains, sorry, All Might. Green here took care of them, nearly single-handedly." All Might's eyes widened, while Izuku gave a sheepish smile. That's kind of an exaggeration," he mumbled, embarrassed. "You should have seen him." Mina chimed in, her enthusiasm infectious as she mimicked Izuku's moves. "He went head-to-head with their anti-symbol of peace, was like bam, pow, swoosh." Her fists flew, emphasizing each sound, making Izuku's face flush. "Well, 2 villains managed to escape," Izuku admitted, a hint of shame in his voice as he looked down. All Might glanced at the scene of destruction around them, the downed villains scattered across the battlefield. He put a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Don't be too hard on yourself, young Midorya. 2 villains escaping is a small loss, considering the rest. We'll find them." All Might's face shifted between pride and guilt, pride for the strength his student had shown in such a brutal fight, and guilt for not being there sooner to protect him. "The pros will arrive any minute, so get your stories straight," All Might advised, inspecting Izuku's injuries with a worried expression. "You need to take it easy. The rest of you, head to the plaza. I'll handle things from here. And you, young Midorya, try not to move. Those injuries look severe." Izuku nodded, wincing as he shifted. But then, a low, sickening chuckle came from behind. "Hey, Toshi," the voice was strained but darkly amused. All Might's face went rigid, turning to find Cain. Cain, he muttered, a scowl forming as recognition dawned in his eyes. The student's eyes widened in shock. All Might knew this villain. Cain's smug grin remained even as his body lay motionless. Toshi, good to see you again, he rasped, defiant despite his injuries. Students, I'm going to need you to leave, All Might commanded, his tone brooking no argument. But, All Might, now, his stern warning left no room for debate. Abara and Siro tied the villains securely before the students quickly withdrew, glancing back in awe and confusion. When the area was cleared, All Might's face twisted with anger. What are you doing here, you bastard? How are you even alive? Cain's smile didn't falter. Isn't it obvious? He sent me, the man you couldn't save. The only one who ever brought you to your knees. Oh, do you remember your first battle with him? The way he toyed with you, every strike bruising your bones, every hit echoing the fear across the field, as if you were nothing. Do your bones still shudder? So, Vilgax is alive, All Might deduced, his voice heavy as his fists clenched, the veins on his arms taut as he tried to rein in his anger. Smart as ever, Cain taunted. And as for why he didn't come himself, well, let's just say he's still recovering. Surviving a fusion grenade, something that makes an atomic bomb look like a sparkler. Not so easy. All Might's breath hitched, his voice lowering dangerously. And when he recovers? Cain chuckled, his tone mocking. Then he'll be stronger than before. The next time, Midorya's going to lose another father figure. He tilted his head, his voice laced with malice. All Might clenched his fists tighter, a fire burning in his eyes. That's not going to happen. I'll protect young Midorya with my life if I have to. Whatever Vilgax has planned, I'll make sure he never even comes close to touching him. Cain's smirk twisted into a dark grin, his voice soft but dripping with venom. Do you have any idea how many symbols of peace he's destroyed, Toshi? Across the galaxy, beings who called themselves peace have died by his hand. He's feared across the galaxy for a reason. Underestimating him, that was always your mistake. A grave one, and you know it all too well. All Might clenched his fists in silent rage, his entire body shaking as he glared down at Cain. The silence grew thick between them, charged with fury and tension. Cain's smile only grew. Oh, it should be kicking in now. A harsh, violent cough echoed from behind All Might, causing him to turn sharply. He saw Midorya, bent over, hacking as if his lungs were on fire. Tokiyami quickly stepped in to support him. Midorya, are you okay? Tokiyami asked, his voice filled with concern. Izuku tried to wave it off, his face pale. I'm fine, really, but before he could finish, another fit overtook him, and this time he coughed up a thick pool of blood, stumbling to his knees. Panic rippled through his classmates as they rushed to his side. Midorya, are you all right? Ururaka asked, dropping to one knee beside him, her face etched with worry. Then, from across the battlefield, a mocking laugh filled the air. Cain, still pinned but reveling in the chaos, grinned wickedly. Took a little longer than I thought. Guess I didn't use a high enough dose, huh? Yaarosu's eyes widened in realization, guilt and horror twisting her expression. The bullet, you laced it with poison. She remembered how Izuku had thrown himself in front of her, taking the shot meant for her. Give the girl a prize. Cain sneered. Izuku collapsed onto the ground, his breathing ragged as blood dripped from his eyes like crimson tears. He convulsed, writhing in pain, his hands clutching his chest as the toxin tore through him. Mineta looked on helplessly, his voice shaking. What do we do? Bakugo and Todoroki's faces hardened with fury, and they stormed toward Cain. But All Might was faster. In a flash, he had Cain by the neck, smashing him down into the ground with a force that cratered the earth beneath them. The shockwave alone sent the students stumbling backward. Give me the cure, All Might demanded, his voice as cold as steel. Cain only laughed, even as blood trickled from his mouth. Cure, I'm the only one who knows what it is. His eyes glinted with malice. Guess you and Izuku can say hello to his old man down in hell. Can you imagine it, his beloved father waiting for him, thanks to me? With a twisted grin, Cain bit down hard on something hidden in his teeth, foaming at the mouth as his body went still. All Might's face fell. A suicide capsule. Izuku's friends gathered around him as he gasped and coughed, blood trailing from his lips. His vision blurred, and the sounds of his classmates, desperate, panicked voices became distant, fading into the background. His body trembled from the poison's effects, bloodshot eyes shedding crimson tears, as his last bit of strength ebbed away. Finally, he closed his eyes, surrendering to the darkness, his consciousness slipping as his friends called his name. "The boy still hasn't woken up, has he?" Nezu asked as he glanced into the hospital room. Izuku Midorya lay motionless in bed, his chest rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. Tubes and wires connected him to various machines, monitoring every detail. An oxygen mask rested on his face, which had grown pale, almost ghostly. Inko Midorya clutched his arm beside him, her expression a mixture of fear and sorrow. A doctor shook his head. The injuries he sustained were extensive. The bullet wound alone was severe. Alongside broken bones, cracked ribs, his body was almost completely compromised. At times, it was as if his system was on the verge of collapse, like glass ready to shatter. There was even an area that seemed decayed. He paused, sighing heavily. Most of these injuries healed at a remarkable pace. You can thank Recovery Girl for that, the doctor continued, his voice lowering. If that were all, he would have likely left the hospital by now. But, he cast a quick look toward Inko before discreetly closing the door. There's an additional complication, he explained. A foreign toxin, one unlike anything I've seen before, has infiltrated his body. It's a neurotoxin that's attacking his nervous system directly, essentially nullifying any attempt at Recovery Girl's usual treatment methods. Nezu's face remained stoic, his gaze distant. How long do you expect his recovery to take? He asked quietly. Recovery. If I'm being entirely honest, his chances of survival are slim. This toxin is beyond anything we have the technology or experience to counter. We can barely sustain him, let alone treat him. Nezu closed his eyes, his fists clenching in silent frustration. My recommendation, the doctor said carefully, is to inform his classmates. They've been asking to visit him for the past 2 days, and it might be best to avoid giving them false hope. This situation is already incredibly difficult. In the shadows, Toru Hagakure listened intently, her invisible form trembling as the doctor's words sank in. And no, she whispered. Nezu nodded. Thank you. Before he walked away, with All Might closed his eyes in shame. I let you down, Hisashi, I let down my students, and I couldn't even protect your son. Seems I keep letting you down. He sighed heavily. Aizawa, wrapped in a bandage leaning against a wall, felt immense shame and guilt as he walked away. Hagakure walked out, putting her clothes back on as she walked towards her friends, guilt pooling in her stomach. Jiro, Kendo and Ochako were there since they won't told about his recovery concern only green with the past days. Yaarosu, who felt the most guilty, wanted to desperately to know about his recovery, including Pony, as they were their reasons he nearly got killed. They couldn't see her face, so they weren't sure what she heard. Let's talk. My home isn't too far from here. Toru's voice cracked a bit. It was nighttime in a dimly lit office, where the staff members sat around a U-shaped table with tense expressions. Tsukauchi stood at the center of the room, his gaze steady but somber. The atmosphere was grim. Frustration, anger, and unease lined the teachers' faces. Our investigators are working to learn more about this so-called League of Villains, Tsukauchi began. 2 of the 3 villains, Krob and Sixix, were taken into custody by special forces. They're classified as high-threat individuals, so special handling was required. He paused, glancing around the room. The corpse of Cain has also been taken into custody. The teachers exchanged uneasy glances, particularly the plumbers among them. They knew more than they let on about those 3 villains. They were currently held by Tetrax. Tsukauchi cleared his throat. Unfortunately, I don't have clearance to interrogate them myself. I apologize. Don't worry about it, Tsukauchi, Midnight said, steering the conversation away from a potentially sensitive subject. Please, continue with the League of Villains. Tsukauchi nodded. We've made some progress, but we haven't uncovered anything substantial on this Shigaraki character yet. We've combed through our records for men in their 20s to 30s with a registered decay-type quirk, but so far, there's nothing. The same goes for anyone named Kurogiri. So, what you're saying is that we have nothing concrete? Midnight asked. Not exactly, Tsukauchi replied. Todoroki provided us with some crucial information. Apparently, Midorya and this Shigaraki had a conversation. All Might raised an eyebrow. A conversation? Tsukauchi's expression turned grim. Yes, Midorya had Shigaraki pinned down at one point, and that's when Shigaraki started rambling. Todoroki gave us a summarized version of what he overheard. But, All Might, I think you'll find this concerning. All Might's eyebrows knit together. All Might, Tsukauchi continued, the villain who gave you that wound may be connected to the League of Villains. All Might's eyes widened, and he slammed his hands on the table. No, it can't be. Tsukauchi sighed heavily. According to Todoroki, Shigaraki said, you're his successor, referring to Midorya. All Might's face showed shock and disbelief. Shigaraki continued. Tsukauchi went on, I can tell you're not the only one. I'm his successor too. At first, I thought it was just a villain's ramblings. But when Todoroki told me this, I realized it might mean that the villain who injured you is alive. And that's why the League believes they can defeat you. A tense silence fell over the room as Tsukauchi added, who do you think put a hole in your master's stomach? A shiver ran through the room. All Might sank back into his seat, his hands pressed over the bridge of his nose, struggling to process the revelation. All Might looked pale as a ghost. To have survived such injuries. All Might muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. We suspected something was wrong, especially after his body went missing, Tsukauchi replied grimly. Hold up, who exactly are you guys talking about? Present Mike interrupted, his tone a mix of confusion and dread. All Might sighed heavily, his face shadowed with memories. His name was All for One. It is All for One, it seems, he said, his voice solemn. The room fell silent as the teachers processed this. All Might, the symbol of peace and the number one hero, had been forced to run from someone. He's not just any villain, All Might continued. He controlled this world from the shadows. The dark period you've all read about, that was his doing. A chill settled over the room. Even for those who hadn't lived through it, the stories of that era were haunting enough. Yes, Vlad King spoke up, breaking the silence. But when you came on the scene, things began to change. Villainy became less rampant, and heroes stopped disappearing. But why is that connected to this League of Villains? Because he's the cause of all of it, All Might replied, his tone hard. The unrest, the resentment, it's his doing. You're all too young to remember, but when I was a teenager, it was a living nightmare. Heroes strung up by their own capes, it was a common sight. Everyone felt a dark weight settle on them as they listened, unable to tear their attention away. 6 years ago, I thought I'd ended it for good in our final battle, All Might continued, his voice shaking slightly. I destroyed his entire head, though he left me with my injury in return. And yet, he's alive, Tsukauchi added. The fact that the Nomu had multiple quirks proves it. All for One has somehow survived, and he's responsible for this League of Villains. Multiple quirks. Now why in tarnation would that point to him? Snipe asked, already looking mighty unsettled. Because he could take or give quirks, All Might explained, his voice low. That's how he manipulated people, crushed Japan, and kept everyone under his thumb. Those of us who lived through that dark period, we all lived under his heel. A tense silence filled the room as every teacher felt the impact of All Might's words. Shock, horror, and a growing sense of dread washed over them. The knowledge that someone so powerful and malevolent was once again orchestrating events made them realize just how vulnerable they truly were. His successor, huh, and from what the students have described, he's a man-child. In some ways, he shares common ground with our students. They all have such potential. And like our students, it's possible someone is guiding him, trying to nurture that villainy, Nezu said thoughtfully. All Might could only feel despair and guilt weighing on him. First Vilgax and now All for One. So much responsibility on that boy's shoulders. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, if I hadn't been so careless, young Midorya wouldn't be in this position. All Might muttered. The thought of Midorya brought fresh waves of despair, knowing he still hadn't woken up. Nezu sighed. Thank you, Tsukauchi. If that's all, you're free to leave." Tsukauchi bowed and left the room. His departure only deepened the grim silence that settled over the teachers. After a long pause, Nezu spoke, his tone uncharacteristically somber. "I believe we must accept that this entire situation is our fault. A student lies in critical condition, forced to kill a Nomu, a creature that should never have entered our walls. And this student the same one who broke All Might's record in his first week here. His eagerness to help and save others was obvious from the start. Not to say we don't care about the other students' safety, but I'm illustrating just how severe this is for our public image." All Might, Aizawa, and Vlad's expressions grew heavier with guilt. "And the media isn't holding back," Midnight added, scrolling through her phone. Headlines blared accusations. "How could UA be so irresponsible? UA, student in critical condition after battling villains. Where were the teachers? UA's broken shield. Has the school failed to protect its students?" Midnight shook her head. "They're really going hard on us. And somehow word of Midorya's condition got leaked to the public. At this rate, it ain't looking good for UA as a school," Snipe said, scratching his head. "Our PR folks are suggesting we tell the public All Might swooped in just in time, saved everyone but couldn't quite reach Midorya, and that he'll be giving a grand apology for not getting there sooner." Snipe paused, then shook his head. "But I reckon that don't sit right with any of us." Nezu nodded. "Unfortunately, if we tried to spin it that way, All Might arriving just in time and saving everyone but Midorya, it might earn UA a little sympathy. However, it wouldn't be right to take credit for Midorya's actions," Snipe said firmly. "The boy put his life on the line, and now he's fighting for it. He risked everything to protect everyone in Class A and B." All Might nodded, fists clenched. "And I'd be damned if I took credit for his heroics. He saved and protected everyone, while I wasn't even there," he said, anger evident in his voice. Nezu, observing the room's heavy silence, allowed himself a small, bittersweet smile. In his own way, he achieved what you always wished to do, All Might. He was able to say, "I'm here," when you couldn't. But at what cost? "He's bedridden, his mother worried sick," All Might said, voice cracking slightly. "If I hadn't been so careless with my powers." He trailed off before Vlad King spoke up. "I'm the one to blame," Vlad King said, fists clenched in frustration. "I wasn't strong enough to protect the students. In the end, Midorya was forced to save me and Aizawa. I was completely useless." "No, the fault is mine and mine alone," All Might replied, guilt lining his face. "I used up my time in hero form. I should have been there from the beginning, should have stopped the League and that bastard who poisoned Midorya." Present Mike's frustration flared, "And the villain went and killed himself, so we can't even get a cure. He made sure to craft a poison we can't combat, and just to spite us, he took his own life." Nezu's voice was grave as he looked at the group. "Now you're all aware of what lies beyond the stars, and what Midorya possesses, even if some of you aren't plumbers." "You mean space cops, but go on," Present Mike quipped, earning a round of deadpan stares from the others. ... We have an issue we can't ignore. Vilgax is aware that Midorya has the Omnitrix," Nezu said grimly. "He sent those robots to our main campus, even though he had already hired bounty hunters. From what I can gather, this was all part of his plan. He knew the villains would attack the USJ, probably predicted that All Might would run out of time. That's why the hunters struck when they did after watching us closely. That's what Tetrax concluded. The robots were just a distraction to keep us from intervening," Nezu continued. "If Vilgax truly wanted to capture Midorya, he wouldn't have sent Cain. Cain would have killed Midorya without hesitation." Everyone grimaced, reaching the same realization. "He's testing him." Nezu nodded. "Now that you've all seen the footage, what weaknesses could we identify? If we're thinking like some tyrannical, war-obsessed maniac." Midnight spoke up. "The kid's plenty clever, but he's got a big heart." Aizawa sighed, his expression heavy. "If people are in danger, Midorya will do whatever it takes to protect them. Cain had Yaarosu, Shiozaki, Tsunotori, Kaminari, and Jiro. Midorya was prepared to give himself up. A tyrant like Vilgax would exploit that in a heartbeat," another voice said, and a tall, armored figure stepped into the room. "Tetrax. Tetrax." All Might's brows raised in surprise, the tension in his shoulders easing a bit. Tetrax gave a nod, pressing a fist to his chest. Good to see you again. I managed to sneak into the hospital where Izuku's being held. No one noticed me enter or leave, he said, a slight smile pulling at his lips. Midnight raised an eyebrow, smirking. Hard to imagine someone like you sneak in around. Tetrax explained further, the Omnitrix sends out a signal every time it's activated. Those who know of its existence can track the bearer whenever it's in use. And with Midorya constantly training at UA, Vilgax would have a precise location on the Omnitrix, given it's constantly active, Tetrax said. A silent dread settled over the room, the weight of it pulling down on each of them. So, anyone looking for the Omnitrix could attack the school freely, Aizawa said, his voice muffled but tense. Exactly. Considering the threats out there, full-scale assaults on UA would become routine. For all my intelligence, I'm not so arrogant as to think our security could withstand someone like Vilgax, Nezu admitted, clenching his fists, frustration showing in his small frame. Luckily, I have a solution. Tetrax tapped his screen, bringing up an Omnitrix display. I can rewrite the signal so that every time it activates, it'll ping to wherever I am. All Might's eyes widened in sudden hope, a rush of relief relaxing his clenched fists. Wait, so wherever you go. Tetrax nodded. I'll travel the galaxy, leading Vilgax and anyone else hunting the device away from Earth and away from Izuku. A visible wave of relief washed over the room, easing tense expressions and filling them with new determination. This way, you'll have time to prepare him for the challenges he'll face, Tetrax said, looking around the room. You won't be racing against the clock or left wondering when Vilgax will come to claim his prize. I believe I can lead them away for about a year at most. He turned to leave, throwing a last look over his shoulder. The rest of you just need to do your jobs as teachers and train him. So when he wakes up, I hope you put him through hell, Tetrax said with a small, determined grin. It's unfortunate that the Omnitrix ended up on his wrist. The weight of the universe is too much for any one person, especially a kid. Aizawa and the others exchanged glances, a sense of responsibility setting in, but with renewed determination to meet the task head-on. But this is the hand we're dealt, so we'll make the best of it. Aizawa, don't go easy on him. Aizawa gave a firm nod, the ghost of a smile crossing his lips. But you sound pretty sure he'll wake up, Snipe said, a soft look of relief in his eyes, echoing the others' shared hope. Tetrax paused for a moment. You know, when Midorya was born, that man could hardly keep quiet about his son. Said he saw something in him. Maybe it was the blind love of a father who knows, but Hisashi believed his son could do the impossible. He looked around the room. That poison would have killed a full-grown Tetraman, yet Midorya's still breathing. Means he's fightin', so I know for a fact he'll wake up. A faint smile crossed his face. And who am I to doubt that man? Hasn't been wrong before, has he? With that, Tetrax turned and left the room. The teachers exchanged looks, nodding with small smiles of relief. Nezu continued, on another note, I think both Class 1A and 1B need ample time to recover before the festival. Hound Dog agreed with a low growl. I second that. Can't put UA pride over the kid's mental and physical well-being. While we're at it, Snipe drawled, tipping his hat, reckon we ought to stretch the sports festival over 3 days instead of packing it all into one. Everyone turned to Snipe as he continued, what I'm sayin' is we ought to give each year their own day to strut their stuff. Most pros tend to gather round the second or third year stadiums, leaving the first years in the dust. This way, every class gets a fair shot at showing what they can do. Nezu considered this. True, but given recent events, people may flock to the first-year stadium. Still, I agree. The first years, especially, are eager to prove themselves, and maybe even change a certain teacher's mind. He glanced at Aizawa, who groaned. If you're referring to my past statement about expelling Class 1A, I stand by it. But I couldn't follow through with it. True, the HPSC and the education system refused to approve it, Nezu replied, before shifting the topic. As for security, especially with Vilgax and who knows what other alien threats coming our way, Midorya's use of the Omnitrix at the sports festival will only draw more attention. And as the son of Hisashi Midorya, We'll need a major overhaul to our security protocols, as well as the addition of a dorm system. Dorm system? They all asked. The girls Kendo, Ochako, Jiro, Ashido, Tsuyu, Hagakure, Yaarosu, and Yui sat around the room in tense silence. Ashido hugged a plushie in frustration, while Kendo knelt on the floor, digging her fingers into her thighs, her head bowed as she fought back tears. I refuse to accept it, Kendo said, her voice barely above a whisper. Momo struggled not to break down, tears pooling in the corners of her eyes. Yui sat silently, her eyes wide, unable to find the words. Toru had brought them home since her parents were away, and she had shared what they had overheard. Ochako hung her head, her bobbed brown hair falling like a curtain over her face. Kendo. Toru ventured softly, I refuse to accept it. Kendo's voice rose, filled with determination. You must have misheard them. You probably didn't hear all of it. I just refuse to accept it. Her voice cracked with emotion. Kendo stood abruptly, grabbing her backpack and slamming the door behind her as she stormed out. Kendo. Ashido called, trying to reach out. Tsuyu turned to Ochako, who was closest to Izuku, and placed a hand on her shoulder. Ururaka-chan, she asked gently. Ochako flinched at the touch but forced herself to look up, managing a strained smile. Don't worry. I know Dekiru always makes it through. Her closed-eye smile belied her true feelings, and it was clear she didn't fully believe it herself. Dekiru is an amazing person. He'll be fine. We'll laugh about this in a week, she added, her voice cracking. Anyways, my mom and dad are really worried about me, so I better get home, Ochako said, grabbing her bag. Wait, Ururaka, Tsuyu called, reaching out to her friend. Ochako turned back with the same forced smile. Are you okay, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked, her tone softening. I know you and Midorya-chan are really close, so. Ochako hesitated, then replied, I'm fine. Don't worry, Tsu. Dekiru's really strong. He'll be fine. With that, she left the room. Tsuyu clenched her fists, clutching her chest. Despite only knowing each other for a short time, she could see that her friend was in pain. Jiro stood, feeling catatonic, unable to articulate the deep ache in her heart at the thought of losing her friend. Anger surged within her, and she grabbed her backpack, leaving swiftly. She bit her lip to keep the tears from flowing, determined not to cry in front of her classmates. Green, she whispered to herself, her heart heavy with fear and sorrow. 2 days later, Class 1A was quiet. No one felt like talking. Yaarosu had eye bags, an indication she hadn't slept in a while, plus her eyes were red, showing she had been crying. Yaarosu wasn't the only one to look rough. Jiro, Ururaka, Ashido, and Tsuyu's eyes were red. Some of the guys, as Kirishima, felt so much shame that he just looked down at his table. Shoji was quiet. Well, he was always quiet, but this silence wasn't normal for him. They all just heard the ticking of the room clock. Kaminari, Shiro, and Mineta felt like they should try and cheer them up. Hey guys, come on, you know Midorya is going to be fine. It's Midorya, he always pulls a last-minute trick or something. Shiro said. Yeah, I don't know the guy very well, but I'm sure he's gonna be fine, and he wouldn't want us mopping around, Kaminari said, moving his arms around. Alright, a last-minute move, Iida said as he sighed. This all my fault. If I was able to get to the teacher in time, then maybe. No, Yaarosu said. The fault is mine, she said but didn't elaborate. Bakugo looked catatonic. He had struggled with the fact that if Deku, the worthless useless pebble, hadn't shown up, he would have died. There's no sugarcoating. The villain played with them, torturing them, but if he didn't show up. This wasn't like the sludge villain where All Might is the one who saved me, but was helpless. I was completely useless against that Blackbird freak. If Deku hadn't, I would've. Now he's gonna. Bakugo thought. The door slid open, and everyone turned with some hope that the green-haired classmate would walk in. Everyone would hug him. He would become a stuttering mess. Bakugo would just scoff and everything would go back to normal. Instead, the homeroom teacher walked in, Mr. Aizawa, which brought some relief in knowing their teacher was okay. Good morning, class, he said as he could feel and see the sad and depressed looks on their faces. These kids went through hell, and a wave of guilt washed over him as he saw the number 18 seat number empty. You're all here, Aizawa said needlessly as he walked in, his arms still in casts. Ah, sensei. Tenya shot up from his seat. The pro hero's attention was brought to him. Yes. Mineta hasn't arrived. I imagine you wish to. Iida, didn't you hear what he did to Yanagi from Class 1B? Suyu said. A wave-off bit anger went throughout the girls. No, what had he done? Iida said before Aizawa spoke up for her. From the footage we could gather, Midorya in his stinkfly form while carrying Yui Kodai, and Asui, he decided to make an inappropriate grab at Reiko Yanagi. Aizawa stated everyone could already imagine what he had done. He nearly got us to crash in the water, with the rest of those villains. Suyu said, her tone but angry. Then began to blame Midorya-chan on the villain attack kept managing his father. Suyu said. Everyone gasped. Hiroshima shook his head in disapproval. So unmanly. Jiro looked angry. She seemed ready to throttle the little pervert. That scumbag. Jiro exclaimed. Kaminari began to squirm in his seat uncomfortably. That's so insensitive. Who manages that deceased father like that? Ochako said as Bakugo seemed to flinch in his seat before scoffing. Please tell me that little scumbag has been expelled, Jiro asked. Aizawa sighed as he seemed to go back to when he talked his mother and Mineta. Flashback. Nezu sipped his tea, looking thoughtful. Are you sure about this, Eraserhead? Aizawa's expression remained stoic. Yes, Minoru Mineta will be expelled from UA. I thought I saw potential in him, but clearly I was mistaken. The statement by Reiko Yanagi is a prime example of my failure as a teacher. And the fact he did this even though I warned him several times has shown my failure to not only discipline him, but I clearly was wrong about seeing potential. Given the current attack on the USJ, not only is one of your students in critical condition, but expelling him after failing to protect your class will certainly ruin your reputation as a teacher and pro hero, Nezu remarked, a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Aizawa maintained his serious demeanor. I know, and I'm willing to take the full brunt of the backlash. Nezu scrutinized him before speaking into his intercom. Send her in. As soon as he spoke, the door swung open, slamming against the wall. A short, plump woman with light green hair styled like a messy grapevine stormed in, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Behind her, Minoru Mineta shuffled in, head down, clearly ashamed. Finally, do you know how long I've been waiting? Mrs. Mineta exclaimed, her voice dripping with entitlement. 4 hours. I demand an explanation for this ridiculous expulsion. It was only about 30 minutes, Aizawa and Nezu thought. Now, let's get to the point, Mrs. Mineta continued, hands on her hips, glaring at the two teachers. My Minoru didn't do anything wrong. You're just trying to cover up your own incompetence. Aizawa met her gaze with a flat expression. Your son groped a fellow student after she clearly said no. His actions were not only inappropriate but dangerous. That is a total fabrication. Mrs. Mineta shrieked, her face turning crimson. My Minoru is an angel. Isn't enough you nearly got him killed. But now you want to expel him. Have you no shame? Aizawa didn't waver. Your son repeatedly harassed a female student, ignoring her protests, and in the process endangered the group he had been with, he said coldly. That's a lie. My Minoru is a perfect angel. She screeched, her voice shrill enough to make the room reverberate. She leaned in, face flushed with fury. How dare you blame my child? If you and your half-rate school could protect your students, we wouldn't even be here. What exactly were you doing while my child was fighting for his life? And don't act like you have any actual proof he did what you're accusing him of. We do the footage we sent you along as his expulsion notice. Nezu interjected calmly. We have evidence of his actions. Did you not see it? Footage. You're seriously using that excuse. What a pathetic way to scapegoat a child. Mrs. Mineta yelled, her voice echoing in the room. What you have is vague and can't possibly be conclusive. Nezu maintained his composure, adjusting his glasses. As I mentioned in the letter, the attack disrupted our systems, but we can confirm that your son acted inappropriately to say the least. The footage is vague at best. Nothing conclusive. In fact, if you ask me, that girl was practically asking for it. Mrs. Mineta shouted. The room went silent. Minoru's head dropped further, his shoulders slumping. With the way you let these kids dress like whores, can you blame my Minoru for getting a little excited? She jabbed a finger toward the door. Remember that Yaarosu girl, if you're going to let these girls parade around like that, you shouldn't be surprised when boys get a little touchy. Her eyes narrowed with disdain. You're practically encouraging it. Aizawa's expression hardened as she continued. And yet you're expelling my son while letting that murderer, Izuku Midorya, stay. He's the real danger. He killed that creature, burned it to ash. And there's plenty of footage to prove that. You're just trying to deflect from your own failures. First you couldn't protect your students and say if you're expelling anyone, it should be him. Mrs. Mineta shouted, her face contorting in anger. Nezu maintained his polite smile, though his gaze sharpened. As we explained in our previous conference, Mrs. Mineta, the Nomu was a bioengineered entity, devoid of true consciousness. Its design was to attack and endure, not reason or feel. Even if it had been human, Midoriya's actions would still have been necessary to prevent further harm to himself and others. It posed a direct and imminent threat to the lives of everyone present. And yet you'll expel my son over these baseless accusations while you keep that murderer enrolled. This is UA, a prestigious school. Where the hell are your standards, for God's sake? As Minoru stood silently, visibly shaken, he finally spoke up. I did it, he admitted, his voice trembling. Mrs. Mineta's eyes widened in disbelief, and her anger shifted to panic. No, baby, don't say that, they're just trying to make you feel guilty. I harassed her, Minoru continued, his voice breaking. I thought if I could just grab her. Minoru, stop, don't let them put this on you. Mrs. Mineta shrieked, her tone frantic as she clutched his shoulders. I am not a hero. I don't deserve to be here. Minoru said, sniffing a bit as he fought back his tears. I wanted to be a hero to get the girls, Minoru confessed, his voice tinged with frustration. Being the shortest guy, I've always been overlooked. They call me creepy, but tall, handsome heroes can get away with the same pervy things I do. It made me jealous. I thought if I became a hero, maybe the girls would finally notice me. I thought if I was gonna die, I should at least feel up some boobs, he confessed, tears brimming in his eyes. But Midorya, he was the real hero. While I just cried and whined like a coward, I didn't understand what it meant to be one. No, honey, don't praise that murderer, Mrs. Mineta cried, her voice rising as she shook her head vehemently. Clearly, I don't understand what it means to be a hero. I'll accept any punishment. I'll take whatever consequences you give me, Minoru said, his gaze resolute, tears streaming down his cheeks. Don't you dare, Mrs. Mineta shouted, stepping closer, her fists clenched in frustration. You will not let them ruin your future. If it means being expelled, I'll accept it. I'll go to another hero school if I have to. But I need to earn my place here, Minoru said as tears began flowing from his eyes. He sniffed. No, this isn't happening, Mrs. Mineta shouted, her voice reaching a hysterical pitch. You're not going to let them do this to you. He lowered his head in shame. I'll accept any punishment, Mr. Aizawa, even if that means leaving UA. Mrs. Mineta's face turned red as she fumed, stepping closer to Nezu and Aizawa. Her eyes narrowed, her tone venomous. You would seriously expel my boy over this? While you keep a killer in your school? She crossed her arms tightly, planting herself in front of them, her voice rising with each word. How dare you? You're letting that monster stay while ruining my son's future. Are you proud of yourself? Aizawa sighed heavily, trying to remain unfazed by her antics, as the woman continued to rant. Flashback over. Aizawa's expression remained calm as he addressed the growing outrage. No, he's not expelled. The reaction was immediate, particularly from the girls. What? That creep is still in school? Ashido exclaimed, clearly outraged. He literally committed sexual assault while Yanagi was crying. He should be in prison, not in our class, Toru said, her tone sharp with disgust. This feels spineless, especially after you said he'd be expelled if he made one more lewd comment, Tsuyu added bluntly. Momo and Ururaka, however, had their minds elsewhere, preoccupied with thoughts of Midorya, who was in critical condition. Momo appeared visibly sad, her eyes weighed down by dark circles, while Ochako seemed lost in her own thoughts, maintaining a distant expression. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. Look, after last year, it's not as simple as that. He muttered quietly, I can't just expel him for making lewd comments. There's freedom of speech to consider, even if his behavior crossed a line. However, he then remembered Mineta, who looked genuinely remorseful, eyes red and downcast. I've decided to give him one last opportunity, Aizawa said. Aizawa took a deep breath, gauging the uneasy stares. I know this isn't the outcome some of you expected, but Mineta will face real consequences if he wants to remain here at UA. First, he's suspended until he completes a specialized program focused on boundaries, respect, and consent. His return depends on him finishing this training. If he can't meet the requirements, he won't be returning. If he does come back, he'll be placed on strict probation. A mentor will monitor his behavior daily. If he fails to meet UA's standards in any way, he's expelled. Additionally, he's under a strict, no contact, order with Yanagi and any student uncomfortable around him, with serious repercussions for any boundary violation. And finally, when UA's dorm system is implemented, Mineta won't be granted residence or allowed to live on school grounds. He'll have to commute if he's permitted to stay here. This is his last chance. Any failure to meet these conditions will mean immediate expulsion. At UA, any student should have the opportunity to change and prove themselves. We, as teachers, are here to guide you and ensure you become exemplary heroes. We won't cut you out like cancer when you make mistakes. However, if you go too far without showing remorse, don't take our kindness as weakness. I don't fully believe this statement, but everyone deserves at least a chance to change. Aizawa glanced around the room, noticing that most students were either disengaged or listening half-heartedly. His gaze landed on Momo, who usually bore the brunt of Mineta's derogatory comments. Yet, upon hearing that he wasn't getting expelled, she seemed indifferent. He sighed. I know you're all worried about Midorya, and I recommend you see Hound Dog. Right now, we can't dwell on what-ifs. Instead, we need to focus on what went wrong and strive to improve, Aizawa continued. The students listened half-heartedly. Tokiyami spoke up, breaking the silence. He's right. Midorya wouldn't want us to be depressed. It would only make him feel guilty when he wakes from his deep slumber. Ururaka nodded, her voice soft yet firm. Right, Dekiru wouldn't want us to feel bad for him. Despite her words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her face as she glanced down as she forced a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement, though some looked far away. Now, let's begin with today. The sports festival is coming up. Oh yeah, that's right. UA is still a school, so it makes sense that we would have school-related activities, Ojiro added, trying to lighten the mood. The date of the sports festival has been postponed. This will give you time to heal your wounds, Aizawa announced. Bakugo shot up from his seat, incredulous. What? We were perfectly fine. The old hag healed all of our wounds. Not all of us, Ashido whispered to herself, casting a glance at Ururaka. I wasn't talking about your physical wounds, Aizawa replied, cutting off Bakugo's protest. Huh, what are you? Bakugo trailed off, noticing the downcast expressions on his classmates' faces. He scoffed and sank back into his seat, frustration evident in his posture. But is it really a good idea? There was just a villain attack on UA grounds. Shouldn't we? Suyu trailed off, glancing around at her classmates, who wore expressions of concern. Shoji shifted uncomfortably, adding, it's hard to focus on training after something like that. What if we face a real threat out there? Tokiyami nodded, his voice steady. I share Shoji's concern. The danger is real, they could attack us when we're all in one spot. Aizawa sighed. You are not the only ones to think like that, Asui, but precautions have been taken. You are not obligated to participate, especially in your first year. If you feel like you can't participate, no one will judge you. You should all prepare this month. A month. The class shouted. But what about Midorya? Kirishima asked. He is still in the hospital. He won't have the time to prepare and heal like the rest of us. Suyu said. Everyone flinched from the name, and Aizawa just closed his eyes. That's Recovery Girl's decision. He sighed before addressing the class. I should apologize to all of you because of negligence. You all suffered greatly as your teacher. I should have protected you all, and for my weakness, I am truly sorry. He looked around and saw a few off the students' expression before Tokiyami spoke up. None of us blame for what happened. You do not owe us an apology. Tokiyami said as everyone nodded. Bakugo scoffed. Yeah, whatever. Aizawa nodded. You can come in, he said towards the door. I am here. All Might stuck half his body into the class, leaning forward in a way that looked quite hilarious. He was wearing his yellow pinstriped suit instead of his costume, which even the fanboys and girls in the classes couldn't help but think was a little goofy. All Might. They mostly all cheered, cheering up a little from the presence of the pro hero. Ha ha ha. Good afternoon, children, he said, cheerily. Good to see you all doing well. His smile dimmed, and the class sat straighter. I wanted to come and apologize to you all for allowing the events of last Friday to happen. Everyone stiffened in shock, and made to protest, but he held his hand up. Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, the facts are clear. Instead of being with my classes, I was off solving crimes that mostly could have been left to other heroes. He stared at them seriously. As a teacher now, you all should have been my first priority. My late arrival allowed several of you to get hurt, and for that, I am deeply sorry. He bowed his head. It will not happen again. They glanced at each other before nodding in understanding. Time skip. It was lunchtime. Ururaka was still in the classroom with Iida, Ashido, Kirishima, and a few other students. She sat at her desk, her gaze averted as she half-heartedly nibbled on her rice ball, a frown tugging at her lips. Every bite seemed to remind her of Midorya, and she sighed, trying to push thoughts of him aside. Come on, guys. Like Mr. Aizawa said, we should look forward. Kaminari exclaimed, trying to lift the spirits of his classmates. Midoriya's gonna be fine. He waved his hand dismissively, but a heavy silence hung over the room, matching the downcast expressions of his friends. An idea struck Kaminari. Ooh, I know. How about you tell us how you met Midorya? He suggested, a hopeful grin breaking through. Everyone raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Ojiro put a finger to his chin, nodding. Couldn't hurt. I'm sure it would help out. Ururaka managed a small, strained smile, scratching her head sheepishly. Her voice came out bubbly, but her eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation and worry. Sure, why not? Guess it could be fun. Mina, trying to maintain her bubbly demeanor despite her own anxiety, leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ooh, I gotta know, you two are so close. How did you meet? Well, I guess I met Dekiru when he stole my purse, she said, letting out a soft chuckle. Silence fell over the group, and everyone's eyes bulged in disbelief. Wait. Hold up. Izuku Midorya, with that green hair and innocent smile, stole your purse? Ashido asked, clearly struggling to believe it. She bit her lip, trying to repress the flood of emotions, a mix of concern and fondness, that bubbled up inside her. Iida began making chopping motions with his hands, his expression stern. Ururaka, you shouldn't make up stories about our friend. No way was Midorya secretly a bad boy. Kaminari and Mineta echoed, wide-eyed and astonished. 1. Mina felt a pang of worry as the others reacted, and she forced a smile, attempting to mask her own anxious thoughts. What happened next? She asked, her voice a little too bright. Ururaka's voice softened, her expression turning serious. Well, he didn't exactly steal it, his friend did. But I ended up chasing them. The purse had my money for the month and my phone. My family is kinda tight when it comes to money. A wave of sympathy washed over her classmates, accompanied by a collective sigh of disappointment toward Midorya. I chased them and pleaded with them, but they escaped through a manhole. A manhole, of all things. Ururaka laughed, shaking her head at the memory. But her heart sank again, worrying about how Midorya was faring. Can't believe Midorya would do such a thing, Kirishima said, his brow furrowing. But then a genuine smile spread across Ochako's face as she continued. Yeah, a day or two later, though, I was walking home when the guy who stole my phone showed up again, bruised and bandaged, and he bows and hands me 1 million yen. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Ururaka burst into laughter, the sound infectious, but she quickly tried to repress her bubbling emotions, crossing her arms tightly. He was so flustered that it seemed like he'd never spoken to a girl in his life. Can you believe it? Bowing and ready to hand me 1,000,000 yen. She shook her head, forcing the smile to hide the worry gnawing at her. Everyone's eyes bulged, jaws dropping as they processed her story. Who would have thought? Ashido mused, her voice teasingly light, the cinnamon roll a bad boy. Hiroshima shot up in excitement. Hold up, that's the prize money from the tournament, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. Jiro smiled as she put the pieces together. So instead of just apologizing and admitting his mistakes like a normal person, he enters a tournament. He went to literal fighting tournament that people have died in. Yep, that sounds like green, she said with a blush. Ururaka felt her cheeks heat up, a deep blush spreading across her face as laughter filled the classroom. The atmosphere brightened with the story, momentarily lifting everyone's spirits. I mean, what kind of guy does that? He fought against a literal murderer just to give some girl he didn't even know, just because I looked sad, Ochako said, her voice cracking with emotion. She struggled to repress the whirlpool of feelings threatening to overflow, both the butterflies of admiration and the ache of her heart. Sounds like Midorya, he just has to go over the top, Hiroshima said with a proud grin. Ah, man, so what did you do with the money? Ashido chimed in, her curiosity piqued. I didn't take all of it, Ururaka shouted, then quickly lowered her voice, fingers fidgeting together. Though I was really tempted. Jiro giggled, enjoying the moment. And just like that, Green Bean will go all out to make us feel better by getting back up and making a very public apology. Everyone shared a smile, a sense of warmth spreading through the room. Yeah, they agreed, the mood lifting. Wait, how did you meet him? Kaminari asked, turning to Jiro, who blushed slightly at the sudden attention. I was being attacked by a group of guys I had beaten up before. They caught me off guard and ganged up on me. Then, out of nowhere, this green goo-like creature appeared and took them out, along with his black-haired friend, she recounted, her cheeks still flushed. Always running in to help, sounds just like him, Hiroshima remarked, nodding. Wait, black-haired teen. Did he look muscular and kinda like a thug? Kaminari inquired, his interest piqued. Yeah, Jiro replied, slightly confused by the line of questioning. That's the guy who stole my purse, Ururaka said, her voice rising with comedic anger. Yaarosu walked to the student council room, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. Usually, she would be chatting with Midorya during this walk, discussing quirks, pros, or anything else that came to mind. Those brief moments alone together had become something she cherished. Now, however, she walked in silence, surrounded by the sounds of her classmates chatting and laughing. Couples strolled by, hand in hand, their smiles a painful reminder of what she missed. A small smile tugged at her lips, but it quickly faded, replaced by a wave of sadness. I'm sorry, she whispered to herself, the words barely audible as she continued down the hallway. Suddenly, she felt a hand grip her shoulder. Turning around, she was met by Kendo, whose concerned expression revealed dark circles under her eyes. Hey, Yaarosu, Kendo said gently. Kendo, may I help you with something? She asked, attempting to mask her turmoil. Do you mind if we go to the student council? Kendo replied, her tone warm. We both seem like we could use a friend. They began walking in silence, and after a moment, Kendo broke the quiet. You know, he doesn't blame you. Yaarosu didn't respond, her heart heavy with guilt. She felt a lump in her throat, knowing she should say something, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, she focused on the ground, unable to meet Kendo's gaze. It's not your fault, you know. Midorya is a tough guy, Kendo added with a reassuring smile, though Yaarosu could sense the uncertainty in her voice. She wanted to believe that, but the weight of her own feelings kept her silent, afraid she would break down if she spoke. Hey, I'm going to visit him in the hospital, Kendo said suddenly. Yaarosu froze, her heart racing at the thought. The guilt swelled inside her, a mix of longing and regret. If you wanna come, feel free to, Kendo offered, sensing the internal struggle in her friend. She nodded slowly, her voice barely above a whisper. Okay. Yaarosu sat in the council room, her gaze fixed on the empty seat beside her, a constant reminder of Izuku. The absence felt heavier today, amplifying her unease and guilt as she awaited the meeting to start. Kendo, seated across from her, tried her best to focus, but the empty space beside Yaarosu lingered in her mind, a reminder of the day's heavy atmosphere. She wished the meeting would conclude quickly so they could head to the hospital. Shouldn't we begin? Kendo suggested, glancing around the room at their classmates. Hold on, apparently, a new class representative for the business course was instated, a male student interjected, eager to fill the silence. Oh, I heard about that. He's also in the support course, right? A female student added, leaning forward with curiosity. The door suddenly swung open, and two students entered, a boy and a girl wearing glasses. Yes, goodbye, the boy grumbled as he walked in. Yaarosu, still looking down, recognized the voice and felt her stomach twist. She looked up and saw a familiar face. Oh, Momo, it's good to see you again, the boy said with a forced smile. The girl beside him ignored him completely, her expression tight as she tried to avoid acknowledging his presence. It's Yaarosu, she corrected, her voice cold. You know him? Kendo asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes, he's the son of my father's investors, Yaarosu replied, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. Partners, actually, and her future husband, the boy, Billy, declared with an air of arrogance. The engagement was cancelled, Yaarosu interjected quickly, her voice firm but betraying a hint of hurt. I don't know what your father was thinking honestly, but don't worry. When you show your pathetic attempt at the sports festival, he'll come to his senses, Billy taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. He finally realized I would never enter a quirk marriage, especially not with someone as deplorable as you, Billions, Yaarosu shot back, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside. If I recall, your father said you had found true love or some biblical nonsense like that, Billy retorted, irritation lacing his tone. Yaarosu clenched her fists under the table, feeling the familiar sting of resentment. But don't worry, hopefully, you and your father will come to your senses. I always get what I want. And I want you. Your opinion doesn't really concern me. This earned glares from the girls in the room, though they had the common sense not to speak up, especially considering Billy's reputation. And besides, what man could compete with me? I'm the richest, smartest, and my looks are beyond average, he boasted, leaning back in his chair with a smug smile. Can we move on? You called this meeting for a reason, Billions. Kendo said, trying to steer the conversation away from his self-promotion. Yes, it concerns the sports festival, Billy announced, catching everyone's attention except for a girl with brown hair, who scoffed and appeared visibly irritated. You mean the event where the hero course can just look good? She retorted with distaste in her tone. Kendo, Yaarosu, and Shota remained silent, well aware of her disdain for the hero course. It was always Midorya who managed to calm her down during these discussions. Yes, it's disappointing, but I'm here to make a request. He took a deep breath. Someone else should make the speech for the sports festival. Everyone looked surprised, and Kendo shot him a fierce glare. What are you talking about? Every year, we have a hero course student make a speech for the top scorer, but since he's currently out of commission, I propose that I make the speech and represent the support and business courses. Kendo shot up from her seat. I decline the proposal. Oh, Billy raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. Izuku Midorya is more than just the student who scored highest on the hero course exams, he broke the record All Might's record. The room fell into contemplation as Kendo's words hung in the air. Yeah, he did do that. Everyone will want to see the guy who beat All Might's score. The marketing for him will be insane. A record that was once thought impossible will certainly draw a lot of attention, another student added. Billy's irritation grew palpable as he sighed. Let's be honest, he's probably not going to make it. The room fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Kendo's glare intensified, her voice low and threatening. What did you just say? I mean, he beat that blonde idiot's score, so what? It's not like he'll actually survive. When they declare his... Shut up. Momo stood up, her face flushed with anger. Don't you dare speak ill of him. Billy looked taken aback before returning her glare. You want to bring a new age to UA. What better than the guy who literally set a new record in UA history? The boy who faced down villains and stood proud as a symbol of resilience. Even when the odds were stacked against him, he pushed through, going plus ultra. That's our school motto. Momo's voice rose, passion igniting her words as she defended Izuku, her eyes fierce with determination. Everyone began to feel somewhat inspired as they listened to Momo's every word. If we let someone else speak when Midorya hasn't even woken up yet, what message does that send? If he does wake up, what will he think? Oh, we didn't expect you to make it, so we replaced you. Is that UA not believing in our students, our classmates? By standing firm behind Midorya as our representative, we're saying, we knew he would make it. And now he stands proudly here, giving a speech to inspire all of us. Momo's breath hitched as she realized the weight of her words, her chest rising and falling quickly. Midorya will make it, we just need to have faith. Before any decisions are made, I implore you to wait. Just give him time, please. Her voice cracked, raw emotion seeping through as she fought against the tide of doubt. Billy glared at her, his expression a mix of disbelief and contempt. Why are you defending this boy? He's just some nobody, a lucky first year. I second that, Kendo exclaimed, her own resolve strengthening in solidarity. Me too, Shota shouted, enthusiasm lighting up his features. What the hell? Midorya seems pretty cool, another student added, nodding in agreement. Sure, why not? Another chimed in, emboldened by the growing support. Billy scoffed, his irritation boiling over. You're all wasting your time. He stormed out in anger, slamming the door behind him with a resonating bang. Izuku Midorya, he spat, the name dripping with disdain as he left. The room fell into a heavy silence, each student reflecting on the tension that had just unfolded. Momo stood tall, her heart pounding. Back at class, the atmosphere in the classroom felt heavy as the students packed their belongings. Small conversations buzzed around, but the air was thick with lingering tension. What's going on? Ochako asked, peering toward the door, which was blocked by a swarm of students. What business do you have with Class A? Tenya questioned, his voice firm, accompanied by a precise chopping motion. We won't let you keep us here, Mineta shouted defiantly. Bakugo, unfazed, slung his bag over his shoulder and narrowed his eyes, his serious expression cutting through the noise. He marched up to the throng of students blocking the exit. They're scouting the enemy, small fry, he said coolly. We made it out of the villains' attack, so they probably want to check us out before the sports festival. His tone was surprisingly calm, belying the intensity simmering beneath the surface. He halted directly in front of them, his fierce glare demanding attention. Out of the way, extras. Now you know what a real professional looks like. The crowd hesitated, some students taking a step back, clearly intimidated. Kyoka rolled her eyes, unfazed by Bakugo's bravado. More like a professional asshole, she quipped, prompting a few chuckles and murmurs of agreement from her classmates. Bakugo scowled at her retort but chose to ignore it, focusing instead on the group before him. Stop calling people extras just because you don't know them, Tenya interjected, moving his arms in a robotic manner, attempting to assert his authority. A purple-haired teen stepped forward, his monotone voice cutting through the commotion. I came to see what the famous Class A and B were like, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all students in the hero course like this? No, just him, came the chorus of responses from Class A. I heard one of you is in the hospital, the purple-haired teen continued, glancing around the room. He apparently gave his all to protect both classes. Someone like that is probably a good guy. His tone was neutral, but curiosity flickered in the eyes of the other students, eager to see where he was going with this. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? The purple-haired teen continued, his voice steady. The school has given us a chance to prove ourselves, and if we do well, they might consider transferring us into the hero course, which means transferring one of you out. As the weight of his words sank in, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Glares started to form among the students. Hey, If the kid doesn't make it, then there's a free seat. One of the students whispered, a hint of excitement in their tone. I'm kinda glad you heard what he did in the entrance exam. Dude took on the 0-pointer and knocked it out with one punch. Another chimed in, smirking. Class 1A clenched their fists in anger, the thought of someone trying to take Izuku's place igniting their fury. But my pride refuses to take a spot that isn't earned. I will be aiming for one of yours, and there will be no question that I've earned my place in the hero course. The purple-haired teen declared, surprising everyone, including the members of Class 1A. If you don't bring your A game, I'll take your seat right from under you. I came with a declaration of war. His words hung in the air, the challenge clear. Bakugo scoffed, a smirk creeping onto his face, while some of the other students exchanged amused glances, clearly enjoying the show. Just as the tension was building and students began to scatter, a condescending voice cut through the air. You hero hopefuls are so dramatic. Everyone turned to see Billy Billions pushing his way through the crowd, a smug grin plastered on his face as he eyed Class 1A with disdain. So, this is Class 1A. Let's see my competition, he drawled, his gaze landing on each student. A pink raccoon-eyed freak. His words dripped with sarcasm. Ashido looked hurt by the statement as she glared at him. A guy who looks like his mom is an octopus. Gross. You're doing everyone a favor wearing that mask. If only it could cover up everything, Billy said, a smirk on his face. Next, we have a guy with a tail. How's that helpful? Whatever, monkey. Then there's a toad girl. And a guy with earlobes, Billy continued, his tone dripping with disdain. Everyone turned to Jiro, who shot daggers at him and took a step forward, her fists clenched in anger. She was stopped by Bakugo, who glared at Billy with a fierce intensity. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and Shoji held everyone back, shaking his head in disapproval, his expression a mix of concern and irritation. I hear Ochako Ururaka is in this class, Billy said, turning his attention to Ururaka, who was blushing furiously. He smiled, a predatory glint in his eyes as he looked her over. I've heard about your family's struggles. If you were persuasive, I wouldn't mind helping out your family. He gestured to her body, his smirk widening. Ururaka stepped back, making a gagging noise, her eyes wide with disgust. Gross. Get away from me, she shouted, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, which only seemed to fuel Billy's scowl. Yaarosu, you associate yourself with such vermin. Honestly, if you losers survived a villain attack, it was probably some no-name thugs, maybe even this Izuku Midorya. You know, Deku can also mean useless. Yeah, a fitting name, don't you think? Yaarosu Deku fits perfectly for such a useless person. The class grew even angrier, and a low murmur of discontent spread through the students nearby as they instinctively moved back, wary of the escalating situation. Monoma, despite not liking Class 1A, had to admit that Midorya was a hero, and hearing Billy talk so badly about him made his blood boil. Kendo was on the verge of hitting Billy, her fists clenched and shaking with rage. You're crossing the line, jerk, she yelled, but Setsuna and Yanagi held her back, their eyes wide as they tried to calm her down. Well, I should introduce myself. I'm your new classmate and the class representative. I'll be replacing Dek. He didn't finish, and to everyone's shock, he was decked in the face by Bakugo. The arrogant boy was sent flying back, clutching his cheek, while Bakugo's hands crackled with explosive energy, a fierce determination in his eyes. Don't you dare speak about the nerd like that. You worthless piece of trash. The nerd is more of a hero than you could ever be with your whole body. Bakugo screamed, his voice echoing in the charged atmosphere, leaving everyone stunned into silence. Why, you scoundrel, how dare you? Billy exclaimed, struggling to rise. Just then, he felt a sharp slap across the face, courtesy of Yaarosu. Leave, she commanded, her voice dripping with authority. Billy was taken aback. Yaarosu had never hit him before, never for some guy, some nobody. Bakugo was being held back by Shiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima, who were all scowling at the boy on the floor. Midorya is someone you will never live up to. Even with all that money, you're not half the man he is, Momo asserted, her voice steady. Billy's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I get it. So this Midorya is the nobody trash you fell for. The one who made your father cancel our arrangement. He accused, a cruel smirk on his face. Momo flushed but kept her scowl intact. Todoroki, who had overheard, glared at Billy, fighting the urge to punch him right then and there. Momo didn't confirm or deny the accusation but merely tightened her jaw, refusing to back down. Then I hope he doesn't make it some lowlife like him. In fact, I hope he dies so I won't have to hear about Izuku Midorya every 5 minutes. Billy spat, disgust lacing his words. Someone like you has no right to speak about the nerd like that. Bakugo roared, his voice filled with fury. Billy picked himself up, disdainfully spitting on Bakugo's shoe as he turned to leave. You'll be hearing from my father, he said, his voice dripping with arrogance. As the tension began to ease, Bakugo stared at himself, puzzled. Why the hell did I react like that? For the damn nerd. He looked down at his clenched fist, bewildered by the overwhelming emotion that had surged through him. Memories of his childhood with Izuku flooded his mind, how they would play at being heroes and how he had promised to be Midoriya's sidekick. But everything had changed. Now he felt broken inside, grappling with feelings he couldn't fully understand. Ochako had been walking all day, the weight of her repressed feelings pressing heavily on her chest. Just push them down, Ochako. The day is over. Now I can just go home, she thought, fighting back tears as memories of Izuku flooded her mind. Just don't think about him. Just don't think about him. These feelings will go away, she chanted internally, desperation creeping into her thoughts. Don't think about him. He will be fine. He will be fine. He will be fine. He will be fine. Her mantra turned frantic as she recalled their first kiss and the feelings that had only deepened the more they spent time together. He'll be fine. He'll be fine, she reassured herself, her heart aching. She thought of his warm smile, how it lit up his face and brought a sense of calm. He'll be fine. The image of him diligently taking notes in class surfaced, his focus unwavering. He'll be, she began to repeat, but her thoughts halted as she reached the street where they first met. Memories crashed over her like a tidal wave, overwhelming her senses. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she stood there, a forced smile faltering under the weight of her emotions. Memories of the past few months flooded her mind, every training session, every awkward laugh he shared, the way he would blush around her and Itsuka, and how painfully obvious it was when he lied. Feeling a gentle hand on her shoulder, she turned to find Tsuyu standing there, concern etched across her face. The small frog girl gave a sympathetic ribbit, her eyes softening as she took in Ochako's state. "Sue," Ochako said, quickly wiping her tears, a wave of panic washing over her. What are you doing here?" she sniffed, trying to mask her pain. "Ribbit, I may not know you very well, but even I can see how much pain you're in," Tsuyu said gently, her voice steady yet filled with empathy. I'm fine. Don't worry. You should go home. It's getting late," Ochako insisted, forcing a smile that felt more like a mask. "Not until you admit it," Tsuyu replied, her tone firm yet compassionate. "Admit what?" Ochako wiped her tears, but her resolve was crumbling. "Admit that you're scared Midoriya-chan may not make it. Admit that it's breaking your heart that your best friend might not come back," Tsuyu said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ochako desperately tried to wipe her tears away. I'm fine. Dekiru is going to be fine," she insisted, though her voice faltered. "Repressing your feelings isn't going to make it any easier. I miss him too. I'm scared he's not going to make it, but you can't just ignore what you feel." Tsuyu's voice cracked, and tears began streaming down her cheeks. It's my fault," he went on. "I should have told him we should leave. But I didn't, so please don't hurt yourself because of me," Tsuyu admitted, her heart breaking as she expressed her guilt. Ochako looked at Tsuyu, her heart aching for her friend's pain. Seeing Tsuyu's tears broke through the walls she had built around her own emotions. In that moment, her feelings bubbled over, and she pulled Tsuyu into a tight embrace, her body shaking with sobs. "I don't want to lose him. I don't want to lose. He's my best friend, and I. Ochako's voice trembled, her words choked by her cries. I don't want to lose him. They clung to each other, the weight of their fears and sadness merging as they embraced, finding solace in their shared pain. At the hospital, Yaarosu entered the hospital room, a small bouquet of flowers clutched tightly in her hands. The sterile smell of antiseptic filled the air as she approached Midorya's bed, her heart heavy with worry. I'm sorry, Midorya, she began, her voice trembling. You were my first real friend in a long time. You didn't judge me for entering UA through recommendation. You admired my intelligence and complimented me with no ulterior motives, which felt like a breath of fresh air. She paused, taking a deep breath as her gaze fell to the floor. But then I began to admire you, too. The way you fought Bakugo and Todoroki, showcasing your intelligence and fighting prowess. Honestly, I was a bit jealous. You're as versatile and smart as I am, but you never hesitate. You dive headfirst into danger, battling two of the strongest without a second thought. You've transformed from that timid boy I first met into a true star. Wiping away a few tears that had escaped, she managed a soft chuckle. Honestly, I thought you were kinda cute when we first met. She hoped her words would somehow reach him, imagining him waking up and becoming a flustered mess, just as he often did. I enjoyed our conversations. We might not see eye to eye since you often throw caution to the wind and take risks, but maybe if I were more like you, I could have. Her voice cracked as tears began to stain her cheeks, each drop a reminder of her anguish. Midorya, please, wake up. Her plea hung in the air, laden with desperation, as a few of her tears landed softly on his face. Suddenly, she heard a hiccup. Startled, she turned to see Kaminari, Jiro, Hiroshima, Kendo, Ururaka, and the rest of Class 1A gathered behind her, along with Tetsu and Shiozaki. They all wore expressions of worry and guilt. I fried my brain and was basically useless during the fight. Maybe if I don't know if I had just done something. Anything. Midorya wouldn't have needed to take the bullet. Kaminari's voice rose, filled with regret. Kaminari. Jiro attempted to calm him, but he shook his head, his frustration boiling over. No, you know I'm right, he shouted, his hands clenching into fists. I'm the one who let him fight, Tsuyu said, her voice barely above a whisper as guilt washed over her. She kept her head down, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Midorya would have gone in to save our teachers regardless of what you said, Ururaka replied gently, placing a comforting hand on Tsuyu's shoulder. Yet, Tsuyu only lowered her head further, consumed by guilt. No, I was too weak. He got grabbed by villains not once, but twice. Because I stood frozen. Hiroshima's voice cracked, anguish clear in his tone. I'm the dumbass who let that villain scatter us. If 13 could have held that villain off, then Midorya could have. We wouldn't have been separated. We could have taken that stupid bird brain together and won. You weren't the only one who attacked that villain, Tetsu interjected, his own guilt heavy in the air. How am I supposed to be a shield if I can't protect my classmates? I was thinking too much like a spear when I should have been a shield. You idiot, Jiro said, her frustration mounting. She crossed her arms tightly, fighting back her own emotions. Flashback. A week had passed since the results came in, and Midorya and Jiro were enjoying a rare moment of downtime together at a small cafe. The atmosphere was lively, filled with chatter and laughter, and the sun filtered through the windows, casting a warm glow around them. Hey, Green, Jiro said, slurping on her smoothie, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I've been wondering what kind of hero do you want to be? She raised an eyebrow, teasingly. Midorya shrugged, a hint of uncertainty in his expression. I don't know. Having a Mr. Smoothie after something just feels right. He glanced down at his drink, pondering. Jiro studied him, a smirk forming on her lips. You really are weird, Green. But in a good way. Her teasing tone made him blush slightly, a warm hue creeping up his cheeks. Well, I guess, I want to be a hero whose smile brings hope to the world. He beamed, his excitement evident as he shared his dream. Jiro felt her heart flutter at his enthusiasm, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. Kinda like me, I want to be. But she was cut off by Midorya, who interjected with a bright smile, a hero who brings hope to the world by making others smile. Yeah, I remember. His eyes sparkled with genuine admiration for her aspirations. She smiled back, feeling a rush of warmth at his words, before taking another sip of her smoothie. Almost immediately, she began to cough, her face contorting in disgust. Okay. Yeah, I can't drink this. She gasped, the flavor clearly not sitting well with her. She tossed in a nearby trash bin. Midorya chuckled, finishing off his own smoothie and grimacing slightly at the taste. Yeah, it has a weird flavor. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Is it weird that I wanna drink more? Yes. Flashback over. You saved everyone with a smile, but what about ours? We can't stand to see you like this. She cried out in frustration, tears streaming down her face as the weight of the situation pressed heavily on her heart. I got captured. He sacrificed himself without question to save me. Now, he may not make it because of my hubris. Momo's voice cracked, and she broke down completely, her shoulders shaking as her tears fell unchecked. The rest of the class stood in somber silence, grappling with their own feelings of weakness, helplessness, and hesitation. The air was thick with despair as they confronted the reality of their situation. Inko, who had overheard everything from the hallway, felt a swell of bittersweet joy knowing that her son had friends who cared for him so deeply. She quickly composed herself, wiping her tears away before stepping into the room. Hello. Inko knocked gently, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. Kendo and Ururaka immediately recognized her, and the rest of the class followed suit, understanding instinctively who she was. Mrs. Midorya, came the chorus of voices, the class quickly wiping their eyes as they bowed their heads in apology. Inko shook her head, her expression warm yet determined as she approached them. My son has always been the caring one. He never wanted anyone to worry about him, yet if he thinks someone is hurt, he will go above and beyond to make them feel better. I know my boy would never want his friends to worry or cry over him. She sat beside her son, taking his hand in hers. It was still warm, a small comfort in the midst of their anguish. Ever since school started, he has gone on and on about his friends. He spoke about you all with a smile like you've never seen before. A few members of the class exchanged glances, their expressions softening at the memory of Izuku's unwavering enthusiasm. And despite what the doctors say, Inko continued, her voice wavering but resolute, I know my little champion is fighting like hell to get back to you. So please, don't cry for my boy, remain strong for him. Her voice cracked as she fought to keep her own tears at bay. The group wiped their eyes, nodding in unison, determination slowly replacing despair. You heard that, guys. We shouldn't cry. Our hero will cry when he wakes up. Hiroshima and Tetsu shouted, their voices ringing with newfound hope. Yeah, Dekiru is going to come back to us. And we'll all smile together. One of them chimed in, confidence building in the room. Midorya is tough. A little poison won't keep him down. Another classmate added, their spirits lifting. He always gets back up. Kendo yelled, her voice strong and unwavering. Just then, a soft groan broke through the air, causing everyone to turn in unison toward the source. Midorya stirred slightly, clutching his mother's hand as he lay still unconscious, but the small movement ignited a spark of hope in the group. As the class began to leave, Inko was unable to hold in her tears any longer. She broke down beside her son, clutching his hand tightly. I already lost your father. I don't think I could bear to lose you too, Izuku. So please, wake up, sweetie. A few hours later, it was nighttime, and most people had gone home. A figure clad in a black hoodie and dark cap approached Izuku's room. As they slid the door open, the first thing they noticed was a pile of tissues on the desk, surrounded by flowers and heartfelt get-well cards. A low growl escaped the stranger's lips. Well, I hope you're satisfied with yourself, Deku. The unmistakable voice of Bakugo echoed in the dim room, laced with frustration. Always chasing after me, no matter how many times I put you in your place. You just keep coming back. Bakugo's voice dripped with anger as he faced the silence and the monotonous beeping of the heart monitor. Damn it, I told you not to push yourself, nerd. I told you it would get you killed. Bakugo shouted, his fists clenched at his sides. I didn't need you. I had everything under control. I was just playing with those villains. He yelled, but the lack of response only fueled his rage. When the hell did you get so strong? When did you stop being the useless nerd? When the hell did I start chasing after you? Bakugo's voice cracked, betraying his inner turmoil. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He clutched his head in frustration, as if trying to rid himself of the emotions swirling inside. It wasn't enough that you beat me in the entrance exam, the quirk test, and the damn battle trial. You just had to show me how useless I was in that fight. Bakugo shouted, tears streaming down his face, his voice a mix of anger and desperation. Say something, anything. Tell me how much better you've gotten, how you've shown those losers in our class. Just say something, anything. Memories of how he had tormented Izuku flooded his mind, reminding him of the same loser who had once protected him. The realization hit him hard. Izuku had saved him. Damn it. Next day, the announcement of the new UA dorms had everyone buzzing, and the students were granted a day off to observe the beginning stages of construction. Some were excited, seeing this as an opportunity to bond with their classmates outside of the usual training and battles. Nezu had decided to house both Class 1A and 1B together in the new dorm, Heights Alliance, for practicality and convenience. Right now, after school, a few students from both classes gathered at the construction site, watching the framework of the building take shape. The future dorm towered in its early stages, surrounded by cranes, piles of materials, and construction workers moving about, diligently bringing the plans to life. So this is it, Kaminari muttered, a popsicle stick dangling from his mouth as he stared at the developing structure. Yep, Ojiro replied, arms crossed as they both gazed up at what would soon be their new home. From the sidelines, Monoma folded his arms with a disdainful look on his face, standing with Saburaba and Awase. A heavy sigh escaped him as he took in the sight. I can't believe we'll be forced to share living space with you Class 1A brats, he grumbled. Oh, come on, Monoma, Shiro said, rolling his eyes. Are you really going to keep up this antagonism for the next 3 years? Monoma's smirk was filled with mockery. Being in the same common room as Class 1A means I'll get to study your weaknesses, and utterly destroy you in the next sports festival. He chuckled to himself, striding closer to the construction site. UA's Heights Alliance, he proclaimed dramatically, as if announcing a battle cry. Everyone had deadpanned expression. 3 years, Ojiro and Kaminari both said. Tokiyami nodded. Looks like we're doomed to endure his endless snark for the next 3 years. Shoji sighed in exasperation. Though I'm also excited, it will be nice to get to know our sister. Shoji said. Kojiro Bondo, a tall young man with a head as a glue dispenser. As he nodded in agreement as he sat quietly next to Kota, just enjoying the construction, no need for talking as they were in comfortable silence. The others looked at the building being raised from the ground, marveling at the skeletal framework and imagining the completed dorm. The size was already impressive, designed to fit twice as many students, with expanded common areas and additional facilities to accommodate everyone's needs. Further back, Kodai observed with her usual deadpan expression. I'm just relieved that a certain grape-haired pervert won't be staying here, she said bluntly. Yanagi nodded in agreement. I wouldn't want someone like him in the dorm, honestly. Then you're going to hate Kaminari, Jiro interjected as she walked past with the 2 girls, her tone dry. Kaminari's face turned ashen as he overheard, his expression shifting to black and white in shock. Hey, that's totally unfair, Kaminari protested, looking around defensively. Toru snickered. This is the same guy who tried to grope me during our first battle trial, so just watch yourselves, she warned, winking. Kaminari looked down in shame. Oh, great, now we've got 2 perverts, Kodai muttered, descending the stairs. Hey, I'm not, Kaminari stammered, his face reddening. Jiro rolled her eyes. Kaminari, we've caught you leering at us more than once, almost as much as Mineta, she teased, as laughter rippled through the students. Kaminari shrank in embarrassment, scratching the back of his neck. Monoma wore a horrified expression, crossing his arms tightly. Class 1A has such an individual. How disturbing. Shiozaki, who had been standing nearby with her Bible, gave Kaminari a stern look. Please, control yourself, she admonished softly, her voice calm but carrying a warning. Any sinful behavior will be met with swift and painful punishment. She held his gaze with a small glare before moving on, leaving him gulping nervously. Why yes ma'am, Kaminari said. Man, she's still really cute. I need to ask out that cutie. Unfazed, Shiozaki's attention shifted to a nearby stand selling coffee and pastries. Her eyes caught on a muffin decorated with green icing and black sprinkles, resembling Midorya's signature colors. She hesitated, then picked it up carefully, her fingers lingering on the wrapper as she pressed her lips to the icing, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Please be okay, Midorya, she murmured softly, barely audible over the sounds of construction around them. With a quiet sigh, she closed her eyes, saying a silent prayer for him. After a moment, she took a small bite, a gentle warmth spreading through her as she hoped her thoughts would somehow reach him. After finishing her class representative duties, Kendo headed home with a tired sigh, making her way straight to her room. As soon as she entered, she dropped onto her bed, letting out a long exhale. Lying on her back, she reached for a photo on her nightstand, a picture of Izuku from the day he received an official GI with her dojo's logo on the back. His face was flushed in embarrassment, while she stood beside him, beaming with pride. She gazed at the photo, her expression softening. Please be okay. In her room, Ochako sat on the edge of her bed, gazing down at the bento box Izuku would sometimes leave for her. He must have noticed she wasn't eating enough and had started sneaking them into her bag or leaving them on her counter when she wasn't looking or when he stopped by. He never made a big deal out of it, never mentioned it, just quietly made sure she had something to eat. A pang of guilt tugged at her as she opened the box, her stomach growling in defiance. You dork, she whispered, taking a bite of the leftovers, a soft smile forming as she murmured. Kodai glanced down at her phone, rereading the long string of late-night texts between her and Izuku. Ever since she'd shared her number, their conversations would carry on into the early hours. She smiled softly at his latest message. I still have no idea how you managed to stutter over text, she murmured, feeling a warmth she couldn't quite explain. Jiro strummed her guitar, her fingers drifting over the strings of the instrument Izuku had given her after they'd met at that concert. She blushed, a small smile creeping onto her face. Wake up already, you idiot, she whispered to the silent room, missing his presence. Iida lay on his back in his dimly lit room, recalling his first meeting with Izuku and the way they'd clashed and grown together. Even he had to admit he'd been something of an idiot back then. He clenched his fists in determination. Midorya, until you return, I will uphold my responsibilities as class representative, he vowed, his voice steady. In his room, Todoroki sat cross-legged on the floor. He recalled the flames of Midorya. He couldn't prove it, but he could tell he was holding back. The power from his muscle every time he thought of Midorya and the power he holds and what it would be like to fight against him. A trickle of flame would erupt from his left side. Midorya, Todoroki said with venom. Yaarosu lay on her bed, her fingers brushing over the fabric of her pillow as she replayed the memory of her first encounter with Izuku. She closed her eyes, a blissful smile spreading as her heartbeat quickened. Billy's words from the concert echoed in her mind, and she whispered to herself, I hope I get to see you again soon, Midorya. Thanks, Midorya, for saving us, man. Mineta mumbled to the empty room, his usual humor absent, leaving only quiet gratitude. Midorya, please wake up. We all miss you, Suyu whispered as she sat by her window, her gaze drifting to the night sky as though hoping he could hear her somehow. Sitting on her bed, Honi glanced at the movie ticket stub they'd used on their last outing as a group. She held it close, hoping, I really hope we get to enjoy some movies together again, Midorya. Ashido clenched her fists as she remembered how he had saved her, the way he'd risked himself without hesitation. Her voice cracked slightly as she murmured, Midori, I don't think I can bear to lose you. Hope we get to know each other better, Midobro, Kirishima said with a faint grin, looking at the bracelet Izuku had given him as a reminder of their friendship. Monoma leaned against his bedroom door, arms crossed, feeling strangely uneasy. Midorya, you're certainly different. Wake up, so our big sis can stop worrying already, he muttered, a reluctant hint of respect in his tone. In the quiet hospital room, filled with the steady hum of machines keeping Izuku alive, All Might sat beside the bed, gripping the boy's arm. Tears streamed down his face, his voice low and thick with emotion. "You were my pride and joy, Izuku. You were so brave," he whispered. "I've never been so damn proud, and yet, so heartbroken." He swallowed hard, guilt knotting in his chest. "I was supposed to guide you, protect you, but I failed you, as a mentor and as a teacher. You weren't meant to carry this burden." The memories flooded back, meeting Izuku, watching him grow, their battles together. "I'm sorry, Hisashi. I failed you," he murmured, thinking of Izuku's father. The sight of his protege lying so still and fragile was a pain like none he had known. It felt as though his own son were slipping away. "Please, Izuku," he begged, "wake up." Suddenly, a faint light began to glow from Izuku's wrist, catching All Might's attention. The Omnitrix, a smooth, black and green band, started to pulse softly, its light growing more vibrant with each passing moment. As the device flickered to life, a radiant glow enveloped the room, illuminating the sterile white walls with shades of brilliant green. The central dial spun, shifting through colors like a kaleidoscope, first a vibrant green that felt warm and reassuring, then transitioning to a deep, calming blue, followed by a fiery red, and finally a mystical purple that danced like ethereal flames. Each hue cast a soft glow across the room, illuminating All Might's tear-streaked face and filling the air with a sense of otherworldly energy. It was as if the Omnitrix was responding not just to the physical presence of its wearer, but to the emotional turmoil surrounding him, calling out to Izuku in a silent plea. The brilliant colors pulsed rhythmically, breathing life into the otherwise quiet room, wrapping All Might in a cocoon of hope. "Young Midorya," All Might whispered. In a dark void, Izuku found himself enveloped in a swirling black mist, with glowing green outlines tracing his form. He opened his eyes, a wave of long-forgotten memories crashing over him like a tidal wave. Before him stood a strange figure with piercing green eyes, freckles scattered across a familiar face, and a hairstyle that mirrored his own in an uncanny way. "Izuku, you will be the greatest hero," the figure said, his voice warm and reassuring. But I'm quirkless," Izuku stammered, confusion mixing with longing. "I see a fire in you, something unique that no one else possesses. You are my son, and I have no doubt you will become the greatest." The voice resonated in Izuku's mind, a memory of a father he had long since forgotten. Suddenly, another scene unfolded before him, vibrant and full of life. "Hey, son, did you get a girlfriend? I want grandbabies." The man beamed, lifting Izuku effortlessly onto his shoulder. "Dad, stop, I'm like 9, Izuku shouted, laughter spilling from his lips as he clung to the man's head, giggling. "My sweet Inko, hate to say it, but I love our son more than you," the man said with a mischievous grin, as young Izuku played with an All Might action figure, lost in his imagination. Inko smiled, kissing the man on the cheek. "I know," she replied softly, her eyes sparkling with affection. As another memory rushed in, the atmosphere shifted. "Help me, save me from the mean dragon," a young voice cried out in desperation. With a roar, the man released a playful breath of fire. "I'm going to eat you up," he bellowed, feigning fear as he dramatically stumbled back. The scene transformed into a whirlwind of laughter as 4-year-old Izuku rushed in, striking a heroic pose. "I am here," he declared boldly, throwing a punch at the man, who fell to the ground with exaggerated theatrics. "No, you have defeated me, hero." The warmth of family enveloped him as both parents hugged their son, Inko and her partner standing proudly between them, their faces radiant with joy. Young Izuku smiled brightly, his heart swelling with happiness. But in the void, the memories began to fade. Midorya fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. How could I forget?" he sobbed, grief twisting in his chest as he grappled with the loss of those moments. "I don't know if I should be jealous of All Might or not," his father mumbled, feeling the bittersweet pang of nostalgia washed over him. His father's image lingered in his mind, a reminder of the love and encouragement he had received, as he hung the poster of All Might. As the memories swirled around him, Izuku's heart ached, longing to reclaim the pieces of himself he had lost. Tears flowed freely, mixing with the shadows of the void. He felt a comforting hand on his head and turned to see a familiar pair of green eyes and freckles peering through the darkness. "Your mom's probably worried sick," You should wake up, the figure said gently. Dad, he muffled out, struggling to form the words. The figure was cloaked in black mist, his emerald green eyes shining with warmth through the shadows. Though obscured, the voice was unmistakably his father's. One for all is growing. You can't be in this world for long, Izuku. In an instant, he was 10 years old again, his father's forehead resting against his. I'm sorry I left you and your mom, his father murmured, emotion thick in his voice. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I wish I could have seen you grow. I want to know your favorite food, the friends you've made, and the struggles you've faced. I'm borrowing Shinomori's time, but he granted me this moment just to speak to you. I love you. Please tell your mother that. God, please tell me you didn't inherit my muttering. At least you grew out of it, and thank you for being a hero in your mother's lowest moment when she lost me. I can't thank you enough for being her hero. Hisashi fought back tears, his voice trembling. Dad, Izuku managed to say, his voice muffled. You're growing into a fine young man, and I'm so grateful to know you're my son. All I can ask is that you become a hero you can be proud of. Don't be a carbon copy of Toshi. Hisashi's expression shifted, as if he had more to say. Don't hold your feelings back, it's okay to be angry. It doesn't make you less of a hero, it makes you human. It's okay if you don't like someone. Yes, I'm talking about Katsuki. It's okay to feel resentment. Hisashi's voice cracked as the world around them began to lighten, his presence starting to fade. And, when you do become the #1 hero, please don't be like Toshi. What I mean is, I want you to fall in love. Find a girl you can confide in. When you're scared and the weight of the world feels too heavy, let her be your shoulder to cry on. Don't let being a hero consume you. Have a life. Be happy. At the end of the day, you should have a place to come home to. That's what The world around Izuku grew foggy, and he struggled to speak, his words tumbling into muffled sounds. Desperately, he reached out, trying to find his voice as he shouted. Dad, he shot up from his bed, tears streaming down his face. A loud shattering noise interrupted the moment, and he turned to see Ururaka, who had just dropped a vase of flowers. She stared at him with teary eyes before flying toward him, tackling him into a tight embrace. It was as if she held him like she never wanted to let go, relief flooding her expression. Today was Friday, and a group of students decided to visit Midorya. It had been 2 weeks since the USJ attack, and their concern for their friend had grown with each passing day. As Kyoka walked through the hallway, she suddenly froze, her heart racing at the unmistakable voice she thought she would never hear again. Green. Without a second thought, she bolted toward his room, a sense of urgency propelling her forward. Her friends exchanged puzzled glances, caught off guard by her sudden reaction. Jiro, one of them called after her, confused. He's awake. I heard him. Jiro exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her voice. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group, and their expressions transformed from confusion to sheer joy. They exchanged determined glances, then shrugged off any hesitation and sprinted down the hallway, their footsteps echoing against the walls. All Might, who had also caught wind of Jiro's exclamation, widened his eyes in disbelief before sprinting toward the room. Young Midorya, please, let it be true. He fished out his phone and quickly dialed Izuku's mother, his heart pounding with hope. Kyoka raced ahead, her enhanced hearing picking up the muffled sobs of Ururaka and the soothing tones of Midoriya's voice. Ururaka, don't cry, I'm okay. When she finally reached his door, the sight that greeted her was overwhelming. Ururaka was in Izuku's arms, tears streaming down her face as relief washed over her. Kyoka felt her own eyes welling with emotion as she witnessed the heartwarming reunion. Just then, Izuku felt another pair of arms wrap around him, squeezing tightly. You idiot, don't do that again, Kyoka exclaimed, her voice a mix of relief and frustration. Jiro, Izuku said with a soft smile, feeling buoyed by the warmth of his friends around him. Just then, more footsteps echoed in the hallway, and soon, even more arms enveloped him. You're not dead, Ashido exclaimed, her voice cracking with emotion. Dude, you had us so worried. Kaminari voice chimed in. Midori, Ashido sobbed before hugging the dork. Eep, Izuku yelped blushing a little. I was so scared, Yaarosu added, her own eyes glistening with tears. I'm just happy you're finally awake, Kendo said, her voice steadying as she joined the embrace. Izuku could only return the hugs, his heart swelling with gratitude for his friends. I'm back, don't worry, I'm here, he reassured them, his voice filled with warmth. Meanwhile, All Might watched from a distance, his heart filled with joy and relief as he saw the green-haired boy surrounded by his classmates. He's awake, he whispered, tears rolling down his face, a mix of happiness and pride. Suddenly, he heard the familiar footsteps of Inko Midorya approaching. All Might turned to see her face light up as she caught sight of her son smiling and awake. Izuku. Hey, Mom, Izuku replied with a bright smile, his eyes sparkling with life. My baby, Inko cried out, rushing forward to wrap her arms around her son. The class finally understood where Midoriya's tears came from. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.